Isekai Reincarnation as an Exorcist demon slayer with unparalleled effort. Volume 4 by Cyclamen, translated by Ren, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. It was February of my first year in high school. The orange light streaming through the window bathed the guidance counselor's office in a warm glow. From outside, the faint sounds of the brass band club's practice drifted in. Separated by a single pane of glass, I sat across from my homeroom teacher, listening to the muffled notes while we talked. "You know the career aspiration form was due last week, right?" she asked. "Yes, I remember," I replied, nodding. The career aspiration form had been handed out during homeroom a few days ago. We were supposed to list our top 3 choices and turn it in. Everyone else had scribbled theirs down and submitted them on the spot. I couldn't write anything. Go to university? Get a job? Our school wasn't exactly a feeder for top colleges, so only about a third of the students aimed for university. I couldn't bring myself to write university because I wasn't sure I wanted that, but I also didn't feel like writing employment, since I had no burning desire to work either. "If you don't turn it in, we can't assign you to a class for next year," my teacher said. "Class? Oh, you mean like the college prep track or the job track?" "Exactly. I think I explained this before, but the classes you take depend on which track you're in. At our school, starting in the second year, students were split into classes based on whether they were aiming for jobs or university. That's why the career aspiration form was so important, a fact I only now fully grasped. "You don't have anything specific you want to do you?" she asked, gently. Well, yeah, I guess that's right," I mumbled, my voice barely audible. I didn't have any dreams or ambitions. Looking back, I never had. Even in elementary school, when we were asked to write about our future dreams, I always came up blank. While everyone else excitedly jotted down things like athlete, doctor, or CEO, I sat there with nothing to say. So I'd fudge it, picking something I was vaguely into at the time, like game developer or animator, just to have an answer. That trick worked until middle school. But now, faced with the need to make a concrete choice, I had no dreams to put on paper. If I wrote game engineer, I'd be locked into that path. If I wrote animator, I'd be committing to that. When it came time to choose my own future, I realized I didn't have the options or the resolve to make a decision. Seeing me fall silent, my teacher kindly threw me a lifeline. "If you don't know what you want to do, why not go to university?" she suggested. "Is that really okay?" I asked, surprised. "Sure. I mean, I didn't exactly dream of being a teacher when I got my teaching license," she said with a chuckle. "Hi. I was in the literature department, but they told me job prospects were slim, so I thought, well, a teaching license might get me a job. That's all it was." "Why did you choose literature in the first place?" I asked. "Because economics required math," she admitted, laughing a little sheepishly. Her words hit me hard. I'd always assumed people went to university to chase specific dreams, to become something. "If you're not sure what you want to do, going to university might not be a bad idea," she continued. "You can figure it out while you're there. Is it really okay to go to university for a reason like that? You're overthinking it. Hardly anyone goes to university with some grand purpose. Most people just go because everyone else is." Her wry smile gave me a small spark of hope. "Then I'll go with the college track," I said. "Got it. I'll put you down for that class," she replied. The sunlight streaming in obscured her face, forcing me to squint against the glare. "I hope you find something you want to do," she said softly, but with the light in my eyes, I couldn't make out her expression. And so, I chose the college track without any real purpose. You could say I was swayed by my teacher, or maybe I was just looking for an excuse to avoid job hunting. Either way, it felt like my own fault. As expected, I didn't find my calling in university. When it came time for job hunting, I scrambled and ended up at some local company that took just about anyone. There, I never found work I cared about, just mindlessly completing the tasks assigned to me. I don't even remember my teacher's face anymore. Her voice is a hazy memory at best. But even now, I sometimes think back to that moment, the faint hope I felt when I thought I'd eventually find something I wanted to do, and the suffocating weight of never finding it. Chapter 1. Challenging the Dream. I'd become a second grader in elementary school. Not much had changed in the meantime. I'd had a proper Christmas party with Aya-chan, gone to the shrine for New Year's with Nina-chan, and tagged along with Dad and Renji-san to observe a few of their jobs. That was about it. Oh, and I hadn't slacked off on practicing my magic. I drilled resonance with Aya-chan so many times I wouldn't forget how it worked. During those sessions, she also taught me about ice magic, but well, as expected, I couldn't use it on my own. That was the domain of the Ice Princess. Just like the Reiku Doji's lightning magic, I could only use it when resonating with one of them. As for close combat, swordsmanship, specifically, Dad had me focus on learning forms rather than practical sparring. Apparently, intense training at a young age could stunt my growth. So, I diligently worked on mastering the basics of the Yadu style under his guidance. It was May of my second grade year, and I was running across the school field after class. A few kids were chasing after me. At my feet was a soccer ball, one of the few lent out to our class. I dribbled it forward when a voice called out from beside me. "Itsuki, pass. Renkun, here you go." I glanced his way and kicked the ball with an inside kick, just like he'd taught me. The ball moved exactly as I'd intended, landing perfectly at Renkun's feet. He took it and, with a sharper angle than I'd expected, fired a shot toward the goal. The keeper barely moved as the ball slammed into the net. "Nice one, Itsuki," Renkun called out. "You're pretty good yourself, Renkun," I replied. Without even looking at the goal, Renkun jogged over to me, a grin on his face. His short, sporty haircut suited him, and he was a bit taller and leaner than me. Apparently, he'd been playing soccer since kindergarten. Honestly, he was good at every sport, which probably explained why he was so popular with the girls, or so I heard. I mean, come on, we're second graders, popular with girls? What does that even mean? But apparently, that's how it works. Kids these days are something else. Renkun and I ended up in the same class this year, and we got close playing soccer during lunch breaks. That's right, I'd made a friend who wasn't an exorcist. "Itsuki, why don't you join the soccer team?" he asked. "Nah, I'm doing something else," I said. "Martial arts, right? Why not do both?" I could only manage a wry smile at his enthusiasm. The martial arts he was talking about was the cover story I'd been taught to use. I couldn't exactly tell him I was training to be an exorcist, so I'd been feeding him that lie. As I stuck to my usual excuse, the kid playing keeper grabbed the ball and spoke up, sounding a little annoyed. "Can we stop putting Itsuki and Ren on the same team? It's no fun." "Yeah, one of you should switch sides." Another kid from the opposing team chimed in. Renkun and I exchanged a quick glance, and I raised my hand. "All right, I'll switch teams." "What? Come on, let's keep dominating together," Renkun protested, tossing out a word I wasn't sure he fully understood. I laughed and said, "It's about balance." Just then, the 4 o'clock chime rang. Drawn by the sound, I looked up at the school building, and my eyes met a pair watching me from a window. Those eyes always had a way of pulling me in. I turned back to the others. "Sorry, guys, I'm done for today." "Ah, come on, let's play more," Renkun said, his face falling a little. Feeling a mix of guilt and warmth at his disappointment, I waved to my friends and left the field. "See you tomorrow." "Later, Itsuki." Their goodbyes followed me as I jogged off. I passed through the entrance, ran up the stairs, and stepped into the classroom labeled 2 to 3. There, I found Nina-chan reading a book. Well, to be precise, Nina-chan and one other kid were reading. Even in second grade, Nina-chan and I were in the same class. According to her, during the winter parent-teacher conference last year, she told our teacher, Futaba-sensei, that she only talked to me at school, and that's why we ended up together again. I'm not sure if that's true, though. When Nina-chan saw me come in, she snapped her book shut and slipped it into her backpack. Last summer, she'd said she could barely read Japanese, but now she was getting pretty good. She'd been studying hard. "Impressive. You're back early, Itsuki," she said. "Yeah, I figured it was about time for your curfew," I replied. "It's fine if I stay a little longer," she said, turning her face away slightly, her voice a touch brighter than usual. When I'd glanced at the classroom from the field earlier, her eyes had looked so lonely. That's why I'd hurried back. "But, well, if you're sticking around for me, I guess we can head out early," she said, grabbing her backpack and standing up. I picked up my own backpack from my desk. As we started to leave the classroom, the other kid still reading looked up. "Bye-bye, Itsuki-kun, Nina-chan," she said softly. See you tomorrow, Emma-chan, I replied. Emma-chan went back to her book. There weren't many kids who stayed in the classroom this late after school, but Emma-chan was one of the few. Nina-chan, who also often stayed, gave her a quick wave, a surprisingly polite gesture for her. Instead of heading out through the main entrance, Nina-chan insisted we take the back gate to avoid being spotted by the kids still playing soccer. We took a less familiar route, eventually merging onto the usual busy road. Cars zoomed by, but the sidewalk was wide enough that it never felt dangerous. Once we reached the road, Nina-chan let out a relieved sigh and turned to me. Didn't you want to keep playing football with everyone? Huh? Oh no, it's fine, I said, catching myself before correcting her to soccer. The last time I'd pointed it out, she'd insisted on calling it football with such intensity that I'd decided not to bring it up again. I'll see them tomorrow anyway, I added. I'll see you tomorrow too, you know, she said, her tone teasing. Yeah, but I trailed off, unable to say that I'd come back because she'd looked so lonely through the window. Nina-chan didn't seem to notice my hesitation and continued slowly. You're making friends left and right, Itsuki. Am I? I tilted my head. I didn't think I was making friends that fast, if only it were that easy. Oblivious to my inner doubts, Nina-chan went on, You are, and I'm a little jealous. I think you'd make friends easily, Nina-chan. Why's that? Because you're so put together. What's that supposed to mean? She asked, frowning slightly. I'd meant it sincerely, but it didn't seem to land well. Before I could explain, she smoothly changed the subject. By the way, have you learned to summon any new fairies? Nope. Just pixie and leprechaun so far, I said, shaking my head. I see. Both were beginner-level fairies, akin to the attribute alteration in guiding thread magic, simple stuff. I hadn't yet managed to summon the kind of fairies Arena-san used. The reason was straightforward. For the past 6 months, I'd focused on resonance and healing magic. Learning to heal myself or others felt essential, so I'd been training with Mom, which left less time for fairy magic. Still, I squeezed in practice whenever I could, like after school or in the mornings. As a result, I could summon those 2 types of fairies. Or maybe I should say only 2 types. Mama's coming home early today, so if you have any questions, you should ask her. She'd love to answer anything from you, Itsuki, Nina-chan said. Really? She seems way more excited when she's teaching you, I teased. She's just strict, Nina-chan muttered, looking away. I could understand why Arena-san was so tough on her. She's a worrier, especially when it comes to Nina-chan's dream of becoming an exorcist. She's probably scared of Nina-chan rushing and half-prepared, so she pushes her hard. Lost in those thoughts, we passed through the automatic doors of Nina-chan's apartment building. I nodded to the familiar doorman and stepped into the elevator to head up to her place. Nina-chan opened the door and glanced at the entryway. Looks like Mama's not back yet, she said. Oh, really? I replied. Even if she was coming home early, flight schedules and all probably meant she wouldn't be back right away. I slipped off my shoes and put on some slippers. While washing her hands, Nina-chan continued. She said she has to head out again tonight. Huh, she's coming back just to leave for work again. Yup, probably to grab a change of clothes. That's tough, I said. Top-tier exorcists like Arena-san were always in high demand, constantly being pulled across Japan. Come to think of it, Dad hadn't been home in a month either, probably just as busy. I followed Nina-chan into the living room, where she set her backpack by the sofa and started preparing tea. Guess we'll practice on our own until Mama gets back. Itsuki, the usual tea okay? Yeah, thanks, I said. Nina-chan was so reliable in moments like these. I didn't even know where we kept the guest tea set at my house. As I marveled at her, she brought out a pink tin of cookies to go with the tea. Where'd these come from? I asked. Mama's souvenir, she replied. That explained the pink tin. Arena-san probably picked it out to make Nina-chan happy. I wondered if it was okay for me to eat them, but it'd be ruder to refuse, right? As I overthought eating a single cookie, Nina-chan brought over the tea. I remembered how she'd tripped while carrying it when we first met, so I watched nervously, but she set it down with care. Thanks as always, Nina-chan, I said. You're welcome. Oh, there's candy too. Take your pick, she added, pulling out some hard candies alongside the cookies. She went and put the tray away in the kitchen and then sat beside me, taking a sip of her tea. The way she did it felt almost picturesque, but I didn't want to stare, so I took a sip of my own. "This is good, Nina-chan," I said. "I know," she replied with a shrug, but I caught a flicker of relief in her expression. She's the type who cares a lot about whether people enjoy what she serves. I couldn't help but admire that. I'd never think to worry about it so much. We both reached for the cookies, taking a short snack break. After finishing one, Nina-chan turned to me. "You can summon pixies now, right? Show me." "Sure," I said, nodding. I clasped my hands together, moving from refinement to condensation to summon the fairies. They looked like winged girls, but without faces and small enough to fit in the palm of our hands. I summoned 3 of them and turned to Nina-chan. "Here, I did it." "I can't see them," she said. "Oh, sorry." I'd forgotten that fairies, like guiding thread, were only visible to those with true eye. But anyone could see the effects of their magic. I scanned the room for something to demonstrate with and spotted the cookie packet we'd just eaten from. "Take it away," I told the pixies. At my request, they grabbed the individual wrapper and made it vanish. This was called fairy prank, a trick that could be used to banish monsters by having fairies carry things away. Nina-chan nodded, satisfied, as the wrapper disappeared. "You really did it," she said. "Yeah, I've been practicing on my own," I replied. "I see," she said, her brow furrowing slightly. "There's actually one more thing I can do," I added. "Just watch." I returned the summoned fairies to raw magic, then took one of the candies Nina-chan had set out and hid it inside the cookie tin before closing it. I summoned the pixies again and made a request. "Find the candy I was holding." The fairies spun in circles before tapping on the cookie tin where I'd hidden the candy. Even if Nina-chan couldn't see them, she could hear the sound. Relieved that it worked, I turned to her. "I can ask pixies to find things for me." I discovered this by accident. While practicing with the fairies, Mom had lost her wallet. When I tried to help look for it, the pixies found it for me. That's how I learned they could locate things if I asked. When I showed Nina-chan this trick, she didn't look surprised. She just nodded deeply, as if it made perfect sense. "Impressive. You're already using fairy guidance," she said. "Fairy what?" I repeated, caught off guard by the unfamiliar term. "It's a detection spell like dowsing. Haven't you heard of it?" "Nope." "It helps you find lost things or track down what you're looking for." "Did you figure out how to use it without knowing what it was?" "First I'm hearing of it," I admitted. "Even you don't know everything, huh?" she said, sounding genuinely surprised. I mean, I know way less than she thinks I do. I didn't even know this ability had a name. "Fairy guidance is an exorcist's lifeline. You can use it to track monsters. It's worth mastering," she explained. "You can find monsters with it. It's a spell for finding what you want, isn't it?" I'd meant to impress her, but I ended up being the one surprised by this new information. When I'd practiced alone, I'd used it to find lost or misplaced items, but when I tried having the fairies locate monsters, it hadn't worked. "When I tried, the pixies didn't point out any monsters," I told her. She tilted her head. Maybe there weren't any nearby. "Could that be it?" "Let's try it," she said, clapping her hands lightly. That was her ritual for summoning fairies. At her signal, pixies appeared around her. She made her request. "Find a monster." The fairies floated up, circled the room 3 times, and then landed back on her palm, tilting their heads as if confused. The fairy tilted its head with a soft koten, just like a baby, a reaction identical to the one I'd seen during my solo practice. "If it's not there, they can't find it." "Probably just bad timing," Nina-chan said. "I guess that makes sense." I'd tried it 3 times during practice, but it never worked. Maybe there really hadn't been any monsters nearby. "Hey, Nina-chan, when the fairies find a monster." I was about to ask what happens, but before I could finish, the fairy on Nina-chan's hand floated up. It shot straight toward the door. "Itsuki, a monster," Nina-chan exclaimed. "What? They found one?" I blurted out. To think it would happen right now, as I processed this, Nina-chan set her tea on the table and continued. "No, it's probably that a monster just entered the fairy's detection range." I didn't quite get what she meant by range, but I understood the gist. Standing up, I followed her lead as she spoke. "We're going after it." With that as our signal, Nina-chan and I bolted into the inner hallway. We jogged to keep up with the guiding pixie, and Nina-chan called out from behind me. "Itsuki, we're taking the stairs." "Got it." For a split second, I wondered why. But then it clicked. Using the elevator would make it hard to stop at the right floor if the pixie reacted mid-descent. Plus, running into a monster in an elevator with regular people who couldn't use magic would be dangerous. I yanked open the heavy emergency stairwell door and chased after the fairy. It had been almost a year since I started visiting Nina-chan's place, but this was my first time using the stairs. With that thought flitting through my mind, I descended until the fairy suddenly stopped, hovering in place. It spun in a circle in front of the emergency door. 13F, so there's a monster on this floor? I waited for Nina-chan to catch up, then slowly opened the door. The moment it cracked open, a rancid stench hit my nose. Stepping into the hallway, I saw a gray carpet stained with a dark red liquid, clearly blood, trailing from the elevator hall toward one of the rooms in a thick, ominous line. "I'll go first," I said. Following the trail, it led to room 606. The fairy hovered in front of the door, as if saying, "This is the one." Should we go in? The situation felt dangerously close to a worst-case scenario. But I wasn't sure if opening this door was the right call. It could easily be considered breaking and entering. "Itsuki," Nina-chan's worried voice broke through. "It's nothing," I said, shaking my head. Now wasn't the time to hesitate. I grabbed the handle and pulled hard, but the door was locked with an autolock. As I stood there, confused, Nina-chan clapped her hands with a sharp pan. A translucent, humanoid fairy about 15 centimeters tall materialized at her side. "Open it," she commanded. The fairies obeyed, phasing through the door. A moment later, a click echoed from the other side as the lock disengaged, unlocking magic. Hearing the sound, we burst into the room. The overwhelming stench of blood hit us like a wall. It was a putrid, rotting smell, the kind that made your nose twist in disgust. I instinctively raised my arm to cover my face, using it as a makeshift mask. It was the same foul odor we'd caught in the hallway. Behind me, Nina-chan gripped my hand tightly, trembling slightly. She was still scared of monsters. To reassure her, I squeezed her hand back. The entryway was smeared with blood, leading toward the living room, the same direction as the stench. I stepped forward cautiously, moving through the hallway toward the living room. Then I heard voices, a laugh. "Ha ha, what a hearty eater. That's how kids should be." "No more, I don't want to eat anymore," a small voice whimpered. "No way, no way, you've got to eat lots to grow big and strong." From the living room came a mix of cheerful chatter and tearful sobbing. No doubt about it, that was a monster's voice. I crept through the hallway, where a closed door stood between us and the voices. I exhaled quietly. Then, with a quick glance, I flung the door open. The instant it swung wide, I saw a stuffed toy dancing on the table. Its gaze locked onto us as we burst in. Our eyes met. Thunder break. I unleashed a golden guiding thread I'd prepared through resonance. The lightning magic, designed to track monsters, shot forward and struck the rabbit-shaped stuffed toy dead on. "BZZT? It tingles, it tingles. I haven't felt a shock like this since I licked fugu poison." But the stuffed toy just shivered dramatically, spun around, and faced us again. Somehow, its beady eyes widened in mock surprise. Wait a sec, is that Itsuki-kun? A chill ran down my spine, a mix of shock that my lightning magic hadn't landed a decisive blow and raw fear that it knew my name. How does it know who I am? The question gnawed at me, but interrogating a monster and letting it confirm my identity felt like a bad idea. So I stayed silent. The stuffed toy, undeterred, glanced behind me and danced gleefully. "And the one back there, could that be Nina-chan?" "My name," Nina-chan whispered, stunned. "Oh dear, I'm not quite ready to welcome you too yet." Ignoring Nina-chan's reaction, the monster muttered to itself. I kept my focus on it, scanning the room for my next move. On the table where the stuffed toy stood was a girl in a horrific state. A large straw was jabbed into her stomach, leaking fluids from within. That was the source of the stench. Next to her was a cake, crawling with bugs and clearly rotten, which the monster was forcing her to eat. I have to keep her out of this. In that case, a sky pierce. A high-pressure jet of water blasted through the stuffed toy's head, cotton spilling out. My cute little head's leaking fluff, wine blade. As the monster staggered backward, I followed up with another spell. The attribute alteration, blade magic, launched at sonic speed, sliced the stuffed toy in half. But the moment it was cut, threads of guidance extended from its body, stitching it back together. "Ha ha, I didn't expect to get to play with Itsuki-kun so soon. The forcibly mendied stuffed toy bounced back up with a paean. But you know I'm gonna skedaddle. I'm not quite ready to play with you two yet, need a bit more time and prep. No way, we're not playing, I'm banishing you right here, I shot back. Oh, come on, don't be so serious. Let's enjoy life a little. I'll come back for you two once I'm ready, I swear. I won't leave you out, promise. Spouting its nonsense, the monster scurried toward the edge of the living room. As I tracked it with my eyes, I saw a woman pinned to the wall, massive nails driven through her body, blood dripping from her wounds. Scrawled on the white wall in blood and viscera was "Happy Birthday." She was likely the girl's mother. The grotesque scene made me blurt out, "Why would you do this?" Why? Because it's Ria-chan's birthday, so I made her dream come true. She wanted to eat her fill of cake. The stuffed toy spun around gleefully. But a whole cake fills you up too fast, right? So clever all me had an idea. Let's put a hole in her stomach. It twirled again, as if proud of its twisted logic. But the girl, weakly crying, shook her head. No, it's not my birthday today. Oh, is that so? Well, let's just say today's your birthday. Smiles are what matter. The stuffed toy's carefree response made me exhale sharply and begin weaving another guiding thread. As if sensing it, the monster leaped out of my line of fire. But then a fairy swooped in. "Take it away," Nina-chan shouted from behind me. With her cry, one of the stuffed toy's legs vanished. Ha ha, I forgot about Nina-chan. Laughing, the monster tumbled to the ground. I extended the golden guiding thread I'd been weaving, twisting multiple strands together to amplify its power. By braiding the threads, the magic strength multiplied exponentially, turning it into a devastating spell capable of vaporizing and exploding its target from within. Thus its name, Fire Thunder. A small explosion erupted. All I saw was a blinding flash of purple lightning. In the next instant, the stuffed toy had exploded from the inside, obliterated without a trace. All that remained was a black mist, the telltale sign of a monster's destruction. As the mist drifted through the room, I quickly extended threads of guidance to the injured girl and her mother. Turning to Nina-chan, I said, "Nina-chan, call the corpus." "Got it," she replied. I applied healing magic to the girl and her mother. After administering first aid, I searched the room thoroughly for any other monsters. Finding none, I focused on treating the mother. We waited in the room until the cleanup crew, members of the corpus, arrived, along with Irina-san. Oh, right, Nina-chan mentioned she was coming home early today. "Good work, Itsuki-san," Irina-san said with a slight bow. I hurriedly returned the gesture. She glanced at the two people I'd treated with healing magic and nodded approvingly. "The treatment looks solid. The medical team can take it from here." "Good," I said, relieved. I'd only ever used resonance-based healing magic in practice, so knowing it worked in a real situation was a huge relief. As I let out a breath, the paramedics escorted the mother and daughter out. Watching them go, Irina-san turned to me. "By the way, how did you know where the monster was?" "Nina-chan and I were practicing magic." "Ah, fairy guidance, well done. Thanks to your quick thinking, 2 precious lives were saved." I hadn't even finished explaining, but Irina-san understood, nodding deeply and praising me. Her words warmed me, but then she looked down, her expression pensive. For a monster to appear in the same apartment building, she muttered, almost to herself, before turning to me. "It might be a bit early, but I think it's time to teach you refinement." "Refine?" I asked, tilting my head at the unfamiliar term. "It's a technique for summoning more powerful fairies." So Akiro-san and I had discussed waiting until your 7th birthday for the Shichigo-san ceremony, but I think you should learn it now for personal reasons. Shichigo-san at 7 meant November of this year, 6 months from now. I was still processing why I hadn't heard about this sooner when Irina-san turned to Nina-chan. "Nina, can you teach Itsuki-san about refinement?" "I can't use it yet," Nina-chan replied. "Teaching others can deepen your own understanding," Irina-san said. Was that really an answer to Nina-chan's response? The question rose in my throat, but another one overtook it. What even is refinement? Before I could ask, Irina-san looked up. "Sorry, Itsuki-san, I hate to rush off right after arriving, but I have to go. Could I have a moment before I leave?" There was no reason to refuse, so I nodded. She asked us to head downstairs to the entrance first. While Nina-chan and I chatted idly to pass the time, Irina-san soon appeared with a carry-on suitcase. "Sorry for keeping you two waiting," she said. "Mama, did you get your change of clothes?" Nina-chan asked. "About that, I'll explain in the taxi. It's already here, so Nina, you're coming too." "Me too," Nina-chan tilted her head, puzzled. We exchanged a glance but didn't want to keep the taxi waiting, so we followed Irina-san out of the apartment building. Sure enough, a taxi was parked outside. We climbed in, and after stowing her suitcase in the trunk, Irina-san gave the driver my home address. Why was Nina-chan coming along to my house? I wondered, but before I could ask, Irina-san, seated in the front, spoke up. "I spoke with Kid-san earlier, and for the time being, Nina will be staying at your house, Itsuki-san." Kid was my mom. The sudden mention of my family caught me off guard. Staying like a sleepover. Exactly. That's why I brought Nina's clothes, textbooks, and other essentials, Irina-san said, her serious expression reflected in the rearview mirror. Oh, so the suitcase wasn't for her, I thought, piecing it together, as she continued. "Are you aware of the recent trends in monster activity, Itsuki-san?" "Trends? No, I don't know anything about that," I said, shaking my head and glancing at the driver. "Is it okay to talk about this now?" I asked, surprised she'd so casually mentioned monsters in a taxi. Irina-san gave a small smile. "It's fine, he's with the corpus. I called him earlier." "Oh, I see." I'd thought the corpus was limited to police or paramedics, but apparently taxi drivers could be part of it too. Maybe they drove exorcists who didn't have licenses to their jobs. As I mulled over irrelevant details, Irina-san went on. "Right now, monster appearances are increasing nationwide." "Why?" I asked, that being my first question. I vaguely remembered Dad or Renji-san mentioning years ago that monster numbers correlated with population size. But I hadn't heard anything about Japan's population suddenly spiking, so I couldn't understand why monster activity was rising. "The Kanzatsuki are investigating, but there are several possible reasons and nothing's clear yet," Irina-san said, her tone uncertain. "Huh. There are theories, of course, like a cycle where monsters appear more frequently, or maybe other monsters are spawning them." Her vague response suggested that if they had a clear solution, they'd have acted on it already. The lack of answers was probably why she sounded so uncertain. "Putting the reason aside, honestly, I'm scared," she admitted. "Even with fairies guarding her, I don't feel safe leaving Nina alone in the apartment." I nodded silently, understanding her concern. She continued, "I know I shouldn't say this, but recent cases remind me of 2 years ago, and it's unsettling." "2 years ago?" I asked. "Yes, 2 years ago in London," she said, her voice strained, as if forcing the words out. I understood what she meant. That was the incident where Nina-chan's father died. "It happened during a similar surge in monster activity with a string of horrific incidents," she said, her voice tinged with fear, a tone I'd never heard from her before. I didn't know how to respond, but she let out a soft breath. "I might be worrying too much, I know that. But even so, I'd feel better if you were by her side, Itsuki-san." With that, she fell silent, as if signaling the end of the conversation. Her faith in me felt like a heavy responsibility, but saying something like, "I can't keep her safe," would have been absurd, so I stayed quiet. Silence settled over the taxi. "Breaking it," I asked. "The refinement thing you mentioned, is that why you want me to learn it?" "Yes, exactly," she replied, nodding straightforwardly. I'd half expected her to dodge the question, but her honesty caught me off guard. She's not usually so open, but deep down, she's as much of a doting parent as my dad. As I came to that odd realization, the taxi slowed. Looking up, I saw the familiar walls and gate of my house. Mom was standing out front waiting. I wondered how long she'd been there. The back door opened, and we stepped out, heading toward her. After paying the driver, Irina-san got out and bowed deeply to Mom. "I'm sorry, Kid-san, for springing this on you." "No trouble at all. We help each other out," Mom replied, taking the suitcase from the driver. Irina-san bowed again, then leaned in to whisper to me, her voice so soft I could barely hear it, likely to keep Nina-chan from overhearing. 2 years ago, the 6th rank that attacked London headed east." I froze. "Japan is the far east, the easternmost edge," she continued. "I'm probably just being paranoid," she said, stepping back with a faint smile. "Kid-san, please take care of Nina," she added, turning to my mom. Irina-san climbed back into the taxi and headed toward Haenda Airport. We watched the car's taillights disappear into the distance. Then Mom spoke up. "Welcome, Nina-chan. You must be tired, huh?" "Why, yes," Nina-chan replied, her voice stiff with nerves. "No need to be so tense. Let's have some dinner, shall we?" Mom said cheerfully, pulling the suitcase into the house. Left standing there, Nina-chan and I exchanged a quick glance. "Am I really staying at your house, Itsuki?" she asked, sounding unsure. "Looks like it," I replied, nodding, just as uncertain. "Come on, you two, get inside." "Lock the gate behind you," Mom called from within. "Why, yes," I answered. Urged along before we could fully process everything, I made sure the gate was secure, and we stepped into the house. As I slipped off my shoes at the entrance, Nina-chan, who'd gone ahead, turned to me with a curious look. "By the way, what were you and Mama talking about earlier?" "She just asked me to take care of you," I said. I figured it was best not to mention the rest of Irina-san's words. Sensing her intent to keep it private with her hushed tone, I kept my answer vague. Nina-chan turned away with a slight huff, looking mildly exasperated. "She worries too much." Following her, we headed to the tatami-floored living room. There, Mom was setting out meat from the butcher on the low dining table. In the center sat a hot plate, a rare sight in our house. Barbecue at home. It had been ages, I couldn't help but ask, "What's with all this?" "I heard Nina-chan was coming, so I went all out," Mom replied with a grin. "Pretty fancy, I thought, a bit dumbly. But then it hit me. I was about to dig into barbecue without a second thought, despite what we'd seen today. The realization sent a quiet shock through me. Was it growth to have become so desensitized to the gruesome reality of being an exorcist? Or was this just what becoming an adult meant? I wasn't sure. Lost in pointless thoughts, I snapped back when Mom called, "Itsuki, help me out." "Right," I hurried to the kitchen. I can help too," Nina-chan started, looking restless. "No need, Nina-chan, you're our guest, just sit," I said, grabbing the freshly cut vegetables. She fidgeted, clearly uncomfortable, but eventually settled at the table, sitting in perfect seiza. Did they have seiza in England? Across from her was Hina, half asleep as usual, legs sprawled out in stark contrast. Smiling at the sight of their differences, I said to Nina-chan, "You can relax, you know." "Really?" she asked hesitantly. "You'll tire yourself out being so formal." At that, she cautiously stretched out her legs. Mom, bringing over bowls of rice, smiled as she set them down. "All right, let's eat." "Hina, wake up," I said, nudging her. "NNH," Hina mumbled, slowly opening her eyes. When she saw Nina-chan, they widened dramatically. "Wah, Nina-nicha." "Yup, she's staying with us for a while," I explained. Whoa, Hina's reaction was hard to read, half awake, half confused. But when her eyes landed on the meat, they sparkled. "Meat. I'll cook your share, Hina," Mom said warmly. "NN," Hina chirped, scooting closer to Mom. We all said "Itadakamasu" together and started loading meat onto the hot plate. Nina-chan, looking curious, asked, "Is this like having a barbecue indoors?" "Barbecue, yeah, pretty much." "First time having yakiniku?" I asked. "Mama never took me," she said, nodding shyly. She'd been in Japan for a little over a year, but I guess yakiniku wasn't something she'd tried yet. Then again, a year's not long enough to experience everything. "I'll grab some for you, Nina-chan," I said, using the serving chopsticks to place meat on the hot plate. As the sizzling sound and savory aroma filled the room, Nina-chan spoke up. "So many different kinds of meat. Looks tasty, right?" "It looks easy to eat." Her comment made me chuckle. I remembered a photo she'd shown me of a barbecue in England from when she was little. I'd thought barbecues were mostly an American thing, but apparently they did them in England too. The photo showed her and Irina-san eating huge chunks of meat and sausages, way bigger than the bite-sized pieces we had here. I could see why she'd call ours easy to eat. She didn't say it, but since the photo showed just the two of them, someone else must have taken it. Probably her dad. "Here, Nina-chan," I said, shaking off the thought and placing cooked meat on her plate. She picked it up with her chopsticks, still getting the hang of them, and took a bite. "How is it?" "Delicious," she said, her lips curling up slightly. Relieved, I piled more meat onto her plate. Seeing her eat without being weighed down by today's events brought me a strange sense of comfort. It felt odd to be so relieved, but knowing my friend was okay made me happy. "You need to eat too, Itsuki," she said, noticing I'd been serving her too much. "Right, I'll get mine," I replied, finally grabbing some for myself. After dinner, I took a bath, finished my homework, and returned to my room. Unlike the apartment we used to live in, I had my own room now, separate from Hina's. I could practice magic before bed without worrying about disturbing anyone sleeping nearby. The only downside was waking up to a slightly lonely room, but I'd been used to that even in my past life, so it wasn't a big deal. "All right," I muttered, laying out my futon. I hadn't had time today, but tomorrow I'd ask Nina-chan about refinement. With that resolve, I reached to turn off the light when a voice called from the hallway. "Itsuki." "What's up, Nina-chan?" It was her, speaking through the shoji screen. The hallway and room lights balanced just right, casting her silhouette faintly. "Going to bed already?" "Nah, I'm gonna practice some magic first." "Still practicing?" "Yup, just the usual basics," I said. "You're so diligent," she replied, sounding surprised through the shoji. "If I don't, I can't sleep." "Hi." "It's like brushing my teeth." Every night, I ran through a set of shijutsu and kaijutsu before bed. It was a habit, but also a way to quell the creeping fear that I'd lose my ability to use magic if I didn't. Not that I'd tell Nina-chan that. Changing the subject, I noticed she still hadn't come in. "Nina-chan, you can come in, you know." "My pajamas aren't cute, so no." Her unexpected reason caught me off guard. "Not cute. Pajamas are just pajamas, right?" Then I remembered Hina throwing a fit last year over not having pink pajamas. Girls must have their reasons, I guess. As I mulled over that pointless thought, Nina-chan spoke again. "Thanks for today, Itsuki." Her sudden gratitude made me freeze. Had I done anything worth thanking? After a moment, I ventured, "The yakiniku." "No, not that. At school, you know, the football thing." "School?" I blinked confused. We hadn't played soccer together. She must have realized I wasn't following, because she continued, "You stopped playing football to come back to me, right?" "Oh yeah." That made me happy. Her voice was soft, as if she debated whether to say it at all. "See, unlike you, I don't have other friends," she went on. "Sometimes I worry that you'll decide I don't matter anymore, that you'll get close with other friends and leave me alone." "I'd never do that," I said, shaking my head, though she probably couldn't see it. Nina-chan was my first friend at school, and I genuinely admired her. There was no way I'd ever think she didn't matter. My quiet words seemed to reach her. Through the thin shoji, she let out a small breath. "I knew you'd say that, but it still felt good to hear it." "Glad to hear it," I said, feeling a warmth settle in my chest. "That's all I wanted to say. Good night, Itsuki." "Night, Nina-chan." Her footsteps faded as she left. I turned off the light and went through my usual training routine alone. As I did, sleepiness crept in, so I cut it short. NNH. I closed my eyes. Before falling asleep, my mind always wandered to pointless things. In my past life, I'd distract myself with videos on my phone, but in this life, without a smartphone, I couldn't escape the flood of thoughts. They poured out like murky water. Tonight, it was about Nina-chan and monsters. I didn't know much about what happened to her in England. Dad and Renji-san sometimes hinted at knowing something, but they never shared details. Asking Irina-san, who likely knew the most, felt impossible. So, I had little to go on. What I did know was that her father was killed by a monster, that it broke Nina-chan's heart, that Irina-san sealed her memories, and that the monster responsible had headed east. From Irina-san's tone today, it hadn't been banished yet. If that was true, where was that monster now? Chapter 2, Monster Factory. When I woke up and headed to the living room, Nina-chan was already dressed and eating breakfast. "Morning, Itsuki," she said, glancing at me with a small smile. I blinked, momentarily wondering why she was here, then returned the greeting. "Morning." As I sat next to her, the fog in my head cleared. Right, she'd stayed over since yesterday. Mom brought over my breakfast. Rice, miso soup, grilled salmon, tamagaki, and a salad. Picking up my chopsticks, I noticed Nina-chan, eating the same meal, looking at me curiously. "Do you always eat this much for breakfast, Itsuki?" Yeah. That's a lot. Gotta eat big to grow big, Dad says," I replied, reciting his words before saying itadakamasu and digging in. Our house always had hearty breakfasts. In my past life as a working adult, I'd skip breakfast or grab a convenience store pastry, so this much food felt strange at first. But after a few years, I'd gotten used to it. Mom apparently planned our meals around PFC balance, protein, fat, carbs, but I never paid much attention to the details. All I knew was that breakfast and dinner were designed to fuel a growing body. It was easy to forget, but moments like this reminded me that Mom was part of an exorcist family too. After breakfast, we grabbed our backpacks and headed out. "We're off." "I am off," Nina-chan said, still a bit shy. From deeper in the house, where Mom was feeding Hina, she called back, "Have a good day." We closed the door and stepped out through the gate. Seeing no one else on the road, I turned to Nina-chan. "Hey, what's that refinement thing Irina-san mentioned yesterday?" "Refinement," she began, her gaze dropping as if choosing her words carefully. "I was going to teach you once I'd mastered it myself." You know about phases in magic, right?" I nodded. It wasn't a term I heard much with Japan's guiding thread magic, but it came up often in fairy magic. My understanding was that higher phases meant denser, stronger magic. Refinement is about raising that phase even higher, she explained. "Isn't that what condensation does?" I asked, the question slipping out. When I started practicing fairy magic, I'd been told that condensation was about separating light and heavy magic. So, hearing that refinement raised phases made me think it sounded similar. "No, it's different," she said. "Condensation separates light and heavy magic, but refinement makes heavy magic even heavier." Even heavier? To put it simply for you, Itsuki, condensation is the basic technique for summoning fairies. Refinement is an advanced technique for summoning stronger ones. Her explanation sounded like something Irina-san would say, too polished to be Nina-chan's own words. I accepted it quietly, piecing it together. So, if condensation was like attribute alteration in kaijutsu, then refinement was akin to compound attribute alteration. Was that right? I decided not to get lost in my half-baked understanding and asked about something that had been nagging me. "What kind of strong fairies are there?" "Shadow," she answered. I tilted my head at the unfamiliar name. "The fairies that perform shadow dispatch. You've seen Mama use it, right?" "Oh yeah. So that's what they're called." Shadow dispatch was a spell where countless arms emerged from a target's shadow, dragging them into it. It couldn't banish monsters on its own, but was great for stalling. I'd always called it shadow magic or something vague, so I hadn't known the fairy's name. "Those are summoned with third phase magic," Nina-chan continued. "And with fourth phase and above, you can use a technique called swap." "I know that one," I said. I'd seen Irina-san use it, a spell that let her instantly switch places with a fairy she'd summoned, even from far away. The downside was its high magic consumption. There's also Great Spirit, a fairy you can summon at the fifth phase, but hardly any exorcists can call them, she added. A spirit, but called a fairy? The question almost slipped out, but I swallowed it, not wanting to derail her. Instead, I asked, "Are they powerful?" "Of course. Great spirits can use magic strong enough to change the weather. Mama said Papa could summon them." "Wow," I said, my response half-hearted. The idea of a great spirit altering the weather was impressive, but the mention of her dad threw me off. "To become an amazing exorcist, you need to summon strong fairies," Nina-chan said. "I want to be like Papa and summon a great spirit someday." "That's incredible, Nina-chan." Her voice carried a fierce determination to chase her dream, and it shone so brightly, it almost dazzled me. That's why I couldn't help but say it. Nina-chan was always like this, relentlessly working toward her goal, tackling her weaknesses head-on. That drive, so different from my own, was what made her so admirable. I didn't have a burning desire to become an exorcist like she did. I didn't have a grand dream or a clear path. All I wanted was for no one to die. But to make that happen, I felt inadequate. The helplessness I'd felt at last summer's training camp still lingered in my heart. "What are you talking about? You want to learn refinement, don't you?" she asked. "You can tell. It's written all over your face." Caught off guard by how easily she read me, I tried to deflect, but she puffed out her chest confidently. I'd always thought fairy magic was versatile. Practicing with Nina-chan and tagging along on Irina-san's jobs had shown me its unique strengths, like detection or the fairy's autonomy. My Reiku Doji's relic lightning magic could track monsters, but only if they were close. For far-off targets or enclosed spaces like buildings, fairy magic was far more practical. It was all about the right tool for the job. That's why I wanted to master fairy magic. "I'm not perfect at it yet, though," Nina-chan admitted, looking down shyly. Oh, right, you're still practicing too. But I know how it works from Mama. If that's okay, I can teach you. Sounds good, Nina-chan, please. All right then. Nina-chan paused mid-sentence, lifting her gaze. Caught by her sudden stillness, I followed her eyes upward. There, coiled around the traffic light's bulb, was a monster. Long and slender, it looked like a snake at first glance, but it wasn't. It resembled a grotesquely elongated human finger. The creature, probably about 3 meters long, had a human head where the nail, or a snake's head, would be. Its face was frozen in an unnervingly wide grin as it opened its mouth. Good mornin'. It's, 6 o'clock in the mornin'. Its voice was a shrill, ear-piercing screech. The moment I heard it, Nina-chan grabbed my hand tightly. It's okay, I said softly, making sure she could hear, before unleashing a guiding thread. With a sharp snap, the thread sliced through the air, severing the monster's head. The head hit the ground, rolled, and was run over twice by a passing car before tumbling further. Mornin heals me up. Greetings are important. Even after that, it sprang up like a Daruma doll, shouting, "Good morning." Good morning? As it did, a new body sprouted from the severed head with a wriggling Naoki. Completely baffled, I glanced at the original body. The wound there had swollen like a water balloon, then burst with a pop, birthing a new head. 6 o'clock split in two, and now it's 9 in the morning. 9, 3 makes 27. What the heck is it talking about? The elongated fingers twisted together like braided bread, still shouting nonsense. Unable to make sense of it, I tied threads of guidance to them and resonated with the Reiku Doji's relic. Body enhancement. A BZZZT coursed through me as power surged into my limbs. With a swift motion, I yanked the monsters skyward. Early riser, so light on my feet, flying through the air. I was the one who sent them flying, but since they couldn't see the threads, maybe that's how it seemed to them. No point taking a monster's ramblings seriously. I wrapped their bodies in threads and chanted softly, "Flame cocoon." With a whoosh, the monsters turned to ash in an instant. Unlike Flame Bee, which excelled in piercing power and speed, Flame Cocoon enveloped its target in an inescapable fiery cocoon, burning them until nothing remained. Against slow-moving enemies, it was far more devastating. The incinerated fingers dissolved into black mist, fading away. As the morning sun pierced through the mist, the traffic light turned green. "Can we do the lesson during lunch break?" Nina-chan asked. "Sure, that's fine," I nodded, stepping onto the crosswalk. As the student, I'd go with whatever worked for the teacher. After banishing a monster first thing in the morning, we headed to school. The classroom already had a few classmates chatting in the corners or quietly reading. Well, really just Emma-chan reading. She often stayed late after school with her books, but she was an early bird too. I secretly hoped we could become friends, bonded by our long hours at school. I scanned the room, my eyes landing on the small blackboard at the back. Notices about the upcoming sports festival and class observation day were pinned up. In my past life as a college student or office worker, these would have been emails, but at elementary school, they were displayed for all to see. Kind of nice. Among the notices was the list of committee assignments. Spotting it, I let out a soft, "Oh. Sorry, Nina-chan, can we make it after school instead?" "What's up?" I forgot I have library committee duty at lunch. I pointed to the board, where library committee, Itsuki Kisaragi, was written. Our teacher's policy was that everyone had to take on a committee role at least once a year. I'd volunteered early to get it over with, and it was only for the first term. The duty was just once a week, but today was my day. "After school works, I'm free whenever," Nina-chan said. "Cool, thanks," I replied, turning my gaze forward. As I did, my eyes met Emma-chan's. She was staring right at me. I tilted my head, puzzled. She quickly looked away, burying herself back in her book as if nothing had happened. We only ever exchanged greetings after school, so asking why she was staring felt awkward. I let it go and headed to my seat. If something was up, we could talk after school. But the chance to talk with Emma-chan came sooner than expected. During lunch break, while I was helping with book returns at the library's checkout desk, she approached. "Itsuki-kun, are you free right now?" "Emma-chan," I said, surprised. She was a voracious reader but usually stayed in the classroom during lunch. Coming to the library was rare. "You're at the library today." "Yeah. I finished all the books my mom bought me," she said, her eyes peeking through her bangs as if gauging me. Her gaze shifted to the books she was holding. I wanted to borrow these today. Got it, I'll scan them. I grabbed the barcode scanner attached to the computer, checked out her 3 books, and confirmed the count before hitting enter to finalize the loan. Library committee work was simple enough for an elementary schooler. All done, Emma-chan, I said, looking up. As she took the books, she asked, "Do you read, Itsuki-kun?" "Not really," I admitted. Oh, her face fell slightly. "What's up?" I asked. "Well, I've always thought maybe we could be friends," she said softly. "Really?" I said, caught off guard. "Yeah, since you joined the library committee, I thought you might like books. Plus, you're always staying late after school." Her mention of friends made me look up. She gave a nervous smile before continuing. "But I guess I was wrong about you liking books." Sorry," I said, feeling a bit guilty. She was right. People probably assumed library committee members loved books. Truth was, I'd only volunteered because no one else did, and it seemed like an easy role. But admitting that would have made things even more awkward, so I stayed quiet as the silence grew. Then Emma-chan spoke up. "Still, I think I'd like to be friends with you, Itsuki-kun." "That's great to hear, but why?" "Because you don't make fun of me for reading." She clutched her books tightly, and my eyes drifted to the title of one. How the Pied Piper of Hamelin Took the Children Away. That's a hefty title, I thought, shifting my gaze back to her. "I wouldn't make fun of you. Being able to read like that is amazing," I said. "Thanks. You're kind, Itsuki-kun." "I'm not that kind." It wasn't really kindness. In my past life, I'd tried to build a reading habit but failed, wasting my free time on my phone. I genuinely respected people like her who could immerse themselves in books. Wanting to convey that, I added, "You read such complex books, Emma-chan. You seem really smart." "My head's not that great," she said. "Papa says I should read a lot." "Really?" My dad never said anything like that. Come to think of it, I didn't know many adults with reading habits in my past life either. As I pondered that, Emma-chan continued. "And I only read books I'm interested in." "Like that one?" I asked, glancing at the book she held. She nodded. "Yeah, do you know about the Pied Piper of Hamelin, Itsuki-kun?" "I've heard the name. It's a true story. In Germany, almost 100 kids were kidnapped. They still haven't been found." Her eyes sparkled from behind her bangs. "And in Peter Pan, the kids who get lost in Neverland, the Lost Boys, they're kids who went missing from our world. Don't you think those stories are connected, Itsuki-kun?" Her excitement was palpable as she leaned forward, talking faster. As I listened, I thought 100 missing kids would be a huge deal, but then I remembered a case from last year. Irina-san and I had worked on an incident in a town by the Sea of Japan where 120 people vanished in a month. It didn't make headlines because the monster used mind control magic to erase any sense of alarm. Knowing that precedent, I nodded. "Could be," I said. Then a question struck me. "Wait, isn't Peter Pan a London story?" "No, it's set in London. You know, in England." "Yeah, I know. Nina-chan's from there." Just then, the 5-minute warning bell for the end of lunch break rang. The chime snapped Emma-chan back to reality, and she stepped back. Sorry, I was talking too much." "No, it was fun," I reassured her. She groaned softly. As I shut down the computer, standard procedure after the bell, a 6th grader came back. He glanced at the darkened screen, grabbed the library keys, and said, "I'll return the keys, Itsuki. Head back to class." With that, Emma-chan and I stepped into the hallway. "Let's go back," I said. "Yeah." The bell had made the school lively again, with kids rushing back from the field. As we walked, Emma-chan asked, "By the way, are you good at sports, Itsuki-kun?" "I'm not bad," I said. "That's amazing, I'm terrible at them." My answer was vague, but it summed up how I felt. Thanks to Dad's training, I knew how to move my body, so elementary school sports were easy enough. But calling myself good felt like a stretch. "Are you running in the relay, Itsuki-kun?" "The sports festival one." "I haven't decided." Her sudden question caught me off guard, but I realized she meant the class relay for next month's sports festival. A race for 2nd and 3rd graders, a big event to cap the first half of the day. "If you do, I'll cheer for you," she said. "Thanks, but I haven't been picked yet. Don't we decide that in 5th period?" "Oh, right." She was spot on. 5th period was integrated studies, a flexible class often used for event prep. That's why she brought up the relay. I'd just forgotten the schedule, and the realization made me quietly embarrassed. "Good luck, Itsuki-kun," she said. "I said I haven't been picked yet," I laughed, amused by her enthusiasm. We finally reached the classroom. Since Emma-chan's seat was far from mine, we parted at the entrance, and I headed to my desk. The classroom was half empty, with some kids still out on the field. But the person next to me was already back. "You smell like the library," Nina-chan said. "That bad?" I asked, sniffing my clothes. She was still my seatmate in second grade. We'd started the year apart, but after a seating change, we ended up together again, probably because she told our teacher I was her only friend at school. Not sure if that's true, though. "What do you do at lunch?" I asked. "Practiced refinement. I need to get good enough to teach you," she said, her expression serious. I wanted to ask how far she'd gotten, but talking about magic or monsters in front of people who couldn't use it was a big no-no. Nina-chan was a bit lax about that rule, but Dad and Renji-san had drilled it into me, so I kept quiet. As I checked my clothes for any lingering library scent, our homeroom teacher, Kanda-sensei, walked in, followed by the kids who'd been playing outside. The bell for fifth period rang before they could settle. "All right, let's start integrated studies," Kanda-sensei said. Last year's teacher, Futaba-sensei, was now with another class, sadly. She dealt with a possession-type monster early on, though. "Today, we're picking the relay team for the sports festival. After that, we'll watch a video. I've got tests to grade, so I'd like to get that done," Kanda-sensei said. "If we don't pick the team, we won't get our tests back," asked Renkun, the class clown who always spoke his mind. "Then I'd lose sleep," Kanda-sensei replied. "You could nap during class, though." "Don't cut our class time, sensei," Renkun shot back. Unlike Futaba-sensei, Kanda-sensei was laid back, chatting casually with us and earning a lot of fans among the boys. He wrote boys and girls on the blackboard. The class relay needed 4 runners, 2 boys, 2 girls. I tried to recall how it worked in my past life but drew a blank. I'd never been a runner back then. "All right, who wants to do it? Raise your hands. If no one volunteers, we'll vote," Kanda-sensei said. "Yo, sensei, I'm in," Renkun said, shooting his hand up first. Kanda-sensei wrote Akazawa under boys. Cool name. "Anyone else? Girls?" he asked, still facing the board. I hesitated, unsure if I should volunteer. Then Renkun turned to me. "Itsuki, let's do it." Suddenly, every eye in the class was on me. The weight of their stares reminded me of the Shichigo-san ceremony, standing before the moonlit and introducing myself. But compared to that, these were just kids' gazes, cute, really. "Yeah, I'll do it," I said. "Let's dominate," Renkun grinned, tossing out another word I wasn't sure he fully understood. "No fighting with other classes, okay?" Kanda-sensei said, his response slightly off as he wrote Kisaragi on the board. "Anyone else want in? If not, we'll do rock, paper, scissors," he said, setting down the chalk and turning to us. No other boys raised their hands. They glanced at the names on the board, their expressions seeming to say, those guys'll do." Or maybe I was reading too much into it. "All right, what about the girls? Who's up?" Kanda-sensei asked. Unlike the boys, no girls volunteered. They exchanged glances and whispered to each other. Tough call. If no one steps up, we'll vote," he said. "How's voting work?" asked another lively boy, not Renkun this time. Kanda-sensei answered as if he'd prepared for this. "I'll pass out slips of paper, and you write the name of who you want to run. Could just check names off the roster, but then everyone copy the first person." He pulled out a stack of small, cut-up sheets of paper from the teacher's desk. "Last chance to volunteer, anyone?" he said, dragging out his words. The girls just kept exchanging looks, none moving. Then the girl next to me sighed and raised her hand. "I'll run," she said. "Nice, Nina. Thanks for stepping up," Kanda-sensei said, writing Nina on the board. Renkun and I got our last names, but Nina-chan got her first. Maybe because English names put the first name first? Whatever. "Wait, Nina-chan, you're running?" I asked, surprised. "Is that a problem?" she shot back. "No, I just thought you weren't into it." "Not really, but if no one else will, I figured I might as well. It's just running, right?" She wasn't wrong, and it's not like she was bad at physical stuff. Unlike me, she hadn't been trained in close combat by Arena-san, but she had good athletic ability. "All right, one more girl. Anyone else?" Kanda-sensei asked. "Sway, how about you?" "Sway's super slow," she replied. "It's not about speed," It's about bonds, he said, spouting something vague. Sui-chan, always at the center of the girls' group, brushed off his nomination with a casual dodge. Undeterred, Kanda-sensei pressed on, but Sui-chan wasn't done. "Sensei, what about Emma-chan?" "Emma, wanna give it a try?" he asked, turning to her. Emma-chan shook her head vigorously. No way. I'm too slow." "Sui thinks Emma-chan be great. She probably reads books on how to run faster," Sui-chan teased. "I've never read anything like that," Emma-chan mumbled, her voice shrinking. "What kind of jab was that?" "Brutal." As I reeled from the harshness, Kanda-sensei scanned the class with a carefree look. "Sounds good to me. Emma could run." But I'm really slow," she protested, her voice barely audible. "I think you'd do fine." "You're the only one left, after all," he said, tossing out another cryptic remark. "The only one left? What did that mean?" "Committee stuff." Confused, I tilted my head. But before I could figure it out, he continued, "All right, let's vote between Sui and Emma. Who wants Sui to run?" "Sui thinks Emma-chan's perfect for it," Sui-chan said. "Wait, that's how voting works?" I'd assumed Kanda-sensei's stack of scrap paper was for writing names, but I was dead wrong. A forced vote like that. Unbelievable. Worse, Sui-chan had deliberately announced her choice loud enough for the whole class to hear, and now no one was raising their hand. 0 votes. Today's elementary schoolers are terrifying. "All right, who thinks Emma should run?" Kanda-sensei asked. "Sensei," I said, raising my hand. The moment I did, every pair of eyes in the room locked onto me. Ignoring the weight of their stares, I continued, "Can we only choose between 2 people?" "Oh, Itsuki. Got someone else you want to run?" Kanda-sensei teased, his tone playful. "No, that's not it," I said. "I just thought we could pick from more people." "Haha, fair point." "You're right, it's not exactly fair," he said with a light laugh, easing the room's tension. He began passing out the scrap paper he'd been holding. "Write the name of who you want to run." "Just one name, got it." Once he'd handed out the blank sheets, he added, "All right, everyone, get writing. I'll give you about 5 minutes." The room filled with the soft scratch of pencils. I stared at the paper, wondering whose name to write. Truth was, I didn't know how fast any of the girls in our class were. Unlike middle school, elementary school PE classes were co-ed, so I'd seen them run, but I couldn't remember specifics. In my past life, I never cared much about how athletic or smart others were. Maybe that lack of interest was why I drifted through life without much urgency. My thoughts started veering off track, so to reset, I glanced out the window. The schoolyard stretched out below, with the gate at its edge. It was locked tight during class hours, but standing in front of it was a lone man. He was lanky, and from the classroom's higher vantage point, it was hard to gauge his height. Comparing him to the gate, though, he seemed fairly tall. His outfit was absurdly casual, just a short-sleeved shirt. The man stood there, looking troubled, tilting his head this way and that as if puzzling over how to get in. A monster. The distance made it impossible to tell if he was human or not. If someone without spiritual sense could look at the gate and confirm whether they saw a person, it'd help, but no one was out there on a weekday at this hour. I could extend a guiding thread to reach him, but if he was just a human trespasser, hitting him with magic could kill him. Even if he was suspicious, killing a person was out of the question. I could use a weaker spell like Dew Pierce, but attribute alteration. Water magic was visible to ordinary people, so that was a no-go. Wait, of course, fairy magic. We'd done it just yesterday. I could summon a pixie and use fairy guidance to check if he was a monster. Just as I prepared to cast the spell, Kanda-sensei spoke up. "All right, time to collect. Everyone done writing." His voice snapped my focus back to the classroom. "Flip your papers over and put them at the edge of your desk. I'll grab them." Crap, I hadn't written anything. I glanced at the clock. 5 minutes hadn't passed yet, but looking around, everyone else had set their pencils down, looking bored. I reached for mine, but Kanda-sensei was already collecting from my row. No time. Sighing, I glanced out at the schoolyard again. The man was walking away. It was a movement I'd never seen from a monster, and it struck me as odd. Normally, a monster that made it to a school would either sneak onto the grounds or lurk by the gate, waiting for kids to come out and become prey. That was their pattern. But this one was just leaving. Maybe it wasn't a monster, maybe just a suspicious person. With that thought, I slid my blank paper to the edge of my desk. Kanda-sensei picked it up without comment, collecting the rest in a smooth routine. All done, he said. I'll count these now. In the meantime, let's watch a video. He pulled out an electronic whiteboard sheet and spread it over the blackboard. Then he flicked on the projector hanging from the ceiling. The march of technology was wild. In my past life as an elementary schooler, projectors were rare, and computers were confined to a dedicated computer lab with ancient machines. Now, every classroom had a projector that could beam images onto the whiteboard sheet, letting teachers run lessons from tablets or laptops. I glanced back at the gate. Nothing there. It was as if I'd imagined the whole thing. As I stared out the window, I felt a faint warmth of magic. Snapping my gaze back, I saw a fairy on my desk, holding my pencil. It had a featureless face, no eyes, nose, or mouth, and a slightly plump body, small enough to fit in my palm but surprisingly strong. Its name was Leprechaun. I glanced at Nina-chan. She tapped her desk lightly, tap, tap, the sound blending with the video's audio. I hadn't expected her to use magic in a classroom full of classmates, but thankfully, our seats were at the back. Everyone was focused on the video, and Kanda-sensei was tallying votes in the corner. No one noticed. Relieved, I looked at my desk. Scrawled in clumsy letters was, "Something outside." Reading it, I let out a small breath. She'd noticed me staring out the window and got curious. To reply, I extended a guiding thread, picked up the pencil she'd left on her desk, and wrote on her open notebook. Weird guy was there. Monster. Her leprechaun wrote back on my desk. Fairies were great for acting independently, but not so much for secret classroom chats, I thought wryly, moving the thread again. Couldn't tell. Too far. Then let's look after school. I blinked at her response. Will we find it? I've got pixies. Could be human. She let out a small huff. Where was the weird guy? At the gate. Then the pixies will track his magic. With that, she clapped her hands softly, the sound masked by the video. Nearly 10 pixies materialized, slipping through the window toward the gate. They circled it 3 times, then floated up and scattered into the town. Was that how they tracked magic? Puzzled, I watched as her leprechaun wrote again, "We'll deal with it after school." I nodded deeply. I'd ask Nina-chan for details later, but for now, I'd wait for the pixies to return. Refinement practice kept getting pushed back, didn't it? I wrote thanks to Nina-chan and turned to the video. It showed a crab. Why a crab? Apparently it was a king crab, technically a hermit crab relative, not a true crab. A science video, maybe? Next, it compared sharks and dolphins, explaining how unrelated creatures could evolve similar shapes, simplified for kids. The term for it was convergent evolution. The video mentioned it briefly before returning to animals. Probably a choice to show kids real examples first, rather than bog them down with jargon. The video was surprisingly engaging, and I got sucked in until it ended abruptly. As the audio cut off, Kanda-sensei stood. Tally's done. Everyone voted, so no grudges, all right. Who's running? A second grader, impatient as ever, piped up. For the second girl, Kanda-sensei paused for effect, then gave up. It's Emma. Emma-chan's shocked cry was the loudest in the room, but I was probably the second most surprised. I hadn't expected her to actually get picked. Sure, Sui-chan had targeted her, but Emma-chan was so bad at running, I never thought it'd happen. There were some blank votes, but everyone else wrote Emma, Kanda-sensei said. What's a blank vote? Someone asked. A paper with no name. As he explained, I glanced at Emma-chan. She was staring at the floor, her expression hidden. Let's give a round of applause for our 4 runners, Kanda-sensei called. The class erupted in claps. Unsure if clapping was right, I waited for the sound to die down. 5th period, and the end-of-day meeting wrapped up. Right after, Emma-chan rushed to my desk, her face slightly pale, her voice trembling. Itsuki-kun, what do I do? I'm running. Given how she'd been chosen, I wasn't sure what to say. Before I could respond, Ren-kun popped up behind her. Emma, don't worry, me and Itsuki got this, he said. Our Ren-kun, she stammered. We'll blaze through it, so it's no big deal. You're like the perfect handicap. Handicap? Ren-kun casually called her a handicap. I knew he meant no harm, but couldn't he have phrased it better? Still, he was trying to cheer her up in his own way, so pointing it out felt wrong. Emma-chan seemed to pick up on his encouragement, but stayed silent, perhaps feeling it was pointless to argue. Breaking the quiet, Ren-kun turned to me with a grin. Itsuki, let's hang out. Sorry, I've got stuff at home today, I said. Training? All right, tomorrow then. Knowing I never budged when it came to home stuff, Renkun spun around and ran off to the field with his other friends. So much energy. As I watched him go, Emma-chan spoke hesitantly. Sorry, Itsuki-kun, you've got things to do, right? Yeah, see you tomorrow, Emma-chan. Apologizing as she stepped back, I grabbed my backpack and stood. I wanted to encourage her, but tracking that mysterious figure from earlier took priority. I said goodbye and left the classroom. Nina-chan followed silently, and we headed to the shoe lockers. On the way, I asked, "Did you write Emma-chan's name?" "Nope, I didn't write anyone's," she said. "Oh, really? I barely know our classmates' names." Was that okay? I wasn't exactly Mr. Popular, but I figured knowing your classmates' names was a good idea. For what exactly, I couldn't say, but still. Emma-chan's overthinking it, Nina-chan added. It's just running. True. You're running too, and so am I. She should just leave it to us. She had a point, but I couldn't help thinking that actually running in the relay wasn't as simple as leaving it to others. It wasn't like watching from the sidelines. Also, Itsuki, when did you get so chummy with Emma? She asked. During lunch, she came to the library. What's that about? Nothing. Her cryptic tone was unusual, but since she brushed it off, I let it drop. We changed out of our indoor shoes and stepped outside. To shift gears, I put on a serious face and asked, "Did you find that thing from earlier?" "Of course," she said, pointing straight up. High above, a pixie circled like a hawk, glinting in the sunlight. "It'll lead us." As if on cue, the fairy swooped down, guiding us forward. It was fairy guidance, just like yesterday. The pixie darted past the school gate, heading toward a busy road. We jogged to keep up, and a stray thought slipped out. They say monster numbers are rising, but why don't they show up at school? What brought that up? Nina-chan asked. Back in first grade, there were tons of monsters at school, but now, nothing. She tilted her head, managing to do so gracefully while running. She was referring to when we first became friends. Back then, to get me used to monsters, we'd scoured the school for them. We'd spot one about once a week, usually first or second rank, nothing major. My dad always said schools were prime feeding grounds for monsters since kids gathered there. Yet for the past 6 months, I hadn't seen a single one at school. If monsters were increasing everywhere, shouldn't they be showing up here too? That's what I'd asked, but Nina-chan didn't seem fazed. Not weird at all, she said. Why not? Because you're here. Her answer made me tilt my head this time. Dad and Renji-san had always said my 7th rank magic drew monsters to me, like a magnet for demons. Low intelligence monsters target kids because they're easy prey, she explained. But they won't come to a place where they'll get taken out. That made sense, but it implied monsters were avoiding me. If that were true, I wouldn't run into them while walking around town, yet I did, regularly. Her logic didn't quite add up. The question lingered unresolved as we ran, then I spotted him. In a quiet residential area, on a narrow street barely wide enough for a car, stood a man. Runners wanted. Looking for people who can run? He looked like a middle-aged guy in a casual shirt, at first glance. He was bowing to a vending machine, repeating the same phrase over and over. Above him hovered a cluster of pixies. Found him, it's the same guy. The realization hit, along with the certainty that he wasn't human. This close, it was obvious. I can offer payment. I can accept payment too. As I wove a guiding thread, preparing to strike the monster bowing to the vending machine, he turned to us. Sports festivals on, 1 to 4 p.m. rain or shine. Cloudy? No go. His voice was distorted, like a broken radio. Slowly, he extended a hand toward us. Looking for runners. Wanna run with me? Not running, I said. I unleashed Wind Blade, slicing the monster in half. With a whoosh, the air split, and his body fell in two. Without a word, the monster dissolved into black mist, fading away. I watched the black mist dissolve completely before glancing at Nina-chan. She was looking at me too, our eyes meeting. She was the first to break the silence. That was a weird monster, she said. Yeah, first time I've seen one bowing to a vending machine, I replied. It mentioned a sports festival. Could it be tied to ours? Tilting her head, Nina-chan posed the question. I shrugged, hedging my response. Dunno, probably not. Monsters usually just spout nonsense. True, she agreed. There's a loose correlation between a monster's rank and its intelligence. By the third rank, some can hold a decent conversation, so if one of those mentioned a school event, I'd be on guard. But a first-rank monster like this one, it's probably just parroting something it overheard. They don't think so much as mimic human voices to lure prey. The pixies gathered here, so it must be the monster you saw, Nina-chan said. They followed its magic trail right to this spot. The pixies fluttered back to her like little birds. Watching them, I asked something that had been bugging me since class. Hey Nina-chan, what's with this tracking magic thing? What do you mean? Everyone's magic is slightly unique, so if there's a trace of it, pixies can follow it. Like police dogs. Oh, that's it, I said. The explanation was simpler than I'd expected, making my response sound flat. I was quietly impressed by the pixie's skill when Nina-chan held one out on her palm. By the way, you can see other people's fairies, right, Itsuki? Yup, I can. The pixie puffed out its chest, as if craving praise. I gently patted its head, and it spun happily, like a small animal. Cute. Fairies, like threads of guidance, are typically visible only to their summoner, but the effects they cause can be seen without true eye, just like kaijutsu. But you can't hear them, right? Nina-chan said. They talk. Of course, how else would I know what they're saying? She said it like it was obvious, but it got me thinking. When she was still practicing fairy magic basics, she'd chatted with a purple mist-like thing. And the Reiku Doji I summoned talked too. Maybe fairies are just chatty by nature. My pixies never say a word, though. Good thing we found the monster, Nina-chan said, smiling. Yeah, one less thing to worry about, I nodded back. As the pixies dissolved into a magical mist, I added, let's head home, Nina-chan. Sure. She paused briefly before nodding, then turned away, looking a bit shy. It's kind of weird, going back to the same house. The residential area where we'd fought the monster was a fair distance from home, about a 30-minute walk. We made the trek and finally arrived. Unlocking the door, we stepped into a pitch-dark house. I'm home, I called. Excuse me, Nina-chan said, hesitating as she entered, still not used to our place. Normally, Mom would greet us with a cheerful welcome back. But the house was silent, only a quiet stillness answering us. Where's your mom, Itsuki? Nina-chan asked. Probably shopping, I said. A glance at the shoe rack showed Mom's and Hina's shoes were gone. The lights were off, so they were likely out. Probably picking up stuff for dinner, a common occurrence. We washed our hands, gargled, and headed to the living room to drop off our backpacks. I set mine by the low table and took a breather. Nina-chan placed her pink backpack next to mine, her gaze drifting curiously out the window. What's up? I asked. I've been wondering, what's that white building out there? That's the storehouse. Storehouse? It's like a warehouse. She was pointing at the storehouse, at the edge of our garden. In old Japanese homes, storehouses were used for storage, and our family, with its long line of exorcists, still had one. It even survived the Reiku Doji's attack, so it's been there since before I was born. A 2-story warehouse, Nina-chan asked. What's inside? Dunno, I've never been in. Really? You live here and haven't gone inside? It's locked, and Dad won't let me in. He always said it was dangerous, but never explained why. I had no clue what was in there. Realizing further questions were pointless, Nina-chan's gaze slid to the building next to it. And that one. That's the training hall. Training hall? I realized I hadn't given her a proper tour of the house yet. It's a place for practicing magic. Wanna check it out? Is that okay? Yeah, it's not locked. I took her hand and led her to the training hall. This was the very place where, at 3 years old, I'd shown Dad my shijutsu. It's also where Aya-chan and I practiced magic together. We crossed the outdoor corridor and opened the hall's door. Inside, it looked like a small gymnasium, with polished wooden floors and windows near the ground and ceiling. The ceiling windows were too high to reach normally, but with threads of guidance, height wasn't an issue. Nina-chan let out a soft gasp. This is amazing, you've got a place like this. We don't use it much, mostly when it's raining. That's such a waste. Outside's better for a lot of stuff. She had a point, but the stronger your magic, the safer it was to practice outdoors. Still, it's quiet here, so it's great for focusing, I said, turning to her. Like for practicing refinement. Finally, I can teach you, she said, sounding like she'd been waiting forever. She walked to the center of the hall. I followed and she spun around to face me. Where to start? Okay, Itsuki, can you do condensation? Yup, I nodded. Focusing on the magic pooled in my danchin, I let it flow slightly. The lighter magic spread through my body, leaving the heavier magic behind in my core. That was my usual condensation. Drawing the heavy, high phase, in Nina-chan's terms, magic to my hand, I held it out. How's this? Looks good, she said, touching my hand and nodding. Now, you make that heavy magic even heavier. How? I tilted my head, not quite getting it. It reminded me of when she first taught me fairy magic, my mind swimming with question marks. You transform the magic, she said. Remember when I told you about alchemy? Yeah, refining magic over and over, right? To create ultra-pure magic that could make anything. It was a talk from a year ago, so my memory was fuzzy, but Nina-chan nodded enthusiastically. Exactly, but just refining magic has limits. You need to transform it next. You know, like the yellow in alchemy. I didn't know, actually. I only knew alchemy from games and manga, and her mention of yellow was news to me. Transforming magic, maybe like trait shift. Here's how, she continued. Split the heavy magic in your danchin into 2 parts. Okay. Following her lead, I focused on the magic in my danchin, applying pressure to divide it into 2 clumps. Then, bring those 2 parts closer together. They'll start vibrating, like a buzzing sensation. Buzzing, the magic. That's what they say. I can't split my magic like that, so I haven't done it well. She shrugged, but her words caught my attention. That buzzing sounded familiar. Wait, isn't that magic resonance? I asked. Resonance, what's that? She turned the question back on me. Of course, resonance was a niche technique, rare even in Japan. No way she'd know it from England. But I knew it. That vibrating sensation was exactly what I'd practiced with Shiryuki-sensei during last summer's break. Why would it happen in refinement too? No, wait. Maybe fairy magic and resonance were similar techniques. To use tuning, the first step of resonance, I'd used condensation to balance my magic's density. I thought my varied magic practice helped me pick it up, but what if that wasn't it? What if both resonance and fairy magic were born from the same goal, harnessing heavy magic for exorcism? It clicked. Maybe this was magic's own convergent evolution. Like unrelated creatures evolving similar forms, different techniques could arrive at the same result. Exhaling softly, I focused on my danchin, splitting the magic and letting it resonate. Last summer, I'd trained resonance hoping it'd help save Aya-chan. That familiar buzzing surged from my core. Feeling it, I slowly opened my eyes. Hey, Nina-chan. What? With refinement, I think I might have done it. Really? She asked, half skeptical. To show her, I brought the vibrating magic to my hand and took hers. Feel this, is it right? Maybe it is, she said, focusing on my hand. It felt like a year ago when she taught me fairy magic, but with our roles reversed. Nostalgic. After a moment, she murmured, Itsuki, can you summon a shadow with that magic? Let's try. I pictured Irina-san's shadow dispatch. Channeling the heavy magic through my body to the ground, my shadow stretched unnaturally long, far beyond what a sunset could cause. It reached the training hall's wall, then began to fade and vanished. You okay, Itsuki? Nina-chan asked. I messed up, let me try again. The failure was likely because I'd poured the magic in too quickly, creating uneven flow that couldn't sustain the shadow. The shadow near my feet stayed dark after all. Learning from that, I tried shadow dispatch again, flowing the magic slowly. My shadow extended steadily, too slow for real exorcism, but that was a problem for later. From the stretched shadow, countless arms suddenly erupted, thrashing as if desperate to drag something into the darkness. I did it, I muttered, turning to Nina-chan. Wow, she said, eyes wide, nodding in awe at the writhing arms. With her approval, I figured I'd nailed refinement. Or had I? Refinement raised magic's phase. If condensation produced second phase magic, then refinement made it third phase, right? It was confusing. I double-checked the math later. For now, I stared at the floor, where the arms from my shadow still reached out, grasping at nothing. This spell looked intense. To an exorcist unfamiliar with fairy magic, it could pass for a monster. As I worried needlessly, Nina-chan, who'd been watching silently, spoke up. You're really a genius, Itsuki. No way, I said, caught off guard by the word genius. It took me a second to respond, but I had to set her straight. It's not like that. Why not? I just knew a similar technique. I explained everything. Last summer's training camp, learning resonance, how its method resembled fairy magic, and how that helped me pick up refinement quickly. When I finished, Nina-chan's expression was unreadable. I see. Yeah, I practiced it a year ago. If you learn resonance, you'll get it in no time. She'd been listening quietly, seated, but now sighed. You know everything, Itsuki. Makes my lunchtime refinement practice feel pointless. No, it's not like that, I said, taking both her hands. I couldn't have done it without you teaching me. Maybe, but I can't do it, she said, her voice faltering. If you practice resonance first, you'll get it. It's just about doing it inside your body instead of outside. How do you do resonance? Hold out your hands, Nina-chan. Since she couldn't use threads of guidance, she'd need a different approach. I took her hands, and we practiced resonance until Mom called us. During a break, Nina-chan mentioned something intriguing. About that shadow earlier. Yeah, you can supposedly use magic inside the shadow. How? I don't know exactly. Mama mentioned it, but it's not normal, it's all reversed in there. Reversed. The shadow's like a magic mirror, she said, quoting an old magic book Arena-san had referenced. To demonstrate, she raised her right hand, pointing at her shadow, which mirrored it with its left. See? The shadow raises its left hand. It did look like a mirror image. So, everything's reversed in there, she continued. Normal magic won't work. Reversed how? Just movements. Everything, magic's nature, how you use it, all of it. Like fire becomes ice. Maybe. She tilted her head, as unsure as I was. She'd never tried it herself. That got me thinking, what would happen if I used Aburazuki in a shadow? Hey, Nina-chan, if you master shadow, there's something I'd love to try. Is that okay? Sure, she nodded, then shrugged. But first, I need to learn resonance. Right, I said, and we dove back into practice. That day passed without incident. We did homework, ate dinner, bathed, and went to bed, the usual routine, except Nina-chan was there for homework and dinner. In my past life, I'd never had sleepovers, but in this one, I'd had a few with Aya-chan. We'd chat or play games until bedtime. Nina-chan, though, wouldn't show me her pajamas, so the night was quiet. I went to sleep. No dreams that night. The next morning, we left for school at the same early hour. As we walked, Nina-chan glanced around curiously and asked, "Are there no other elementary kids around here?" There are, but we leave early, so we don't see them. She'd noticed the streets were filled with salarymen and middle or high schoolers, but no kids with backpacks. That made sense, I always left an hour earlier than most. Don't you ever want to walk with other kids? She asked, concerned. Nah, it's mostly older kids around here, I said, reassuring her. Nina-chan could come off as confident, even arrogant, but she was actually super considerate. I didn't want to worry her. It's fine, really. If you say so, she said, her expression half convinced. Oh, how's resonance going? I asked. Not at all. I dreamed about apples last night. She was following Yuki-sensei's method, using model and real apples to grasp resonance through trait shift. Maybe my apples are the problem, I said. Could be. Then let's try another way today. I stopped mid-sentence. Ahead, at the intersection on our path, something caught my eye. It was a perfectly ordinary intersection where two-lane roads met, the kind you'd find anywhere. Yet, an unshakable sense of unease clung to the air. What's wrong, Itsuki? Nina-chan asked, her voice tinged with concern. Nina-chan, look at that. I pointed straight ahead, my gaze locked on a middle-aged man in a plain shirt. He had a nondescript face, the kind you'd forget in a crowd. But his expression, or lack thereof, was chilling, as if his facial muscles had been severed. He stared at us, unblinking, his eyes hollow yet piercing. That face. It was identical to the one I'd seen on the monster I exorcised yesterday. Nina-chan gasped, her grip tightening on my hand. We were surrounded by people, pedestrians crossing the street, cars humming along. We had to take care of this discreetly. The crosswalk signal turned green, but the monster didn't move. It stood rooted to the spot, gave a polite bow, and opened its mouth. Person, gathering, people who can run, for a sports festival. Its voice was low, almost a mumble, yet it cut through the noise of the bustling intersection. The chatter of passers-by and the rumble of engines should have drowned it out, but the monster's voice reached my ears with eerie clarity. Of course, no one else noticed. Monsters were invisible and inaudible to anyone without spiritual sense. Itsuki, Nina-chan whispered, her voice trembling. Leave it to me, I said firmly. I extended my guiding thread toward the monster. If you can't run, there's always the ball toss, it added. With a swift motion, I sliced through its neck. The head fell with a dull thud. Not a single person reacted, proof that no one else here had spiritual sense. Breathing a small sigh of relief, I watched as the severed head rolled, blinked once, and dissolved into black mist. As the mist faded, Nina-chan and I crossed the intersection. We walked in silence until the crosswalk was far behind us. Only then did Nina-chan speak. Itsuki, that monster just now. Yeah. It was the same as the one I exorcised yesterday. I'd hoped it was a mistake, but every detail, its face, its build, its mannerisms, was identical. That was the same monster I'd taken down in front of the school. It didn't die, Nina-chan asked, her voice barely above a whisper. No way, I said, shaking my head. That's impossible. The black mist was a monster's disappearance reaction. Once it turned to mist, no monster could come back, not even one with multiple lives. Then why? It might be a different monster with the same appearance. Is that even possible? I don't know. I shook my head again, my voice low. But monsters are always so incomprehensible. Nina-chan's eyes flickered with hesitation. True, but we'd faced plenty of monsters before. But the ones we could actually understand were few and far between. Still, drawing on my experience fighting them, I tried to make sense of this. Maybe this monster was a splitting type, like the finger monster I exorcised yesterday morning, or the one we encountered in the sea of trees during summer camp. That would explain why multiple identical ones could exist. But every splitting type monster I'd faced had been fully exorcised once it turned to black mist. As I puzzled over this new type of monster, Nina-chan's anxious voice broke through. Mama said monsters are increasing. Could this be what she meant? You mean a bunch of those things running around? I asked. Yeah, she nodded faintly. I tilted my head inwardly. That monster was likely a first rank, weak enough that any ordinary exorcist could handle it without breaking a sweat. Yet both my dad and Arena-san were so swamped with work they hadn't been home in days. It didn't add up that high-ranking exorcists like them would be called out for something that low-level. Unless those monsters had multiplied so much they'd become unmanageable. Maybe that's why Dad and Arena-san were summoned. Still, with no concrete information, speculating wouldn't get us anywhere. Let's ask Arena-san when she gets back, I suggested. With that, we headed toward school. That day, our classmates were unusually late. Normally, by 7:30 am, most of them would be in the classroom, but today, even by 8 o'clock, the room wasn't full. Is school canceled today? Nina-chan asked, frowning. She rarely spoke up in class, so her question caught me off guard. No, it's not that, I replied, shaking my head and scanning the room. Only about 80% of the class was here. Sure, a typhoon or heavy snow might explain it, but today was clear and sunny, a perfect early summer day. There was no reason for so many to be late. As I mulled it over, a boy burst into the classroom with a shout. Whoa, that was close. Safe. It was Renkun, bounding in with his usual energy. He glanced around, confused. Not everyone's here yet. He muttered to himself and headed to his seat. I stood and walked over to him. Morning, Renkun. You're late today. Hey Itsuki, yeah, some weird guy showed up, he said, grinning. A weird guy? I echoed. He nodded deeply. Yeah, but I ignored him. The teacher said not to talk to strangers, right? What was he like? Just some normal dude. Said something about joining a sports festival and running, like I'd go to some other school's event. Renkun said with a laugh, his practical nature shining through. Another boy stood up, chiming in. Oh, I got talked to by a guy like that too. A dude in a shirt, right? Yeah, maybe it was the same guy, Renkun said, and they both burst out laughing. A chill ran down my spine, sweat beading on my back. A normal-looking guy in a shirt, talking to people. I'd already encountered 2 humanoid monsters that fit that description. Hey, Renkun, where'd he talk to you? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. In front of the convenience store. Why? Something up Itsuki? Nah, just curious. Thanks, I said, forcing a smile as I returned to my seat. My mind raced. Renkun and I take different routes to school, so it's unlikely we'd run into the same monster. Plus, the one we saw today was invisible to anyone without spiritual sense. There's no way Renkun could have seen it, no way he could have. Nina-chan, I whispered, turning to her. I know, she said, already summoning several pixies to her side. You want me to search, right? Yeah, please. I'll try, she said, clapping her hands so softly it was barely audible. Following her lead, I summoned my own pixies. Our tiny fairies took flight, scattering from the classroom in a flurry of wings. If nothing was wrong, great. If I was overthinking, even better. Feeling my breaths grow shallow, I forced myself to take a few deep ones. But what if I wasn't wrong? What if multiple monsters like the one from yesterday were targeting kids on their way to school? I couldn't shake that possibility, and my heart pounded faster. I wanted to believe it was just my imagination. Watching the pixies spread across the sky and vanish, I clung to that hope. I asked them to search for today's monster, Nina-chan said. Thanks, Nina-chan. Don't mention it. I'm worried too, she said, a faint blush on her cheeks. Based on yesterday's search, scouring the whole town would take about an hour. The pixies wouldn't be back anytime soon. Trying to calm my racing heart, I waited. Just then, the teacher entered the classroom. All right, everyone, the bell's about to ring, Kanda-sensei called out. The room filled with the sound of chairs scraping as everyone hurried to their seats. The morning bell chimed, and Kanda-sensei stood at the podium with the attendance book. But just as he was about to start roll call, he tilted his head, puzzled. We've got a lot of absences today. He hadn't been notified of any, apparently. Were they all just delayed because of that monster? Most kids were 10 or 20 minutes late today. Maybe the ones who usually cut it close were just running later than usual. Okay, let's take attendance. Akazawa. Here, Renkun called from the back. I glanced at the empty seats. 5 classmates were missing. No obvious connection between them. Nakazora Emma, not here. Emma-chan was one of the 5. She was always early, never late, not once. Roll call ended with no one else showing up. Kanda-sensei moved on to morning announcements, but my pulse quickened. Something hot, or maybe cold, ran down my spine. Those 5 empty seats stared back at me. When the morning bell signaled the end of homeroom, Kanda-sensei closed the attendance book and left. But before he could exit, another teacher, our neighboring class's homeroom teacher, peeked in. Kanda-sensei, got a minute? Sure thing, he replied, and they stepped into the hallway. I glanced at Nina-chan. I'm gonna check the other classes. I'll let you know when the pixies are back, she said. I stood and quickly circled the other classrooms during the 5-minute break between homeroom and first period. Few kids were up and about, most were at their desks, preparing for class. But every classroom had a few empty seats, and none of the teachers were around. I returned to my seat, exhaling slowly. How was it, Itsuki? Nina-chan asked. There were absences in the other classes too. Kidnapped? She asked, her face grim. I don't know, I couldn't deny it, but I didn't have enough to confirm it either. All I could do was hope they were safe. A glance at the clock showed less than a minute until first period. Kanda-sensei still wasn't back. The bell rang, and the absence of our teacher only deepened the unease. Something was wrong. My mind spiraled into thoughts I'd never entertain on a normal day. Were the teachers gone because they couldn't contact the absent students? Was the same thing happening in every class? If the missing kids were because of that monster, something massive was happening. A shiver ran through me. Just then, Kanda-sensei strolled back in, his face casual as ever. Sorry, had a quick teacher meeting, he said. What happened? Renkun asked from the front row. Kanda-sensei waved it off. Nothing you kids need to worry about. Come on, tell us, Renkun pressed. Open your textbooks. Class is starting, Kanda-sensei said, cutting the conversation short as he flipped open his own book. I followed suit, pulling out my textbook and notebook. It was all I could do for now. As Kanda-sensei began writing on the board, I glanced at the schoolyard, hoping someone might show up at the school gate. No one did. I took another deep breath. Maybe I was overthinking it. Maybe the kids who were late had run into the monster but made it to school, and the absent ones were just sick or something. 5 kids missing in one day, and others absent in other classes. It could be a coincidence. But that felt like a stretch. What the hell was going on? I clenched my teeth, trying to focus, when a glint caught my eye outside the window. Squinting, I saw them, our pixies, zooming back toward us. They slipped through the window and darted to Nina-chan's desk, whispering in her ear as if sharing a secret. Her eyes widened, and she whipped her head toward me. If Kanda-sensei hadn't been facing the board, she'd have been called out for that. Before I could ask what was wrong, the pixies grabbed my pencil and started scribbling on my notebook. Found the monster. I reached out with my guiding thread to write a response, but they kept going. There are lots, too many to count. I tore my eyes from the notebook to meet Nina-chan's gaze. Now I understood her reaction. Anyone would freak out hearing this. The people who didn't come to school? Searching now. The pixies spun in place, a signal they were still looking, maybe. Not all of Nina-chan's pixies had returned. The rest were probably out searching for our missing classmates. But they hadn't found them yet. I closed my eyes briefly, clenching my fists. What do we do, Itsuki? I opened my eyes. The notebook had a single line waiting for my answer. The decision was obvious. Let's go save them. At this point, I didn't care about appearances. Sensei, I'm feeling sick. I'm going to the infirmary, I said, standing. Oh, okay, Kanda-sensei replied, startled. I might not make it alone, so I'll take Nina-chan with me. Got it. If you need to go home early, tell the nurse. Ignoring the curious stares from our classmates, Nina-chan and I left the room. The moment we were out of sight, we broke into a run. At the entrance, we swapped our shoes and slipped out through the back gate we'd used before. As expected, it was deserted at this hour, letting us leave without running into anyone. What's the plan, Itsuki? Nina-chan asked. We're heading where the monsters are gathering. Why? It might be their nest. I'd heard from Dad that weaker monsters sometimes band together to avoid stronger ones or exorcists. They'd form a nest and feed. If that was the case, the best move was to head straight for their gathering spot. Got it. I'll have the pixies guide us, Nina-chan said. Thanks, Nina-chan. I nodded and extended my guiding thread to both her legs and mine. I'm gonna use a speed boosting spell, so watch out. For what? Balance. With that, I sent golden threads of guiding thread toward her. Young Thunder. It was a body enhancement spell cast on someone else. A sharp crack rang out as Nina-chan kicked off the ground, her eyes widening. Oh, I get it. Casting body enhancement too strongly could throw off balance and cause a fall, so I'd kept it light. But Nina-chan adapted after just a few steps, her athleticism making me a little jealous. You good? I asked. Obviously, she shot back confidently. I poured more magic into the spell. Our bodies surged forward, the wind whipping our hair back. The pixies, seeing our speed, accelerated too. We tore through a quiet residential area, a route we'd never take normally, when 3 men appeared directly ahead. Fast feet. Found you, wanna run with us? We can pay, we'll give you toes. All 3 had the same face, same build, same clothes, like they'd been stamped from a mold. The monsters spouted nonsense as they charged toward us. Keeping the young Thunder threads on Nina-chan with my right hand, I wove more threads with my left and unleashed them. Infused with attribute alteration. Wind, the accelerated blades collided with the monsters' faces, slicing off everything above their noses. The 3 crumpled, their severed heads hitting the ground like a botched Daruma Atoshi game. As they turned to black mist, we barreled straight through. Itsuki, Nina-chan shouted as I slowed to prepare for the main road. I found them. They're not where the monsters are gathered, they're somewhere else. Then let's go there, we have to hurry. Knew you'd say that, she said with a nod, glancing at the pixies. The fairies spun in the air, changing direction. We exchanged a quick look and chased after them. 5 minutes later, we arrived at a small factory. Here? I asked. Yeah, they're inside, Nina-chan confirmed with a small nod. We'd only run for about 5 minutes, but with body enhancement, we'd covered a lot of ground, far enough to be in another school's district. The factory was, in a word, dilapidated. The sign's paint had peeled off, making it unreadable. The walls were faded from sun exposure, and some windows were cracked or shattered. It was clearly abandoned, which made me skeptical. Are you sure they're here? The pixies say so, Nina-chan replied, her expression as uncertain as mine. No sounds came from inside, no signs of life at all, but we couldn't stand around forever. I extended my guiding thread to open the door, but at the exact same moment, it swung open from the inside. There it was, the same monster, that infuriatingly familiar face and build. It stepped out, bowed neatly, and said, "We're holding a sports festival." I conjured a massive rock above its head. Still bowing, the monster was crushed with a sickening squelch, dissolving into black mist beneath the boulder. In that moment, I was certain. They were here, our classmates were inside. Let's send the pixies in first. That way we'll know it's safe, Nina-chan said, her voice steady despite the tension. Yeah, please, I replied with a nod. As I spoke, a pixie zipped past my face, darting through the door. I followed its lead, stepping cautiously after it. Inside, a staircase descended into darkness. Confirming the pixie was unharmed, I crept down the steps, trying not to make a sound. Halfway down, a noise echoed up from below, a rhythmic clanging, like some massive machine pounding away. Clank, clank, it sounded like a giant press crushing something. What was that noise? I reached the bottom and slipped through an open door. What awaited us was beyond imagination, a sprawling underground production line, lined with countless enormous machines. A factory? I muttered, stunned. The building above was barely the size of a house, yet this underground expanse stretched out like the gymnasium at school. It was unnaturally vast, and even more unsettling, sunlight streamed in through non-existent windows, bathing the factory in an eerie glow. The loudest sound came from a massive press machine. With each clank, it flattened some kind of material. What emerged was a human-shaped lump of sand. The sand figure rolled along a conveyor belt into an oven-like machine, hissing with steam. When it re-emerged, it wasn't sand anymore, it was a middle-aged man. That face, the same one we'd seen over and over. The monster. The newly formed figure was carried to the final station. A machine resembling a downward-facing flower bud. The moment it arrived, the bud sprayed a blood-red liquid, drenching the figure. It shuddered, then stepped off the conveyor belt, joining a row of identical humanoid monsters, about 30 of them, standing motionless with blank expressions. They're making monsters? Nina-chan's voice cracked, teetering on the edge of a scream. I couldn't speak. The scene before us was unlike anything we'd encountered. This wasn't how monsters were born, not through any natural means. The sheer unnaturalness of life emerging from this mechanical nightmare left me speechless. Before the horror could swallow me whole, I scanned for signs of human captives. It wasn't hard to find them. They were right there in the most obvious spot. Found them, I said. The captives were suspended above the flowerbud machine, spewing red liquid. Bound by their wrists, they dangled limply, either asleep or unconscious. One by one, they were fed into the machine, only to be spat out as lifeless humanoid monsters coated in that crimson ooze. I didn't want to imagine what was happening inside, but my mind betrayed me, piecing it together anyway. Flambe. To stop any more sacrifices, I used my guiding thread to lift the bound captives to safety, then unleashed a spell at the bud machine. The fiery projectile struck with a deafening roar, and the machine exploded from within. The conveyor belt warped, and the humanoid figures emerging from the ovens scattered across the floor in a mangled heap. The press machine, robbed of its target, pounded uselessly at the air. Nina-chan grabbed my arm. Itsuki, over there. She pointed to the floor, where, amidst sacks of sand-like material and strange equipment, unconscious children lay sprawled. And among them, Emma-chan, I whispered. There she was, one of the classmates who hadn't shown up at school. I stepped forward, ready to rush to her when a voice boomed from above. Another day of hard work, huh? Oh, wait, what's this? The machine I'd just destroyed, standing atop its wreckage was a man in a suit or something like one. His face was featureless, a smooth, blank slate, a no face, but I recognized him. This was the salesman monster that appeared last year at the cafe with Nina-chan and Arena-san. It wasn't just that encounter, though. I'd seen him in the Snow Princess's memories too. Huh, the machine's broken. Oh no, it's on lease. This is bad, so bad. I was this close to meeting my quota. The salesman surveyed the factory, scratching his head in mock distress before turning to us. Hey, I only need 120 more people. Gotta bring happiness to 120 souls. So how about it? Wanna share your wishes? Wishes? I asked, narrowing my eyes. Yep, we grant kids' dreams. Call us the messengers of fairy tales, the bringers of happiness. Though his face was blank, his voice dripped with glee as he hopped down to the floor. Any dream, any wish, we make it come true. Helping kids reconcile with their parents, making sad kids smile again. Granting dreams, huh? I said, weaving my guiding thread subtly at my side. Is that what this is, making more monsters? Oh, this? Yeah. Let's see, what was it again? He tilted his head theatrically, then clapped his hands. Got it. Right, so there was this girl who wished her dad could live longer. He had, what was it, athlete's foot? Cancer? Some disease anyway. She wanted him to stick around. And she wanted to run the parent-child three-legged race at the sports festival. Heartwarming, right? So we made lots of him, made him fast too since he wanted to run. All at our expense, mind you, we gave her a discount. It doesn't look like her wish came true, I said coldly. You gotta have backups, you know, always good to have spares. Talking to monsters was always like this. Trying to grasp their logic was like chasing smoke. Our values, our very way of thinking, were fundamentally incompatible. I get the dream thing, I said, but what happens when you hit your 100-person quota? Oh, you're asking that? Well, it's our little secret, but I get promoted. From bringer of happiness to troop member. A dream come true, I blinked. Promoted to a troop member? Not like a manager or something? Why an actor? You look confused. Fair enough. Kids' questions deserve answers. See, troop members don't slave away in the outside world like us. They get to play with kids in the fairy tale kingdom. Pretty sweet, right? I want to play with kids too. Haha, he spun in place, laughing as if dancing, his voice bubbling with excitement. Was this some kind of monster hierarchy? No, wait, more importantly. So monsters have an organization? I asked. Oh yeah, exactly, you're sharp. Thinking of joining us? Where's this fairy tale kingdom? Nowhere in this world. I'd hoped to extract information to share with Moonlit and take down their whole operation, but his answers were as vague as ever. Yet he didn't seem to be dodging on purpose. He sounded genuinely earnest. I took a deep breath to sort my thoughts. Granting kids' dreams, meeting a quota for a promotion. I glanced at the children sprawled on the floor. That must be why the adults were fed into the machine to make monsters, while the kids were left untouched. They weren't dead then. That was a relief. Anything else? Got any wishes you want to share? The salesman pressed. Don't hold back. No need to be shy or overthink it. Kids who grow up worrying too much turn into lousy adults. Come on, spill your heart's desire. For starters, I said, channeling compressed water through a taut guiding thread. Heavens pierce. A sharp boom echoed as a hole blasted through the salesman's head. Black, viscous liquid oozed from the wound. Saving everyone. An exorcist? Wait, he didn't know? I stared, dumbfounded, as he shouted in panic. I'd been talking to him as an exorcist this whole time. Meanwhile, the salesman's wound closed, sealed by the black liquid. My follow-up spell missed as he rolled across the floor, dodging. The stray Heavens Pierce hit the oven-like machine behind him, blasting steam from the puncture. The air grew stiflingly hot. Exorcist kids are more than welcome. Heck, you're worth bonus points toward my quota. I fired another spell at the rolling salesman. Split Thunder. Golden guiding thread, resonating with the Reiku Doji's relic, tore through the air as lightning. It struck, splitting his body in half like a cleaved tree. More black liquid spilled, hardening rapidly. Then both halves of his upper body scuttled toward me. This guy was tough. He was probably a 5th rank, stronger than the 4th rank salesman we fought at the cafe last year. I scanned the room, exhaling sharply. Trading spells here was risky. Even if the kids were unconscious, I could accidentally hurt them. I needed to end this in one shot. With practiced ease, I wove 5 strands of guiding thread, entwining them around the salesman with a compound attribute alteration. I chanted softly. Aburazuki. A black moon the size of a marble materialized. Instantly, the salesman's charge halted, not stopped, but pulled backward by an immense force. Yuo, come on me, this is my promotion chance. He fought against the pull, but it wasn't just him. The incomprehensible machinery creating the monsters, everything within a 3-meter radius of the Aburazuki, was obliterated and sucked into its core. Haha, nope, no way. The salesman resisted for a moment, then laughed in resignation, dissolving into black particles that vanished into the Aburazuki. As the monster disappeared, the black moon slowly evaporated. I turned to the row of humanoid monsters and summoned a massive rock with attribute alteration, Earth crushing them one by one. Suddenly, a crack split through the factory. Itsuki, Nina-chan gasped. This is. The crack spread with terrifying speed, shattering the world like glass. When I opened my eyes I hadn't realized I'd closed, we were standing in a small, concrete basement. No machines, no humanoid monsters. Just bare walls, stacks of cardboard boxes, and about 20 unconscious people, kids and a few adults spared from the red liquid, lying on the floor. Nina-chan broke the stunned silence. Though the factory, it was probably a closed world, I said, like the one at school. Yeah, the way we came back feels the same. A year ago, a monster with a grudge trapped me in a closed world, a nightmarish version of our school where magic didn't work. When we escaped, the world had cracked apart just like this. If that was the case, we'd been in a closed world this whole time. When did we enter it? Nina-chan asked, her voice small. I don't know, maybe when we passed through the door? I answered, uncertain. If Dad or Renji-san were here, they'd probably know. But they were off working, and I was stuck with my half-baked guesses. For now, I pushed the mystery of the closed world aside and turned to Nina-chan. Let's get everyone out of here. Right, we should tell Moonlit too, shouldn't we? Yeah. Prioritizing the rescue, I wrapped my guiding thread around the unconscious bodies. Beside me, Nina-chan clapped her hands softly. With a faint pop, tiny fairies sprouted from the ground. Leprechauns, strong despite their small size. Working in groups of 3, they lifted the kids by their heads, legs, and backs, carrying them toward the basement exit. Impressive, I said. I can't lift them myself, Nina-chan replied modestly. Hoisting unconscious people took strength, and without body enhancement, summoning fairies was her most efficient option. I scooped up Emma-chan and headed for the stairs. As I climbed, my mind replayed the salesman's words. Then something clicked. That stuffed animal we encountered at Nina-chan's apartment, it had talked about granting kids' dreams too. The scale here was far bigger, but the rhetoric was identical. That couldn't be a coincidence. Was that stuffed animal part of the salesman's group? Chapter 3, I wonder if I made 100 friends. A month had passed since the incident. The chaos of the monster spawning factory took time to resolve. The kidnapped children needed thorough examinations to ensure they were unharmed, while the adults used as raw materials for the monsters were processed as missing persons. Even with the police and Moonlit involved, no bodies meant no death certificates could be issued. As for the organized monster activity, the overarching organization of Moonlit, known as Kanzatsuki, took over the investigation. But with all the machinery gone, hopes of pinpointing the monster's base were slim. The incident sent ripples through the Exorcist community, but within a week, updates dried up. By 2 weeks, it had faded into the background, overtaken by other cases. Events like this weren't unique to Japan, they were happening worldwide. It was only notable because it occurred near me. Otherwise, it was just another blip in the chaos of the supernatural world. And so, with enough time for the incident to fade from memory, we found ourselves practicing for a relay race on the schoolyard after school. Here we go, Renkun shouted, kicking off as the first runner. He passed the baton to Nina-chan, 10 meters ahead. As the anchor, I waited intently for the handoff from Emma-chan. Emma-chan, who'd been kidnapped by the monsters, was discharged from the hospital after 3 days. She was perfectly fine. The bringer of happiness hadn't touched the children. Whether to meet its quota or genuinely fulfill a wish, I couldn't say. But knowing my friend was safe filled me with relief. Itsuki-kun, Emma-chan called, sprinting toward me with the baton. I grabbed it the way Kanda-sensei taught us, ran a few meters, and stopped. We're getting pretty good, huh? I said, catching my breath. You think so too, Itsuki-kun? Emma-chan replied, nodding enthusiastically. We were practicing baton handoffs. Kanda-sensei swore that mastering them would guarantee a win, so with the sports festival a week away, we were drilling after school. Let's go again, guys, Renkun yelled, bounding back to grab the baton. I need a quick break. I'm wiped, Emma-chan said brightly. She'd been shy at first, but practicing with me and Renkun had warmed her up considerably. 5 minutes then, Renkun declared, glancing at his watch. 5 minutes to recover. That boundless energy screamed kid with stamina to spare. But 5 minutes was probably just right. Emma-chan, her face bright but tinged with fatigue, muttered, Everyone's got so much energy. Compared to soccer practice, this is nothing. Renkun shot back with a grin. I'm on a junior club team. That's where the real training happens. There's a soccer club at school too, right? Emma-chan asked. Yeah, but for serious players, it's the club, Renkun said, flashing a cocky smile. I'm serious, you know. Unexpectedly, Nina-chan piped up. You want to go pro? Heck yeah, my dream's to play for Japan's national team. Renkun nodded firmly. His unwavering confidence dazzled me. Enviable, even. Finding something you want to do and declaring it so boldly, it was a strength I didn't have. I'd never been able to do that. As I watched Renkun's dream-filled enthusiasm with a pang of envy, Nina-chan continued quietly. I hope it comes true. What about you, Nina? What's your dream? Renkun turned the question on her. The conversation had somehow shifted to future dreams, catching Nina-chan off guard. She paused briefly before answering, the same job as Mama. Taking over the family business. Oh, what's that? Renkun pressed. Nina-chan glanced at me before replying, something like a bodyguard. Cool, Renkun exclaimed, his reaction a mix of genuine awe and vague understanding. Sure, bodyguard sounded cool, but still. Her answer was a dodge. Exorcists couldn't exactly advertise their work, but the fact that she chose that as her dream showed how deeply she felt about it. Unlike me, who found comfort in having no choice but to be an exorcist, Nina-chan was different. Even as elementary schoolers, no, because we were elementary schoolers, they were charging toward their dreams with unwavering focus. I couldn't help but admire them. Emma-chan joined in. You both have dreams, that's amazing. What about you, Emma? What's your dream? Nina-chan asked. It's not something I can just say, Emma-chan replied, laughing it off. Nina-chan pressed gently. Mine's not exactly something to brag about either. But a family business is cool, Emma-chan stammered. Is a dream about being cool? Isn't it about what you want to be? Nina-chan countered. Well, yeah, but... Come on, we're running the same relay. You can share your dream with us. Caught off guard, Emma-chan looked at the ground before continuing. I want to be a picture book author. Picture books, Nina-chan echoed, surprised. Yeah, I have a little sister, and when I tell her bedtime stories, she lights up. So, a picture book author. Kids' smiles are so cute. That's a great dream, why hide it? Nina-chan asked. Because I don't have the talent, Emma-chan said, giving a small smile. She continued, there's a wall, a talent wall. Artistic talent? Nina-chan asked. Yeah, talent's something you're born with, you can't have everything. Some people start with nothing. I know that divide all too well. Her words were heavy for a kid, but Emma-chan was a bookworm. Those kinds of phrases weren't surprising coming from her. Still, her words struck a chord, reminding me of something. Then it hit me, Akari-san, the stormy middle schooler from summer camp. She'd said something similar to Aya-chan before vanishing. Lost in that memory from nearly a year ago, I was pulled back by Renkun checking his watch. 5 minutes are up, let's practice again. He started to move, but Emma-chan stopped him. What about Itsuki-kun's dream? You don't know, Emma. Itsuki's still figuring his out, Renkun said. Really? I thought with all you can do, Itsuki-kun, you'd have tons of dreams, Emma-chan said, looking at me. I scratched my head. Not tons, no. I was destined to be an exorcist, so I had a goal, not a dream. But I couldn't say that outright, so I dodged by saying I was figuring it out. Maybe next time I'd steal Nina-chan's line about taking over the family business. It sounded cool. Come on, let's go, Renkun urged, and the girls took their positions. We kept practicing baton handoffs until curfew. The chime at 5:30 p.m. signaled the end. We headed back to the classroom to change out of our gym clothes. Renkun and I split off to an empty classroom, since the boys and girls changed separately. In the glow of the setting sun, Renkun spoke up. We're gonna win that relay, right? Absolutely. We've practiced this much, we've got this, I said. He grinned, and I knew he felt it too. Training for magic had taught me that effort doesn't betray you. Speed might be out of our control, but we'd nailed the handoffs. We'd win for sure. Hey, Renkun, do you like running? I asked. Why? You looked like you were having fun practicing. He paused, as if weighing something. It was meant to be casual chatter, just something to fill the time while we changed. But Renkun's expression shifted, and he spoke softly. Hey, Itsuki, don't tell anyone what I'm about to say. I won't, what's up? I asked, caught off guard. I didn't actually want to play soccer. His words hit me out of nowhere. The setting sun streamed in behind him, casting his face in shadow. I couldn't see his expression, so I just listened. Really? I asked. I had an older brother, he loved soccer. He was in middle school, but last year, he got hit by a car and died. I didn't know what to say. I stood frozen, unable to even change out of my gym clothes. Don't make that face, Renkun said lightly. Truth is, I love running. I wanted to do track, but Dad and Mom want me to play soccer. The curtains fluttered, briefly blocking the sun. For the first time, I saw his face, a resigned smile. I'm not my brother, you know. When you said you wanted to go pro, I started. That was his dream, he said. His words squeezed my chest. It was his way of being kind. He'd lost his brother, but his parents had lost a child. He was trying to become what they wanted to fill that void. As I grappled with the weight of his words, he continued quietly, I want to win the relay. Because you love running. Yeah, he nodded firmly. And if I'm fast, maybe Mom and Dad will let me do track. Yeah, I agreed, though I wasn't sure if it would work out that way. But if his dream could come true, that was all that mattered. I nodded back. I hope it does. He grinned. Don't tell anyone, okay? I won't, I promised, laughing. He'd hammered the point home, but I wasn't about to betray his trust by blabbing such a personal story. We finished changing at the same time. I'm off to soccer practice, he said, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. Good luck. You too, Etsuki. He sprinted down the stairs, and I watched him go, genuinely impressed. I'd misjudged him. I thought he loved soccer and aimed to go pro for himself. But that was his brother's dream, and despite having his own, he was chasing it for his family. That took incredible strength, working for someone else's sake, not just your own. I knew how hard that was. In my past life, I couldn't even muster effort for myself. That's amazing, I muttered. What's that? Nina-chan's voice came from behind me. She'd finished changing, her usual backpack slung over her shoulder. Everyone's got such big dreams, I said. Yours is just something you can't tell people, she replied, exasperated. She wasn't wrong. I laughed it off and changed the subject. Where's Emma-chan? Right here, Emma-chan peeked out from behind Nina-chan, empty-handed. Where's your backpack? I asked. My dad's picking me up, so I left it in the classroom, she explained. It made sense. After being kidnapped on her way to school a month ago, her parents were probably extra cautious. My dad would probably take time off work to do the same. I just wanted to say goodbye, Emma-chan said, glancing at Nina-chan. We're friends now, right, Itsuki-kun? Yeah, thanks, Emma-chan, I said, waving as she did. See you tomorrow. Yep, tomorrow, she replied. With that, Nina-chan and I left the school. As usual, she was coming to my place. Irina-san had been back for only 3 days in the past month before heading out on another job. Compared to my dad, who hadn't been home in 2 months, her return to Tokyo was a small miracle. Being an exorcist was rough. Walking our usual route home, I turned to Nina-chan. Did you and Emma-chan talk about anything? Talk? Why? She asked, tilting her head. Well, she seemed to be watching you. I trailed off, unsure how to phrase it without sounding nosy. She spoke up before I could figure it out. Emma just asked if we're close. What do you say? I said it's fate, she replied matter-of-factly. Fate, I blinked, not just we're close. You know, we were seatmates in 1st grade, she said. Oh, right. She'd said the same thing at our entrance ceremony a year ago, probably quoting some manga. Did she really say that to Emma-chan? I wondered, but then she giggled. Kidding. I just said we're good friends. We hang out, don't we? I let out a relieved laugh. You scared me. Her smile eased my nerves, not just because it was a joke, but because hearing her call us good friends warmed my heart. I knew we were close, but having her say it out loud felt good. Maybe that's why I was distracted. I was slow to notice the anomaly. What's wrong, Itsuki? Nina-chan asked. It's just something feels off. Our usual route home, the familiar scenery. Yet something was wrong, something I couldn't put into words. I'd seen this path countless times. It shouldn't feel strange, but it did. The buildings, traffic lights, people, cars, nothing unusual in this ordinary townscape. Yet something nagged at me. Scanning for the source, my eyes landed on it. Oh. The streetlights lining the sidewalk. Every pole had a poster meticulously plastered on it. We're looking for this person. Bold red text screamed the message. But the photo wasn't of a person. It was a Western doll, its head split in half, golden hair dangling limply. A single blue eye stared at us from the page. If you find them, we'd be grateful. Please contact us here. The contact details were blacked out, unreadable. Probably a phone number, judging by the length, but who would call a number on such a creepy poster? Do you know this person? A raspy girl's voice cut through the air. The moment I heard it, the streetlight above us flickered out. Nina-chan grabbed my hand. Looking up, I saw the light was completely gone. They were kind to me once. They were broke, so they took a weird job, just relaying what a doll says over the phone. Easy, right? The voice came from the doll in the poster's photo. It reached out toward us. Don't you remember them? A college girl. She took the job because it paid crazy money for just making calls. Stupid, right? Doesn't her face look familiar? I don't know her, I said firmly. No, you do know her. Its cryptic response, half conversation, half refusal to engage, sent a chill through me. As it spoke, dolls began emerging from the posters on every pole, stepping out in unison. I called out a fairy's name. Drop them, Shadow. The moment I summoned it, the dolls charging toward us sank into the shadows with a heavy splat. The ones trailing behind froze, staring at the ground. There, my shadow stretched unnaturally long, slithering across the pavement. The monsters noticed and tried to evade, but black arms erupted from the shadows, seizing them. With relentless strength, the arms crushed the dolls' bodies, dragging them into the darkness. As they shattered, they dissolved into black mist. My body. It's swallowing me. This was Shadow Dispatch. In the month since we started practicing fairy magic with Nina-chan, I'd mastered this spell. Don't let them all get pulled in, I warned. As the dolls scattered on the ground vanished into the fairy's grasp, I extended my guiding thread toward a nearby doll, binding its body. Hoisting it up, I asked, "Hey, do you know about Wonderland?" "I don't know," it rasped. Organized monster activity like last time was trouble. I pressed further. "What about the salesman? Or the actor? We're separate from society." It didn't feel like a lie, so I exorcised the bound doll, watching it dissolve into black mist. Glancing around, I confirmed the fairies hadn't missed any. "Shall we head home, Nina-chan?" "Yeah," she nodded. The posters the monsters had emerged from were gone, as if they'd never existed. With the threat neutralized, we started walking. The streetlights flickered back to life, bathing the area in warm light. Nina-chan broke the silence. "You've gotten good at fairy magic." "Thanks to a great teacher," I said, dead serious. "Is that a joke?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Nope, all true. Nina-chan had been coaching me in fairy magic this past month. My progress was as much her doing as mine." She turned away, a faint blush on her cheeks. "When you say it, it sounds like a joke." A few days later, the weekend arrived. Sunday was the sports festival. Dad had promised to be back for it, but he didn't make it. Instead, Mama showed up with her massive DSLR camera, the same one that stood out so much at the entrance ceremony. But at the sports festival, I noticed other families with equally huge cameras. Guess it only seemed conspicuous because it was our family. I mulled this over while performing the second-grade class dance. In my past life, I'd been to 6 elementary school sports festivals, but I didn't recall dancing. Guess it's a thing now. As the morning events wrapped up and we returned to our class tent, the broadcast club's voice echoed across the schoolyard. "Next up is the first-grade ball toss. Classes compete to win." Kanda-sensei glanced at us. "You 4 running the relay, get ready." The class relay was 2 events after the ball toss, so we needed to head to the entrance gate. We left the tent, retracing our steps to the gate we just passed through. No time to sit, I thought, when Emma-chan fell into step beside me. "Let's do this, Itsuki-kun." "Yeah, let's aim for first." "We can do it," she said, her voice brighter than ever, giving me a burst of energy. Ren-kun jogged up. "What are we talking about?" "Winning the relay," I replied. "Heck yeah, we practiced like crazy," he said, grinning with his usual fire. Nina-chan joined us silently, and we lined up at the entrance gate. For the first time, I noticed the other class's runners, all fast-looking kids. Thinking back to my past life, the same speedy kids always ran the relay. I'd been a spectator then, so being on the running side felt surreal, like I didn't quite belong. The ball toss ended, music played, and the transitions flowed smoothly. Then the 5th-grade tug-of-war began. I watched absently, spotting a girl from Nina-chan's apartment, the one injured by the stuffed animal monster last month. I'd forgotten her name, but she looked healthy, pulling the rope with everyone else. Seeing a victim return to normal life eased my mind. Nina-chan whispered, "If it was you, Itsuki, could you pull that alone?" Maybe," I said, unsure. With body enhancement, probably. A rope pulled by 30 kids would need 30 times the strength, roughly. I was starting to think I could manage that, but I couldn't say I can with others around. Dad could, though. He seems strong, Nina-chan agreed, nodding. Then, for a split second, it felt like all the fifth graders pulling the rope looked at me. I scanned the area. Nothing. The fifth graders finished, cheering or groaning over the results. "What's wrong, Itsuki?" Nina-chan asked. "Just a weird feeling." Was it my imagination? Hoping it was, I summoned pixies to search for monsters. They fluttered into the sky as the second round of tug-of-war began. The pixies circled above the schoolyard, looking confused. When the second round ended, they returned, shaking their heads as if they'd found nothing. Just my imagination then, the tug-of-war moved to the finals. I exhaled, watching half-heartedly. Maybe I was too on edge. Since the factory incident, I'd been hypersensitive to monsters. The fear that my carelessness could let a friend die haunted me, but being too cautious wasn't practical either. It was about balance, something I struggled with. How did Dad and Renji-san manage it? I'd ask them next time they were back. As I resolved to do so, the exit music played. Runners stood as the broadcast announced, "Next is the class relay. Each class's representatives will give it their all." I noticed parents in the spectator tent watching us, probably the runners' families. My eyes met Mama's, her DSLR perched on a tripod. She waved slightly, and I waved back. We marched onto the schoolyard to the entrance music. I hadn't thought about it before, but the broadcast club must handle the music. "Tough job. Itsuki, aren't you nervous?" Nina-chan asked quietly. Not really. I'd been too distracted by that weird moment to feel race nerves. She looked like she wanted to say something, but another announcement cut her off. "Second graders, prepare to run." She swallowed her words, her face turning serious. Our relay was 4 runners, 2 laps around the track, 100 meters each. When I'd mentioned the distance to Mama, she was shocked. Apparently, younger grades don't usually run that far. As a side note, the upperclassmen's red-white relay was 200 meters per runner. "Let's go, Nina-chan." "Yeah." As even-numbered runners, we moved to the halfway point. That's why we'd been side by side earlier. Once everyone was set, the teacher nodded. "On your marks, get set." The pistol fired with a bang. Everyone surged forward. Renkun took the lead as our first runner, as planned. He'd build a gap, Nina-chan would hold it, and Emma-chan would pass the baton to me. As I strategized, Nina-chan received the baton from Renkun. Our practice paid off, the handoff was flawless. Other classes fumbled, letting Nina-chan widen the gap. Elementary school sports festivals don't usually involve much practice, after all. "Nice one, Renkun, you're fast," I said. "Thanks," he panted, raising one arm, the picture of a sportsman. Nina-chan extended Renkun's lead. Some teams' sloppy handoffs helped, but her raw speed was undeniable. A team with a boy as their second runner closed in, but she passed to Emma-chan first. "Go, Emma," Renkun muttered, standing. Emma-chan's run wasn't fast, but her effort was clear. Still, the boys chasing her overtook us, dropping us to third. "Itsuki," Renkun said. "I know." Thanks to Renkun and Nina-chan's lead, we held third as Emma-chan approached. I started jogging to meet her, reaching for the baton and missed. I gasped. "Sorry, Itsuki-kun." Emma-chan pressed the baton firmly into my hand. I gripped it tightly as the fourth-place team passed me. "Itsuki, you've got this," Renkun shouted. I kicked off the ground. My body surged forward, my vision narrowing. Voices faded behind me. I overtook the third-place runner in a few meters, that much I could do. Ahead, the first and second-place runners seemed far off. "It's fine, we're not halfway yet. I can catch up." I threw myself into the sprint, rounding the track's curve. As I did, a cheer rang from the spectator tent. "Ne-chan, you can do it." I couldn't see her face, but I knew it was Hina. I pushed harder. The gap to the leaders shrank. It had to shrink. I couldn't let down the team that chose me as anchor. Past the halfway mark, the second-place girl's back grew closer. I reached out close enough to pass her. Then a voice cut through. When I washed my feet, my toes came off. A boy's voice, clear as day. I glanced toward it. In the spectator tent, a round, bloated head rolled, topped with a dandelion-like puff, except each fluff was a human finger, woven into a grotesque mass. "Why?" The question caught in my throat, but the shape gave it away. It had flown here. I passed the second-place runner. As I did, I prepared a quick spell. To catch the leader, I'd need to sprint full out, but to exorcise the monster, I'd have to turn back. The finish line was close. If I turned, we wouldn't win, we couldn't take first. As I was thinking that, Itsuki, Nina-chan shouted from near the finish line. Run. She clapped her hands. I unraveled my guiding thread and poured everything into my final sprint. Her fairies zipped past me as I accelerated. I locked onto the leader, pulling even with them. Someone shouted my name. I kicked the ground harder, then harder still, launching into a last burst. I passed the leader, crashing through the finish line tape. It was lighter than I expected, fluttering behind me. Incredible, they came back from there. First place goes to second grade class 3. Cheers erupted. The announcer's voice cut through, and for a moment I blanked. Second grade class 3? Then it hit me, that was our class. Nina-chan ran up. We did it, Itsuki. Thanks, Nina-chan, I panted, sweat dripping down my cheeks. I wiped it with my gym shirt and said, I only made it because of you. You're welcome, she replied, in English no less. She slipped into it when excited, so she must have been thrilled. And honestly, so was I. Joy bubbled up from my core and I nearly shouted, we won. But she already knew, so I held back. Let's line up. Third grade's up next, Nina-chan said. Yeah. I glanced back. The black mist from the cotton fluff monster was just dispersing. The third grade relay felt over in a flash, probably because my role was done and my head was swimming with the high of victory. Giving it your all was fun. Getting results from that effort? Even better. I'd learned that training for magic, but the relay showed me it wasn't just about spells. School events were the same. I never thought I'd realize that after being reborn. As we returned to our class tent, all eyes turned to us. Not a mistake like during the tug-of-war, but warm, welcoming gazes. Come on, everyone, clap, Kanda-sensei called. The tent exploded with applause. Itsuki, you're crazy fast, a classmate shouted. Ren, you were awesome too, another added. I thanked them, grinning. Beside me, Nina-chan got swarmed by the girls. Nina-san, you're so athletic. Do you play sports? And not really, she mumbled. Really, you should join softball. My family's strict. It's just Sundays. Nina-chan, getting recruited for a sports team. I'd never seen her chat with classmates like this. As I watched, Emma-chan slipped through the crowd and sat on a sheet. I joined her. You did great, Emma-chan. Sorry, Itsuki-kun, I slowed us down, she said, looking down. Nah, you ran your heart out right. That's what matters. Yeah, she nodded, a small smile forming. I added, that's what makes it worth it. Haha, thanks, Itsuki-kun, she laughed softly, then asked, did you have fun? Yeah, tons. Good, she said, her smile gentle. With that, the morning session concludes. The afternoon session starts at 1:30 p.m. Sixth graders. Gather at the entrance gate by 1:20. With that announcement, our main event ended, with the best possible outcome. Chapter 4. The remaining balance of happiness. The day after the sports festival was a substitute holiday, so school was out. The cotton fluff monster that appeared during the relay might have been factory-made, but when I went to investigate, the fairies' search turned up nothing new. So I figured I'd practice magic, but Mama had other plans. Since Nina-chan's here, let's go somewhere fun, she said, and dragged us to an amusement park. Don't get lost, okay? Mama said as we passed through the entrance gate. Okay, Hina chirped. It was past noon on a weekday, so I expected it to be empty. But surprisingly, there were plenty of college and high school students, plus families with kids our age. Maybe other schools had their sports festivals yesterday too. I scanned the park. Towering roller coasters and a Ferris wheel dominated the skyline, with a merry-go-round peeking out in the distance. What should we ride first? Mama asked. Hina wants that. Hina pointed straight at a spinning ride in the back, its swings twirling through the air. You'll need to be a bit bigger for that one, Hina, Mama said gently. No, Hina will get big now. Nia-chan can make me big, she protested. I don't think even your brother can do that, Mama said, soothing her. Hina probably meant she wanted me to stretch her height with trait shift or something like that. But as Mama said, that kind of convenience wasn't possible. I could probably make her shoes thicker, though. Still, explaining that to Hina wouldn't satisfy her, I thought, as Mama pointed toward the merry-go-round just visible at the edge of our view. How about the horses? She suggested. Okay, I'll ride that, Hina agreed, a bit reluctantly. Itsuki Nina-chan, is the merry-go-round good for a start? Yeah, sounds good, I said, nodding. Nina-chan nodded too, her big sister mode fully activated today. With that, we headed to the merry-go-round and joined the line. A group of college guys ahead of us, buzzing with energy, hopped onto the spinning horses, snapping photos. Probably clubmates or coworkers from a part-time job, I guessed. In my past life, I didn't do either, so it was just a hunch. Watching them laugh and mess around, I thought about how I wanted to make lots of friends in this life, not just my current classmates, but in middle and high school too. First, though, I had to hit my elementary school goal, make 10 friends. 6 more to go. Hina, which one do you want to ride? Mama asked. The carriage one, Hina declared. Not a horse. Nope, this one's better. The music stopped, and the college guys hopped off. As they left, we approached the merry-go-round. Hina made a beeline for the carriage, while Nina-chan and I headed for the horses. Settling onto a plastic steed, I suddenly recalled a TV show I'd seen recently. Hey, Nina-chan, I said. What's up? She replied, tilting her head. Have you ever ridden a real horse back in your country? No way. Why would you think that? She shot back. They were talking about it on TV. As Nina-chan began to explain, the music started, and the merry-go-round spun to life. The scenery drifted by slowly. It's like saying everyone in Japan carries a katana, she said. She probably meant that riding horses was for a select few, but my family had a katana, and so did Aya-chan's. Her point was valid, but it left me momentarily speechless. The merry-go-round spun a few rounds before stopping with the music. It wasn't as long a ride as I'd expected. As we dismounted, Hina hopped out of the carriage, her earlier grumpiness gone. Was it fun, Hina? I asked. Yeah, the carriage lets you see outside so well. I wondered for a split second if that was really an advantage, but it clearly mattered to her. I patted her head gently. Following the staff's directions, we stepped off to make way for the next group. After some debate, we chose the nearby teacup ride. Surviving the high-speed spinning courtesy of Hina and an unusually enthusiastic Nina-chan left me slightly dizzy. Meanwhile, Mama, somehow unfazed, spoke up. Want a snack? Yes, Hina chirped, still brimming with energy from spinning the teacup with Nina-chan. Nina-chan? Mama asked. I'm a bit hungry, she admitted. Let's grab something then. We headed to a food stall. I'd hoped for a katsu curry bun, but they didn't have any, so I settled for a churro like Nina-chan's. No curry buns at an amusement park, a bit disappointing. Carefully carrying our drinks to a table, I sat down. Once we were all settled, Nina-chan took a bite of her churro. Good? I asked. Yeah, she nodded. I took a bite of mine, my first churro ever, since I hadn't had them in my past life. It tasted like a donut, kind of. As I savored my first churro, Mama spread a park map on the table. What's next? She asked. Hina wants the long one. Hina pointed at the roller coaster. She sure loved thrilling rides, just like the spinning swings. Mama deftly redirected. What else looks fun? Hina, locked in a staring contest, picked the park's trolley ride next, a long, leisurely trip. The boarding area was at the park's edge, so we walked over. The line was long, so we waited before boarding. The trolley was the slowest ride of the day, giving us time to spot other attractions. We followed it with a go-kart ride and another spinning attraction. Afterward, we collapsed onto a bench, exhausted. Hina, worn out from all the walking, started dozing off. I'll stay here with Hina, Mama said, cradling her. You two go have fun. Really? I asked. Yup, don't get lost, I'll be right here. Got it, wanna go Nina-chan. I checked the park map, and we set off. We'd only hit a handful of rides, but the park's size meant moving around ate up time. The sky was already dimming slightly. Hey, Itsuki, isn't there anything you want to ride? Nina-chan asked. Me. Yeah, we've only done stuff Hina and I wanted. Maybe, I admitted. She had a point, we'd been following their picks. But I was having fun, so I didn't mind. Still, Nina-chan puffed out her cheeks, looking mildly annoyed. We're here to have fun, so we should ride something you want too. All right, then I want to ride that. If she was insisting, I couldn't say no. I pointed at the Ferris wheel. Nina-chan glanced at it and said softly, nice choice, let's ride it together. So we headed for the Ferris wheel. The massive wheel, visible from everywhere in the park, was packed with more couples than families. It was a calm ride, perfect for two, I guess. I hadn't been to amusement parks much in my past life, so I wasn't sure. Maybe that's why the line was shorter than expected, moving quickly. I worried for a moment that 2 kids might not be allowed, but we boarded a gondola without issue. Inside the cramped, swaying cabin, the door locked with a clank, and we began to rise. In the 4-person box, we sat facing each other as the sun started to set. It was probably sunset, likely our last ride of the day. Hina might cry if we headed home after this, I thought, gazing out the window. Nina-chan spoke softly. This feels kind of like a date, doesn't it? Does it? I stammered. I mean, I suppose it could be called a date. Her sudden comment threw me, and she continued, today was fun. Yeah, I nodded slowly, then added, no monsters either. Seriously. Yesterday was a shock, she said, referring to the cotton fluff monster during the relay. She'd exorcised it for me. Thanks to you, we pulled through. Thank you, Nina-chan. I just did what you always do, she mumbled, looking away, embarrassed. The gondola climbed higher. The setting sun's light filtered in, painting the cabin red. Her cheeks flushed to match as she continued softly, you know, Itsuki, I don't always say it, but yeah, I'm grateful for you. If you weren't around, I'd still be alone. She gripped her clothes tightly, baring her heart. I smiled and replied, I could say the same, Nina-chan. Why? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have made any friends at school. That's not true, she said, her voice barely audible, eyes downcast. She hesitated, then continued, her gaze flickering. You have lots of friends, unlike me. Not lots, I said, shaking my head. It felt odd to answer so quickly, but it was true. Aside from the 3 people I talked to at school, Aya-chan was my only other friend. Nina-chan pressed on. You do. You talk so easily with Ren and Emma. Her naming my school friends left me silent. They were friends, sure, but... As I faltered, she murmured, I only have you, Itsuki. That's not true, I said, shaking my head. People just don't know how great you are yet. Once they do, you'll make tons of friends at school. No, Itsuki, she said, shaking her head. I'm scared to make friends. Why? I feel like they'll disappear, like Papa did. Her words left me unsure how much to say. Her fear stemmed from her past. Even with Arena-san sealing her memories, they weren't completely locked away. Her trauma with monsters was similar. She hadn't fully overcome it. If the same fear applied to making friends. It's okay, Nina-chan, I said. What's okay? You're aiming to be an exorcist, right? Yeah, but what's that got to do with it? It's the same thing. If you have the courage to become an exorcist, you can make friends anytime. It was weird for me, with so few friends, to say this, but I had to. All you need is to take that step. She was strong. She had the courage to face her past and the strength to fight for her dreams. She just needed to direct a bit of that strength toward herself. If you want friends, that is, I added. If, she started. Yeah. If I said I wanted friends, would you help me? Of course, I said, nodding firmly. She continued, and if I make friends, will you still be my friend? Obviously, I replied. The setting sun sank lower, shifting from orange to deep red, then fading to darkness. The Ferris wheel had no interior lights, but the park's illuminated attractions sparkled like a light show outside. I'll try then, Nina-chan said, her profile glowing faintly with a shy smile. We returned to Mama and Hina, who was fast asleep. Exhausted from the day, she didn't stir even when we shook her or called her name, so we headed home. Hina woke up on the way, so we stopped at a family restaurant for dinner before reaching the house. After a bath, I returned to my room, turned off the light, and began my nightly routine of cycling cycle magic through my body. I never skipped this practice, it was the only way I could sleep. As drowsiness crept in, footsteps in the hallway caught my attention. Who could it be? I sat up, and through the shoji screen, I saw Nina-chan's shadow. Itsuki, you still awake? She asked. Yeah, just about to sleep, I said, turning to face her on my futon. What's up, Nina-chan? If you don't want to, I'll stop, but... Nina-chan always refused to show herself before bed, claiming her pajamas weren't cute. So, as usual, I only saw her shadow through the shoji. Even so, I could tell she was struggling to say something. She continued, Can I sleep in here tonight? It took a moment to process her words. Sure, I said, nodding. Thanks, she replied softly. She slid the shoji open, revealing her pink pajamas. Moonlight from the garden window illuminated her from behind, making her face hard to see, but her cheeks seemed flushed as she stepped inside. Behind her, fairies carried her futon into the room. Handy trick. Dee, don't stare. It's embarrassing, she said. I think they're cute, I said. Huh. Your pajamas. Oh, all right, they're not that cute. Mama picked them out, she said, waving her hands flusteredly. She directed the fairies to lay her futon next to mine, then dove under the covers, hiding herself. It was June, weren't those blankets hot? But I understood she was shy about her pajamas, so I lay down beside her without a word. Her fairies closed the shoji and vanished. As I watched them fade, her voice came from beside me. Sorry for springing this on you. It's fine, I said, though my heart was still reeling. She'd been staying at our house for a month, but this was the first time she'd come to my room before bed, let alone entered it. Why now? I wondered, but she spoke first. Do you always sleep alone, Itsuki? Yeah. I see, she said, her voice so soft it could vanish into the night. Silence fell. Was that it? I glanced at her. She lay with her head on the pillow, eyes closed. Was she already asleep? No, probably not. I didn't have anything to say, and staring felt rude, so I turned my gaze to the ceiling. The only sound was our breathing, echoing in the quiet room. How much time passed? Then she spoke again. Hey, Itsuki. Yeah. Why didn't you ask why I came to your room? Should I asked, surprised. She'd always slept in the guest room, so her coming here must have a reason. But was it okay to ask? Sometimes people don't want to share their reasons. That's why I'd held back, but she answered softly, shifting slightly. It's fine, I wanted to tell you. She turned to face me. On days when something really happy happens, I can't sleep alone. Why not? I get scared that all the happiness is a dream and it'll vanish. My eyes adjusted to the dark, and her face came into focus, calm, accepting her feelings. I didn't know what to say. I know it's weird, she continued. But on nights after happy days when I'm alone, I feel like I don't deserve to be happy. I can't sleep. Was this tied to her past? I couldn't fully grasp feeling like you didn't deserve happiness, but something in her heart must weigh so heavily that she punished herself like this. I exhaled slowly, searching for words in the dark. I can't sleep sometimes too, I said. Really? She asked, surprised. Yeah, sometimes I think I'm too weak to protect everyone, that my weakness could get someone killed. That's impossible, she said quietly, dismissing the idea. Her words warmed me, but the fear lingered, hard to explain. As I hesitated, she added, You're strong, Itsuki. Maybe, but fear's still fear. It keeps me up. What do you do when you can't sleep? I practice magic. It calms me. I felt her catch her breath beside me. Just as she felt she didn't deserve happiness, I sometimes felt I had to become stronger. On those nights, I couldn't sleep. The thought of a day wasted, of not being enough, drove me to train. A vague fear of death pushed me to master magic. What do you do when you can't sleep, Nina-chan? My stuffed animal, she mumbled. Hi. I sleep with my stuffed animal. Her answer was so unexpected I couldn't help but ask again. Realizing it might have sounded rude, she shot back in a low voice. Is that a problem? And no, I just thought, there's no stuffed animal in the guest room. That's why I came here. Oh, right. I closed my eyes. Hope you have good dreams. You too, Itsuki, she said, and I smiled. No one had ever said that to me before. Hey, Itsuki. Yeah. Can I hold your hand? Sure. I reached out from under the blanket, and she squeezed my hand back. If it helped her avoid bad dreams, that was enough for me. That night, I didn't have nightmares. I woke to a stifling heat. Hot, I mumbled. Opening my eyes, I was met with blinding morning sunlight. I squinted, wondering why it was so warm. Sure, it was June and summer was near, so mornings could be hot. But this wasn't the air, it was body heat. Within a second, I realized someone was in my futon. As my senses sharpened, I felt a tingling numbness in my right arm and the sensation of someone clinging to me. Hina. In winter, Hina sometimes crawled into my futon after Mama woke her, either hugging me or sprawling on top. That often left my arm numb. Assuming it was her, I opened my eyes and saw blonde hair. Wait, was Hina's hair blonde? Still groggy, I shifted my gaze and found Nina-chan. She murmured. I sat up. 2 futons were laid out in the room, but hers was empty. She was in mine, using my arm as a hug pillow, which explained the numbness. When had she moved? Good morning, Itsuki, she said, half asleep, smiling softly. Morning, I replied. "You're so warm, Itsuki," she said. Thanks," I said, unsure if it was a compliment. She let go of my arm and sprang up, clapping her hands. Magic swirled, summoning fairies who neatly folded her futon. As blood flowed back into my arm, a ticklish, itchy sensation made me wince. Nina-chan, now fully awake, spoke briskly. Talking woke me up. "You're a morning person," I said, amazed at her sudden alertness. "Am I?" I climbed out of my futon and her fairies folded mine too. "I'm gonna change," she said. "Same," I replied. She left, leaving her futon in my room. Would she sleep here again tonight? I'd find out later, I thought, starting my morning routine. After breakfast, we walked our usual route to school. Since the factory incident, monster encounters had dropped, and we didn't run into any on the way. At the school gate, Nina-chan let out a small sigh. "What's up?" I asked. "I'm a little nervous." "Nervous?" The early morning left the entrance empty as we changed into indoor shoes. Her pink backpack swayed as she nodded. "About yesterday, you said making friends takes courage." "You're starting today?" I asked, surprised. "Yeah, that's the plan." She nodded slightly. I hadn't expected her to decide so quickly, but that was her strength. I nodded back. "You'll be fine. Everyone will want to be your friend. They won't think it's weird, coming out of nowhere." "No way," I said, reassuring her rare shyness. "Everyone's great." We ran the relay together. Why not talk to Emma-chan or Renkun? "I feel like Emma doesn't like me," she said. "I don't think so," I said, tilting my head. Emma-chan didn't seem like she'd dislike anyone. "It's probably just about getting to know each other." "Maybe, I hope so," she said softly. Nina-chan didn't seem entirely convinced, but I wanted my friends to become friends with each other, so I hoped to clear up any misunderstandings. Sure, people might not always click, but holding grudges without even talking seemed like a waste. We climbed the stairs to the classroom. The morning school was quiet, and today, not even the brass band's practice could be heard. Maybe they had a substitute holiday after the sports festival too. As I slid open the classroom door, I turned to Nina-chan. "I'll help you make friends, Nina-chan." "Ha ha, mind if I join in on that friend-making thing?" A shrill, grating voice interrupted. I whipped around toward the sound. Inside the classroom, everyone except us was already there. All the students sat neatly at their desks, facing forward. At the front stood Kanda-sensei, cradling an unfamiliar object. A tin robot, maybe? A faded children's toy. She held it like a baby, standing perfectly still. "Hey, Itsuki-kun. Yo, Nina-chan." The tin toy called out, raising a hand as if greeting casually. "I overheard you. You want friends, huh? Don't tell me you forgot about me. Aren't we already pals?" "What are you?" I asked curtly, weaving a guiding thread at my side. Its voice felt vaguely familiar, and I scanned the classroom calmly while searching my memory. Everyone was frozen, likely hostages. Knowing I couldn't use magic recklessly, I stepped in front of Nina-chan to shield her. "Huh, what? You already forgot me?" The tin toy hopped from Kanda-sensei's arms, landing on the teacher's desk and spinning with a flourish. "At Nina-chan's apartment, didn't I say I'd come for you guys?" As it spun, the tin toy transformed into a stuffed rabbit, the same monster we'd exorcised last month. "Everything's finally ready, so I've come to pick you up." "You're," I started. "Oh, right, I haven't introduced myself yet, have I?" The stuffed rabbit spun again, reverting to the tin toy, and gave a gentlemanly bow. "I'm the actor." "Been a while, you two." Was it talking to us or muttering to itself? Before I could react, a guiding thread shot toward us from the front. I shoved Nina-chan back and bolted out of the classroom, slamming the door shut. A split second later, an explosion roared from the other side. The door hurtled toward me like a cannonball, but I caught it with my prepared guiding thread. "Ha, nice catch, you've got sharp eyes, those true eyes, right?" The actor taunted, spinning like a ballerina on the desk. I sent my guiding thread toward it. My classmates were watching, but I had no choice. Binding the actor tightly, I chanted, "Flame cocoon." With a whoosh, it burst into flames. The desk melted under the heat, collapsing into a molten puddle. "Hot, ha, the actor laughed. "Nina-chan, run, call Akin-san," I shouted. The flames on the actor vanished instantly. "Nah, no point in that. We're all set here," it said. In a flash, the sky darkened. The clock's hands spun wildly, morning turning to night. I recognized the phenomenon, a closed world. "It's called a garden," the actor said. "I heard the previous guy, Well, my kin, I guess, used it when they visited you a year ago. That sound right? They were with you? I asked. I'd never forget. In first grade, a possession-type monster had taken over our homeroom teacher, Futaba-sensei. So, it was connected to this thing. As I pieced it together, the actor continued, hopping onto Kanda-sensei's motionless shoulder from the ruined desk. It pulled out a rotting human skin and draped it over itself. They said our troop leader took a liking to you, Itsuki-kun, wanted me to be your friend. But you're strong, right? 7th rank, yeah. And Nina-chan let out a stifled gasp beside me. The actor wore a girl's face, her skin. It must have suffered something horrific. Frozen in a scream, pleading, it was stretched into a mask. The monster laughed gleefully, a few strands of black hair, half-dyed blonde, clinging to the scalp. For a moment, the face was unrecognizable, too distorted. Then the hair triggered a memory. Akari-san? I whispered. Bingo, full marks. Candy as a bonus, tangerine flavor, your thing? It was her, the water magic user from last summer's camp. The carefree middle schooler who'd stormed off like a hurricane. The actor, satisfied, tore off the skin and tossed it aside like trash. This thing stank, so I wanted to ditch it, but it was perfect for a prank. Sky Piercer, I chanted, unleashing a pinpoint spell at the monster on Kanda-sensei's shoulder. It hit its head dead-on, sending it spinning before exploding. Talk's not over yet. This time, Kanda-sensei spoke, his voice replaced by the actor's. He stood blankly, unfazed by the explosion on her shoulder, speaking in its playful tone. The troop leader gave me 2 tasks. 1, guide you to the land of fairy tales. Guess that's about buying time. 2, become your friend, but you'd spot me right away, Itsuki-kun, and exorcise me, right? The eerie sight of an adult speaking with a cheerful, expressionless voice sent chills through me. So, clever me came up with a plan. I cast another spell. Do Piercer. A heavy thud bent Kanda-sensei's body into a curve. A non-lethal spell designed to expel possession-type monsters from human hosts. But the actor didn't budge. I'd get close to you by pretending to be human. Kanda-sensei peeled off her skin like shedding clothes. The tin toy emerged, and her discarded skin, like Akari-san's, was tossed aside. Words caught in my throat. For 2 months, I'd thought she was my teacher. Now she was just a husk. It took a moment to process, but I forced my mouth to move. What did you do? I explained it all and you didn't listen. I'm so sad, ignored by Itsuki-kun. My heart's flashing a blue signal of sorrow. The actor stood on a classmate's head, raising its voice dramatically. But I'm nice, so I'll explain again. Here's the deal. It spun, and every classmate turned to face us. Your whole class, that's me. One by one, they shed their skins. Simple, Itsuki-kun, you're on guard for monsters, right? But not humans, so I killed them all and took their skins. My mind rejected the words. I heard them, but they wouldn't stick. I didn't want them to, but I had to know. If I didn't, I'd start doubting my classmates. Since when? I asked. Since when, when would make you happy? When would make you sad? I'll say it was whenever you want it to be. What was so funny? So entertaining? The actor danced, laughing hysterically. Come on, Itsuki-kun. Didn't you think it was weird when we picked the relay team? Everyone voting for one person, the decision being made so fast, I'd felt something off. Kanda-sensei had pushed the discussion forward too forcefully, and the class had chosen with unnatural speed, like they'd already decided. But I'd brushed it off as normal. One by one, my classmates turned into tin toys, dancing strangely. Only one spoke, the others were likely copies. When you chased the bringer, didn't you think it was odd? Why didn't anyone else in class make a fuss when you left? That had struck me as strange too. But my mind was so consumed with the monster that I hadn't questioned it. And why do you think you barely won the relay? I froze. I let you win, obviously. As the classroom filled with tin toys, 2 figures stood without shedding their skins. Renkun and Emma-chan. Renkun looked at me first. Itsuki, decided on your dream yet? Renkun, I said, my heart pounding. He sounded normal, his usual voice. Monsters always lied, spouting nonsense. I wanted to believe the worst couldn't be true, but then he shed his skin and laughed. Dreams are life's fuel. Let's burn 'em up and warm things up. Tree bind, I cast instinctively a restraining spell. Whoa, I'm all tangled up. It laughed, ensnared with the other tin toys. I couldn't help but ask, Was Renkun's dream a lie? No way, that was his real dream. Chasing his brother's footsteps to become a soccer pro. Makes you wanna cry, right? I can't see through the tears. The stuffed rabbit spun, laughing maniacally. But like, you can run in soccer too, so why bother with track? He loves running, so he can just jog around anywhere, right? It mocked Renkun's dream. I knew I had to exorcise it. My mind screamed to do it, but part of me clung to the hope this was a nightmare. Then Emma-chan, still standing, spoke. Hey, Itsuki-kun. What's wrong? I asked. Exorcise it, the voice in my head urged. I knew I should, but my hands wouldn't move. I'm so glad I got to be friends with you, she said. In that instant, countless threads of guidance erupted from her shadow. I was so happy. Ha ha, with a gleeful shout her body exploded. I leaped back, shielding Nina-chan. Using trait shift, I conjured a magical wall to block the flying fragments. Behind the wall, I exhaled shakily. If you're after me. My heart churned, my mind rejected thought, but I forced it out, weaving my guiding thread. Come for me alone from the start. Huh, I have been after you, Itsuki-kun. Oh, and Nina-chan too, I guess. No, my class. Ha ha, you're hung up on that. Who cares about the details? Let's toast to being friends. Smile, smile, big grin, I had nothing to say. Talking to it felt pointless. Was it pain, regret, or sadness? A tangled mess of emotions roared in my chest. To end it, I released my threads quietly. Aburazuki. Hey, wait. Let's talk more, I've got tons left to say. The actor and its copies were swallowed by my composite attribute, night. They shattered into pieces, dissolving like smoke into the moon's glow. Whoa, this is wild. I'm gonna die, I'm gonna die. Finally realizing its fate, the actor screamed. But it couldn't escape. The tin toys, along with the desks and chairs we'd studied at, vanished into the spell. Staring at the empty classroom, my chest tightened painfully. Unable to keep looking, I turned to Nina-chan. You okay? I'm fine, she said, nodding despite her pale face. I'd pushed her back to shield her from the actor's spell, and I'd been worried she was hurt. Her concern turned to me. Are you okay, Itsuki? You look awful. It's just the dark, I said, exhaling slowly. A creeping nausea or anxiety clawed at my stomach. Ignoring it, I approached the hallway window. Every time we'd escaped a closed world, a crack appeared in the sky. Since I'd exorcised the actor, we should return to reality. Then I could confirm if its words were true. It called itself an actor. Maybe it had impersonated everyone from the start. Yes, maybe no one was dead. Maybe the monster lied, and returning to reality would bring me back to a normal classroom with everyone there. Itsuki, are you really okay? You look like you're about to collapse, Nina-chan said. Yeah, I'm fine, I said, shaking my head slowly. I had to pull myself together. For Nina-chan's sake, I couldn't let her see me waver. Steeling my heart, I stepped into the hallway. It was still dark outside. I'd exorcised the source, so why hadn't we returned to reality? Pondering this, I glanced out the window and saw red. A sea of red, so vivid it could have been blood. Squinting, I made out childish scrawl covering the glass, repeating the same phrase over and over. Come to the rooftop. The words weren't alone. Hearts, smiley faces, and crescent moons were crammed in, filling every inch. It was an invitation, but to where? Unsure, I turned to the British girl beside me. Hey, what does this mean? Come to the rooftop, I think, Nina-chan said. Thanks. The rooftop? No way I was going there. Getting out of this place came first. Exhaling deeply, I grabbed Nina-chan's hand and headed for the stairs. But before we could move, a monster charged from the end of the hallway. Gotcha, gotcha, kids spotted. Size S, SS. A plastic unicorn galloped toward us, its single horn jutting from its horse-like head, looking like it had strayed from a merry-go-round. Riding atop it was a single toy. I told you, didn't I? A night parade of 100 demons. You'd be missing out if you didn't have fun. Actor, I shouted. Ha ha, me talking means your guy's already dead, huh? Sinking such a hassle. We're recruiting for a mental backup subscription. Itsuki-kun, you could start the service. Flame Wasp. I unleashed a practice spell at the charging monsters. The magic shot forward faster than sound, hitting its mark. An explosion rocked the hallway, reshaping it instantly. The blast shattered nearby classroom doors and windows into splinters. Ha ha, fireworks make it so much more exciting. With that, the actor dissolved into black mist. I'd fought monsters with multiple lives before, but the actor felt different. Clones, maybe? Each one seemed like a proper monster, sharing only their thoughts, a chilling sensation. As I mulled this over and headed for the stairs, I noticed something wrong. There were no downward stairs. Both directions led only up. I see, I muttered. Let's go out the window, I said to Nina-chan. At the same moment, a voice echoed from above. Time for a riddle, here's the first one. A deep, masculine voice, not the actor's grating tone, but familiar. A massive figure emerged from the top of the stairs. A giant man's face, nearly 4 meters wide. I recognized it, the grade-level head teacher. From the enormous head sprouted countless human torsos, each with legs like a centipede's. The torsos wore elementary school gym uniforms, and the legs were shod in children's sneakers. The monster leaned closer, its mouth opening. What can you eat and eat, but it never runs out? Its yellowed teeth parted, revealing a rough tongue. Disgusted by its grotesque appearance, I answered flippantly, curry bread. Curry bread? The monster's face twisted in confusion. It probably wasn't very smart, maybe second rank at best. As I thought this, I wove a guiding thread with my right hand. Sky piercer. A boom echoed as a hole punched through the monster's head. Its flesh collapsed, crushed by the vacuum, distorting like a crumpled plastic bottle before dissolving into black mist. Why curry bread? Nina-chan asked. It's my favorite food, I said. She looked puzzled, but I was just tired of answering monsters seriously. Let's get outside, that's our best bet. Right, she agreed. I opened the window to jump down, but 2 massive eyeballs descended from the sky, each 5 or 6 meters wide. Inside their pupils were familiar faces, the vice principal and principal. With stuffed toys perched on their shoulders, they waved cheerfully from within the eyes. Thanks to this, I can see up close. Ha ha. Even with my old eyes, I can see everything now. The eyeballs split open, revealing jagged, oversized human teeth and a tongue over 2 meters long, lashing toward us. A wind blade. A sonic blade sliced through, cleaving the eyeballs in half. The monsters, along with the teachers' faces, plummeted. I leaned out to check if they were exorcised, but the ground was gone. In its place was a bottomless abyss. Another trick, like the stairs, this closed world was being reshaped freely. I conjured a stone and dropped it. It fell into the darkness, shrinking until it vanished. We might not be able to get out, I said. Itsuki, the schoolyard, Nina-chan groaned, peering out from an empty classroom. I followed her gaze. Beyond the window stretched an infinite sea. Since when has it become an ocean? Deep-sea fish-like monsters swam within it. I stopped thinking, sighing heavily. They want us to go to the rooftop, I said. Are we going? Nina-chan asked. Not yet. I summoned pixies and whispered, check the rooftop. They nodded and flew out the open window toward the roof. While waiting for their return, I exorcised 2 more monsters that appeared. Their black mist drifted out the window, and the pixies returned, circling my hand and smiling expressionlessly, a sign that all was clear. I turned to Nina-chan. No traps, it seems. But the monsters are calling us there. I doubt it's nothing, she said, her skepticism fair. I asked the pixies, was there anything? They shook their heads, nothing at all. They nodded vigorously, as if to say, of course. Could it really be empty? Doubt lingered, but I exhaled and said, let's go. If we didn't know, we had to find out. Have the pixies go ahead. If there's a trap, they'll handle it. I sent the pixies forward, a tactic we'd used at the monster factory. It worked well. The stairs only led up. Our second-grade classroom was on the 2nd floor, but the rooftop was above the 4th. Silently, we climbed. Past the 3rd floor, as we reached the 4th, a pixie flying ahead was snared by a tongue from a blind spot and dragged away. What? I muttered, this is delicious. Like sweet chocolate but so spicy. A voice rambled incoherently. Another giant face appeared, smaller than the centipede, about 2 meters. It looked like an enlarged 5th or 6th grader's face. The pixie's legs dangled from its mouth as it swallowed her like a frog gulping an insect. More, give me more. It hopped, its body like a grasshopper's, twisted into a human shape. Its wings resembled oversized thumbs, its front and middle legs sprouted tiny baby-like arms, and its massive hind legs were human legs scaled up. Fine, take it, I said, channeling fairy magic from deep within. Using high phase magic, I summoned invisible shadows. They slipped from my shadow into the grasshoppers, sprouting countless arms to seize it. Immobilized, I dragged its head into the shadow. I'm drowning, drowning, it's bottomless. A bottomless swamp, a dripping wet man. No, not a man, I'm a bug. No, athlete's foot. Half submerged, it dissolved into black mist. We raced up the stairs. Our school's rooftop was accessible via a staircase. At the top was an old aluminum door with frosted glass, obscuring the outside. Scrawled in red paint, in childish handwriting, was welcome. I summoned more pixies to prepare for traps and turned to Nina-chan. Here we go. Using a guiding thread, I turned the knob from a distance and pulled the door open. What? There was no rooftop. Instead, a dazzling amusement park sparkled beyond the door. Why? I whispered. An amusement park, right? Nina-chan said, stunned. Through the aluminum door loomed a massive Ferris wheel, hundreds of meters wide. Roller coaster tracks coiled around it like a snake. In the foreground, a merry-go-round 3 times normal size spun, and further back, a giant ship swung like a pendulum beside a UFO-shaped spinning ride. Cautiously, I approached and peered through. An infinite amusement park stretched into the night's darkness. No school building, no schoolyard, just another world entirely. A dream? Nina-chan murmured. No, I don't think so, I said, my thoughts drifting to the Ice Snow Princess and Aya-chan. They've built a closed world, inside another closed world. In Aya-chan's resonant world, I'd once resonated with the Ice Snow Princess again, like nesting dolls. This amusement park felt the same. That explained why we couldn't escape. Exorcising monsters wasn't enough. The monster that created the night school was likely hiding here. That's why we were stuck. I exhaled and stepped forward, Nina-chan following. Passing through the door, I glanced back. The aluminum door blended into the park's entrance gate, sticking out like a glitch in a composite photo. Odd, but I turned my gaze forward. Let's go. No need to go anywhere. You came to us, right to us, voices rained from above. I looked up. Floating in the amusement park's sky was a monster, looking oddly like a bagworm. Its body was wrapped in threads of guidance and shrouded in black cloth, suspended from threads stretching high above. Through gaps in the cloth, countless masks peered out. Masks? Nina-chan whispered. There were various kinds, Japanese oni, hanya, and fox masks, alongside others from China, America, and beyond. At the center was a mask I recognized from a university festival poster I'd handled in my past life at a printing company, a Venetian mask. Welcome. Welcome, children, we're thrilled you're here, come on in. The masks chattered, their voices a chaotic mix, male, female, childlike, raspy, all jumbled together. This is the land of happiness. A world just for you, a dream world, the land of fairy tales. I caught my breath. As I did, the masks shouted in unison, nice to meet you, Itsuki-kun. Long time no see, Nina-chan. Long time? Nina-chan tilted her head, looking as if she'd never seen them before. The masks tilted in sync. Her memories sealed, That's cruel, so harsh. With that, the central mask spun, the others whirling in tandem. We made you happy. All children have a duty to be happy. The masks spun faster, their clamor growing louder. I gauged the distance. Floating in the air made it tricky, but the monster was likely less than 100 meters away. But now it's night. Time to sleep. Time for dreams. A dream world? My guiding thread could reach that far. As I extended it, the mask screamed, sleep. My consciousness faded. In Trolda 1, I think talent is the ability to be passionate about something. I realized I lacked it when I got to university. No passion for studies, clubs, games, or hobbies. I noticed it then. Looking back, everyone else was passionate about something, sports, part-time jobs, or what we now call stan culture. Few at my school cared about academics, but even that wasn't zero. Everyone moved toward their own paths. Some went straight to work after high school. Others pursued dreams at university. Even those like me, who drifted into college without a goal, found something to obsess over: mobile games, streaming, things niche back then but mainstream now. When I realized this, I wondered what I had. What had I ever loved, wanted? The more I thought, the more I saw my hobbies were just escapes. I read manga to avoid studying, played games to skip club activities. I'd convinced myself I loved them, that I had passions. But at university, with all the freedom in the world and no need to escape, I did nothing. I scrolled news on SNS, binged short videos, watched VTuber streams to kill time. News I read was forgotten by morning. Short videos filled empty hours. I didn't care enough to remember streamers' names. While others invested time, I squandered it endlessly. I thought college would change that. That my purpose, my calling would be handed to me, blooming within. I thought so. My life's got nothing, I muttered, squinting in my apartment room. Nothing, even after college, even after getting a job. I'd considered changing, adding spark to my life, maybe a girlfriend, but the effort it required snuffed out those thoughts. Change was too much trouble. Orange light filtered through the apartment window. Evening already. Gotta buy dinner, I mumbled. Living meant eating, but that was a hassle too. I bought the same thing at the convenience store to save effort. My life felt like a monotonous stamp rally. Outside, the Sunday evening was empty. Winter's chill deepened as I walked to the store, eyes on my phone. Cold, I muttered. I passed a weird guy in a tank top despite the cold, bloodshot eyes fixed on a utility pole, scraping it with a tattered kitchen knife. You're the one messing with our frequency. 60 hertz, he ranted nonsense, stabbing the pole. What a creep. I jogged away to avoid trouble. Relieved I wasn't that bad, despite my empty life, I bought my usual at the store and took a detour home to avoid him. It was dark by the time I reached my apartment. Climbing the outdoor stairs, I returned to my room. While heating my convenience store ramen in the microwave, I packed my work badge into my bag. Work tomorrow. Did I want to go? Of course not. But without a job, I had nothing else to do. No hobbies, so my savings grew, but I didn't spend them. They just piled up with my age. At first, I'd been happy about that. Then I got used to it, but I didn't know what to spend on. No game hooked me enough to pay, no VTuber inspired me to tip. Everything was just to burn through boredom. An endless, lukewarm life. Why did I keep going? The answer came quickly. I loved this life. Itsuki-kun. The magic the troop leader used creates your ideal world, but... A voice came from the microwave. Opening it, I found a tin toy sitting where my ramen should have been. Perched like a child's tidied toy, it posed a pompous, philosophical question. Is this your ideal? I gave a small laugh. I just answered that question. It's ideal enough, I said. Really. The toy sounded baffled, a reaction I couldn't understand. I'd been honest. What was it so confused about? I mean, you're, what, 7th rank? Don't people like you want more, greedier stuff? Greed, I echoed. Yeah, don't you want to be adored, have tons of girlfriends, stuff like that? 7th rank can do anything. Every action's excused. The world has to accept it. It's the pinnacle of magic, the absolute peak. Everyone's chasing it, us included. Ahem. So you must have a dream, not this boring daily grind. Its words made me pause and think. After a brief pause, I answered. That kind of thing's impossible. Impossible? What's impossible about it? Dreams are meant to be chased. They're yours to seize. It's impossible, I said quietly, glancing around the room. Don't you get it? I've got nothing. Being adored, what's the point? Having tons of girlfriends, what then? What's next? Nothing. It's just the same as now. The same cycle over and over. Tell me, what do I have? The actor's voice trembled with fear for the first time. But I couldn't grasp what it was afraid of. The toy scrambled out of the microwave, hopping back to put distance between us. What are you? Its trembling arm pointed at me as if realizing something. I get it now, Itsuki-kun. That's what you are. I understand why you created this world. Shaking violently, its usual cocky demeanor shattered, the actor stared at me with eyes that saw something terrifying. I'm shocked, truly shocked. Not because you're reincarnated, that's trivial, a tiny detail, a mere spoon. It ranted on, voice rising. You're 7th rank yet think you're ordinary. Is that weird? I asked. It's beyond weird, it's insane. Crazier than us, you don't understand yourself. It's an outrageous delusion. You're spitting in the face of luck, talent, everything. You might not realize it, but you're mocking everyone else. Honestly, I thought you were special. The legendary 7th rank, its living embodiment. I expected a prodigy bursting with talent. I wanted you to be that. Your reincarnation was amusing, sure, but this, you're a letdown. The actor spewed its tirade, then slumped, sighing heavily. Frankly, I'm disappointed, Itsuki-kun. You're not worthy of 7th rank. Maybe not, I said, finding some truth in its words. I could understand it, even. If seventh rank demanded worthiness, others fit the bill far better. My father, Renji-san, Irina-san, and the other adult exorcists. My friends, Nina-chan and Aya-chan, they were far more deserving. Is that all? I asked. Yeah, I've got nothing more to say. A kid who can't dream isn't worth my time. Then hear me out. With a creak, the apartment room unfolded. The walls of the room we stood in peeled away, revealing an endless abyss of darkness. Nothing existed outside, just infinite void. The apartment room floated alone within it. Were Ren-kun and Emma-chan really you? I asked. I already told you. The real ones. Dead, that's a lie. Why do you think so? The actor asked, tilting its head. I dismissed its words sharply. There was no way they'd kill them. It wouldn't make sense. The land of fairy tales was gathering children, right? Using the bringer, collecting kids from towns, hundreds of them. And Emma-chan once told me something. The children taken by the Pied Piper of Hamelin might have gone to Peter Pan's Neverland. She thought the two could be connected. They're historical, aren't they, actor? If so, the land of fairy tales exists to gather children. That's its purpose. So why would you kill them? The actor clapped its hands in the darkness. Brilliant deduction. Spot on. Akari-chan, was it? Asari-chan, we thought about killing them all like her. But the troop leader would get mad, right? And causing that much chaos in Tokyo would tip off the Crimson Exorcist, wouldn't it? So we decided to guide them all to the land of fairy tales. They're probably dreaming there now, just like you. It spun, laughing gleefully. Relief flooded me, so intense I nearly collapsed. But a near-obsessive resolve hardened within me. This thing had to be exorcised. I opened my mouth. Anything else you want to say? What's with the sudden shift, Itsuki-kun? This is the world you wanted. A world without magic. How are you gonna exorcise me? Stab me with a knife like when you died? Ha ha. Yeah, this is my world in a way, I said. Couldn't it see? Even in this darkness. But it's also the depths of my heart. The actor froze, scanning the surroundings, the eternal void stretching endlessly. Magic power carries a person's unique world, I said. Your kind taught me that. Guess what that world is? Don't bluff, Itsuki-kun. You can't use magic here. It's not about magic. I'm talking about the nature of magic power. Magic power is life force. As long as someone lives, it flows endlessly from their core. A person's world reflects who they are. A fiery temper becomes lightning. Greed becomes corrosion. Slowly, so the actor would understand, so it would regret targeting me and my friends, I continued. Guess why my Aburazuki swallows everything, actor? Because you're empty, I smiled at its answer. I had nothing. I'd lived a life with nothing. That's why my world was night, a world that swallowed all. I was reborn to change, I said. To break from my old self. But my past life won't let me go. It keeps saying I have nothing. Clenching my fist, I raised my gaze. In the end, I loved my past life too. It was part of me. That's why I could never fully change. Exactly, that's your abnormality. But I love this life more. I met incredible people. They gave me courage, I made friends. And you tried to destroy that. The apartment room had vanished, swallowed by the pitch-black void. No, that wasn't right. The depths of my heart had consumed it. One more time, anything left to say. You're a monster, you could be friends with us. No thanks. With that, I exhaled. The actor's form blurred, dissolving into the night's darkness. My heart's depths are night, an empty world that swallows everything. No response came. Of course not. This was like a materialized Aburazuki. It stifled all magic, all resistance, erasing existence itself. In the darkened world, I stood alone, looking up at the sky. Let's go. Clutching the relic, I steeled myself. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. In Trolda 2, I was once called a genius. I'll never forget it. When I was 3, they tested my rank and declared me 4th rank. Papa was overjoyed, saying I'd become an incredible exorcist someday. He called me a genius, a gift from God. Ever since, everyone said I had talent. At 4, when I mastered alchemy, Papa, Mama, and the other kids at the Exorcist preschool echoed the same praise. Talent. I didn't truly think about that word until I came to Japan. The night parade swept through and Papa died. I was caught in it too, apparently, but he protected me. I don't remember anything, but Mama, cold and distant afterward, told me so. Then we moved to Japan. Unfamiliar language. Unfamiliar country. Unfamiliar people. That's when I met a true genius. Someone with eyes that could see magic power, who knew countless spells and could master any magic taught to them instantly. The word genius was made for Itsuki. Itsuki's a strange boy, brimming with magic power, wielding incredible spells, yet always thinking about losing. I think someone as strong as him could beat anyone, any monster, but he's obsessed with getting stronger. It's odd. But the strangest thing, he became my friend. At first, I saw him as a rival. If I could surpass him, I thought Mama would notice me again. But Itsuki helped me reconnect with her. I probably left my talent back in London, but thanks to him, I could face monsters again. Slowly, I've learned new spells. Becoming friends gave me courage. I wanted to try as hard as Itsuki does. Even when seeing monsters stole my breath, made me tremble and brought tears to my eyes, a talentless me, I still wanted to be an exorcist. Thanks to Itsuki, I could reclaim that dream, and that filled me with joy. Remember, Nina-chan. A shrill voice jolted me, and I opened my eyes. Huh. A wide, lazy river filled my vision, but something was off. I felt smaller somehow. I looked at my hands, my feet. It was like I'd gone back years. Ta-da! As I stared at my tiny limbs on a bench, a man suddenly thrust a giant bucket of popcorn in front of me. So, Nina, shocked enough to shake off the sleepiness? He asked. He was huge, bigger than Itsuki's papa. Golden hair like mine, blue eyes, a face crisscrossed with scars. He used to laugh, saying, "This is what a strong exorcist looks like." Now, he wore that same grin, holding the popcorn. Who was he? The question vanished instantly. The moment I saw his face, I remembered. How could I have forgotten? Why couldn't I recall? Papa. That's right, your papa, he said, chuckling as he sat beside me. It was him, my papa. My heart clenched, aching with joy that he was here alive when I'd thought he was gone. Tears spilled over. What's wrong, Nina? That happy to see me? He teased. No, it's just the tears came on their own. Bad dream, huh? Yeah, I had one. His question made me nod instinctively. I reached out, grabbing his clothes to keep him from disappearing again. But Papa, cradling the popcorn, brushed away my fears with a warm smile, ruffling my hair. All right, then. It's a waste to feel down on our one Sunday a week, Nina. Smile, and the bad stuff flies away. He always said such cheerful things. Seeing him like this, I thought his death must have been the real nightmare. This had to be reality, and one day I'd forget that awful dream. As I thought this, Papa offered the popcorn again. Your favorite caramel flavor. Eat till you're stuffed. Hey, Papa, where's Itsuki's share? He never bought just for me. If I had friends, he'd get enough for them too. Why only one bucket? I asked, but Papa tilted his head, puzzled. Itsuki. As if he didn't know the name, I looked around. Itsuki should be here, but something felt empty. Wrong. A friend. Or maybe a boyfriend. Papa hasn't heard about this, he teased. No, not a boyfriend, but... I couldn't remember. A fog clouded my mind. As I strained to recall, Papa stood up energetically. All right, Nina. We've got 3 hours before Irina comes. Let's hit every ride and surprise Mama. Rides? I glanced around slowly. An amusement park stretched before me. Another amusement park. I tilted my head. It felt familiar. But why was I here? I couldn't figure it out, so I kept tilting my head. Where to next, princess? I want to walk a bit. Sounds good, I'll escort you. Something important was slipping away, so I said it. Walking might clear my head. As Papa led me by the hand, memories trickled back. Last Wednesday, Papa suddenly said, let's go to an amusement park. Mama agreed, but both had work that week, so it fell through. The plan shifted to this week. Mama had work but would join later, so it was just me and Papa. Not that I minded, but it felt heavy. Hey, Papa, why are exorcists so busy? Well, it's about protecting people, I suppose. He always said that. Protecting people, helping those in need, being the only one who could save them. I didn't get it. If someone was in trouble, others could help. Others could protect them. Why did it have to be Papa? You'll understand someday, princess. Then Mama will reach 6th rank, even though she's 4th rank like you. When he tried to dodge, I teased back. But Papa just ruffled my hair, messing it up as always. I'd tell him to stop, but he never listened. I hated that about him. There weren't many rides I could go on, so we could only do a few together. But as long as I was with Papa, I didn't care. He was always gone for work, never home. On our second ride on the merry-go-round, I asked from my plastic horse, "Papa, no work today, right?" I figured if we were on a ride, he couldn't leave suddenly for a job. He grinned. "Of course not, today Papa's your night." "No, you're fourth rank too." Calling me out when you know what I mean? Naughty girl, but I'm proud of how smart you are. His laugh warmed me, easing my fears. Papa and Mama were fourth rank, so they were always busy. Geniuses like me. "So Nina, you can skip magic practice just for today." "No way, I don't want to." "Then we'll practice when we get home." "Yeah, with you and Mama." Because I was a genius too. When I learned my rank, Papa praised me, saying so. I'd become an exorcist like them someday, then we could all be together. When the music stopped, the merry-go-round slowed. Papa lifted me off the horse. "Time for lunch, princess." That popcorn filled me up. "Then how about a drink?" We headed to a stall. On the way, Papa's phone buzzed. "Irina's almost here. Guess we won't hit every ride." "You were serious about that?" "Of course." He winked. I was thrilled Mama finished work early, wanting to bounce with joy, but I held back. I had to stay composed. "Let's rest until Mama arrives," Papa said, then froze, looking up. I followed his gaze. The sky was impossibly clear, so blue it felt like my breath could soar forever without a cloud in sight. Something floated there. I squinted. Papa saw it too. "Papa, what's that?" "A monster," he said curtly. It didn't look too big, but its body was covered in masks, staring down at the park's crowd like they were shopping for prey. "Why was it here?" The monster spoke. "Hello. Nice to meet you. Long time, huh? Time for fun." Its voice boomed like a speaker, echoing through the park. But only Papa and I heard it. Only exorcists could see monsters. At the sound, Papa tapped his heel, a ritual for fairy magic. "Erase it." He'd summoned a pixie, invisible to me, but I knew. Then a pop rang out like something bursting. "Ha ha, with this many people, there's bound to be one, an exorcist." "Swallow it." Papa tapped his heel again. This time I saw it, a massive whale, summoned by Haifei's magic. It gulped the monster in one breath. But the whale's belly swelled suddenly, then pop, it burst. Papa gasped. The monster emerged, trembling. Fragments of the whale rained down like a storm. "Come one, come all. Get ready, folks. Doesn't matter if you're not. Here we go." In the downpour of magic, the masked monster laughed gleefully, shouting, "Let's start the night parade." Its body unfurled like cloth, spilling countless stuffed toys. "Actors, let's go, take the kids. Kill the adults. Make it fun, bright, lively. Ha ha." As the toys hit the ground, screams erupted, rippling toward us like waves. Papa's face twisted in pain. I couldn't breathe, stunned. Only fifth rank or higher could summon monsters. "Nina, run, I'll handle." Papa touched me, trying to use swap. Nothing happened. The sky, once blue, was now gray. "A closed world," Papa muttered, his face grim. "This is. We're locked in. Either someone breaks it from outside, or we exorcise that monster to get out." His work mode voice was serious, and anxiety gripped me. Could a fifth-rank monster do this, close a world and summon others? It felt like something stronger. A scream came from the merry-go-round. Stuffed toys were playing football with a man's bloodied head. "Come play with us. It's fun. Join us." "Let's go pro." 4 toys, circling kids on the merry-go-round, passed the head back and forth. Behind them, a headless man slumped on a plastic horse. The head resembled one of the kids, probably his son. "It's fine. Only adults die. You get to dream, forever." The toys' shrill voices grated on my ears. Papa's heel tapped sharply. The head, along with the toys, was swallowed into a shadow. "Whoa, whoa, shadow transfer, a mage, we're gonna die." Their carefree cries faded as they vanished into the shadow. Left behind was a boy, alone on the merry-go-round. The headless man's body slid off, hitting the ground with a wet splat. My breath caught. But I couldn't cry, not if I wanted to be an exorcist like Papa. I had to endure. So I asked the boy, "Hey, are you okay?" "I'm fine, haha," a startlingly high voice answered. The boy's face wore a monkey mask. "Let's play." "What's next?" He leaped from the horse, deliberately stepping on the headless body, spinning midair. I braced myself, tensing, but was gently lifted. Opening my eyes, I saw the boy's body, riddled with holes like insect bites, dissolve into black mist. A pixie's fairy prank. "You're safe, Nina. No matter what Papa's got you," Papa said, lifting me and tapping his heel again. Nearby toys were swallowed, but there were too many. We couldn't keep up. "Run. Stay away from the toys." Papa shouted. A red fountain sprayed behind us. A woman holding a baby and a girl's hand, fleeing, had her head split in two. "Mama, Mama!" the girl screamed, drenched in red. The baby's crushing sound echoed. "Perfect shot, 10 points. Well, half so 5, ha-ha," the toys laughed, spinning like ballerinas. The woman's split head stretched like dough. "Candy for you." "Mama," the girl whimpered. "Delicious, delicious candy." The woman's eyes melted, dripping like caramel pouring onto the red-soaked girl. "Mama, something's wrong, Mama." The girl sobbed, watching her mother become a monster. A horrifying sight she could only witness. "Burn it all," Papa roared, unable to look away from me. A massive dragon, 30 meters long, rose from the ground. It bellowed, spewing flames like a volcano. In the fiery rain, Papa gestured like an orchestra conductor toward the dripping-eyed woman. Blue-white flames engulfed her, reducing her to black mist. "Burn the dead with the toys, Ifrit." Ifrit, I'd seen it once. Papa's great spirit, summoned only with immense magic power. Few exorcists could call it, which was why Papa was always in demand. "If this becomes a night parade, it'll be unstoppable." "Oh, no you don't, no interruptions." "An adult at our fun party? How rude," a voice came from the side. "The masked monster floated there, you're not invited. Take it away." Papa tapped his heel urgently. Lit by Ifrit's flames, I saw the normally invisible fairies. But they swelled, flipped inside out, and turned into stuffed toys, sprinting toward the park's depths. "Ha-ha, weak magic, pathetic power, 4th rank, maybe 3rd, doesn't matter, either way." "Ifrit, eat." Papa's shout cut off. A ferocious wind howled, kicking up dust so thick I couldn't see. When it cleared, the ground where we stood was gouged out, as if something massive had passed. But Papa said nothing. Wondering why, I asked, "Papa." Held in Papa's arms, I looked down at his body. His left side was gone. No arm, no leg, caught in that attack, only blood dripped steadily. "Papa." Is this the best exorcists can do now? Can't even dodge that spell." The monster said, its tone a mix of confusion, pity, and disdain, chattering freely. "It's pathetic." Papa collapsed, but he knelt to keep me from hitting the ground, setting me down gently. Our eyes met. He was smiling, smiling to keep me from worrying. "Papa," I whispered. I knew he was about to do something. I grabbed his hand. "Sorry, Nina," he said. "Looks like Papa wasn't strong enough." "No, Papa, no. It's okay. No matter what, I'll protect you." He eased away from me. Terrified he'd vanish, I reached out, clutching his clothes. If I held on, he wouldn't leave. I was sure of it. "Ha-ha, all that bravado, like a 7th rank." "Ifrit," Papa's shout drowned out the monster. "Take it all, everything I have." Flames erupted, engulfing him. The fire licked my arm where I held his clothes, but it wasn't hot, not painful at all. "Nina, listen closely to what I say." "No, no way. I'll always be by your side." Ifrit devoured Papa's right leg. The flames roared, shifting from red to blue, then purple. The fiery rain intensified. A nearby bench charred instantly, its metal melting like slime. "Oh, using your life as fuel, boosting your magic power? Pretty old school, huh?" the monster said, backing away. A massive groan came from the Ferris wheel. It warped, melting off its supports. The roller coaster's tracks dripped like water, but the heat didn't touch us. Papa's magic never burned people. "Don't forget, Nina, when you're hurting, when you're lost, I'm always watching over you." "No, that's not it." Ifrit roared, its maw nearing Papa. "I don't want you to die." "Thanks," he said, ruffling my hair with his remaining hand, messing it up like always, ignoring my protests. "But I'm an exorcist. Even if it costs my life, I have to exorcise that thing." Ifrit consumed his right arm. It bellowed louder. Papa's body burned slowly, fading. "No, don't die, Papa. Don't forget, Nina." I reached into the flames, tears blurring my vision. I stretched desperately. "No matter what happens, I'm on your side, always." If I could grab him, he'd come back. He wouldn't leave. I believed that, wanted to believe it, so I reached, but my hands grasped only air. Ifrit soared, spewing flames. The blast hit the monster, boiling the ground like water dissolving bricks. I thought it was exorcised. Papa had done it. But the monster sighed from within the flames. "We didn't even eat him, and this is all you've got?" A thud echoed. Before I realized what it was, the flames vanished. Ifrit's head was gone. Its wings flapped weakly, and the dragon plummeted, shaking the earth. The impact shattered the half-melted rides. No way, I whispered. No lie here, the nuisance is gone, let's keep the night parade going. A wet splat sounded. Papa lay there, armless, legless. Ifrit couldn't take everything. Because Papa had died first? No, 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 Papa, Papa, I screamed. Kids crying is the worst, I love smiles best. I collapsed, calling for him. Maybe he was still alive. Maybe he'd smile like always, but no voice answered. Your name's Nina-chan, huh? Such a crybaby, why not smile? The monster loomed closer. Through my tears, I felt its countless masks staring. Smiles suit you best. Come on, smile with me. I couldn't understand. Didn't want to hear. Papa was dead, how could I smile? But the monster drew near, its masks chanting in unison, smile. My mouth moved on its own. My cheeks pulled upward. Yes, that's it. Smile, smile, laugh with us, ha ha, ha. A breath escaped. I didn't want to laugh, I couldn't, but my face moved, my voice leaked. Ha ha. Laughter spilled out, tears fell alongside it. That's the spirit, kids need smiles, ha ha ha. I didn't want this. I was heartbroken, tears streaming, legs trembling, chest so tight I couldn't breathe. But I couldn't stop laughing. So fun, everyone's smiling, what a wonderful world. Ha ha, cough, cough, ha ha. I couldn't breathe. My body curled, retching, but the laughter wouldn't stop. Screams pierced the air. The toys were rampaging, as Ifrit had held them back before. They draped adult corpses like laundry on the half-melted roller coaster tracks. The Ferris wheel was decorated with entrails like New Year's ornaments. Crying children's voices slowly turned into monstrous laughter. KFF, FFFF. You're the star this time, Nina-chan. We'll show you everything. Ha, ha, ha. Cough. My stomach ached, my back burned, my head throbbed. I didn't want to laugh or see this, but my face kept smiling. Whoops. Forgot to introduce ourselves to the star. The monster floated upward. My apologies. Time to announce. Finally our name, I knew. Monsters with names were all 6th rank. Puppet, Lappet, Marionette. The masks spun, the monster writhing gleefully. Great name, right? So cute. Kids love it. Stuffed toys appeared from nowhere. These are the actors. Supporting roles to make you shine, they clapped at the introduction. In the distance, blood-soaked toys danced merrily. Ha ha. I couldn't stop laughing. Papa was dead. Powerless, killed. It was like I was mocking him, laughing at his helpless death. Laughing at the exorcist who couldn't save anyone. Cough, cough, ha ha. I slapped my knees, my cheeks, desperate to stop. Nothing changed. I could only laugh. All set, time to open, the land of fairy tales. A massive crack split the sky, light leaking through. It led somewhere else. I understood that instinctively. Ready, kids? The monster spread its black cloth like arms. Let's go to the dream beyond, to a happy world. The toys cheered, then dissolved into black mist. Sounds like quite a party, a voice called from above. The monster looked up. I followed with my eyes. Tell me, Marionette, what's so fun about this? A boy descended from the cracked sky, falling straight toward me, unwavering. Making kids happy, how could that not bring smiles? The world crumbled, erased. But Itsuki, only Itsuki, fell clearly from the sky. He reached out. The moment he did, my body moved freely again. The laughter stopped, replaced by coughing. I collapsed, coughing endlessly. Sorry I'm late, Itsuki said, standing before me. I used the exorcism talisman. When I looked up, only Itsuki remained. No Papa, no Ifrit, no melted amusement park, just him. Leave the rest to me. Itsuki had come. I'll handle everything. Change 5. We stood in the amusement park. The bizarre amusement park built on the school's rooftop. Toys and stuffed animals frolicked, playing to absurd music, laughing in the cloying scent of caramel. My eyes burned, my head boiling. My heart pounded fiercely. Handle it? Non, a toy box is best when it's messy. I'd seen Nina-chan's past. A hellish memory, linked to the ice snow princess, leading to this moment. Don't you agree, Kisaragi Itsuki-kun? I hadn't seen everything. Mere resonance couldn't reach Nina-chan, and it took time to realize I needed Akin-san's exorcism talisman. I exhaled. This raging emotion was new, and I didn't know how to handle it. But I knew one thing, I had to exorcise the marionette before me, I had to kill it. Fire thunder. A golden guiding thread turned to purple lightning. It struck the monster, exploding. The blast didn't just shred its bagworm-like body, it obliterated the merry-go-round behind it. Plastic horses shattered, some metal melting into dripping puddles. The puppet lappet, marionette too long, so marionette lost a third of its body. Black foam bubbled, flesh swelling to fill the wound, erasing it, like the bringer in the monster factory. What power, so fast, hurts when it hits. But it's meaningless. While it healed, I prepared another guiding thread. I bound it to marionette and used attribute alteration. Earth. The massive weight plunged from the sky to the ground. The actors, no response. They were so excited to enter your dream. I exorcised them, I said. A colossal meteor crashed down, crushing marionette. A gut-shaking shockwave roared, pinning the monster beneath. No black mist yet. Shielding Nina-chan, I stepped forward. Thick flames poured from under the meteor. I deployed a transparent trait shift, wall to block the heat. The flames exploded outward. Ha, the actors are dead? That's perfect. The fire surged, melting the meteor. Marionette emerged from the molten rock, soaring skyward. The flames trailed it, coiling like a serpent, spiraling upward in pursuit. If they're dead, we'll make more. As Marionette shouted, a cacophony roared through the amusement park. For a moment, I wondered what it was. Then I saw them, tin toys charging from all directions, their footsteps a flood-like rumble. Countless toys filled the surroundings, crashing toward us like a tsunami. Let's play, Itsuki-kun. How about a game? Let's eat together. Be our friend. Facing the actors swarming from every angle, I glanced back at Nina-chan. Her eyes were downcast, tears falling silently, dripping one by one. Nina-chan, cover your ears for a sec, I said, reaching for her. As I did, I sent golden threads of guidance in every direction. Lightning moves faster than sound. Like flame wasp, it scatters shockwaves that can rupture eardrums or damage organs if mishandled. So I devised a method to harness that shockwave. Inspired by Flame Spider and Reikitsume's Thunder Strike, I crafted a wide-range lightning spell. The high-powered lightning transforms into plasma midair, generating an invisible shockwave that spreads spherically, destroying everything in its path. The plasma lightning is invisible. Only the thunder's deafening crack remains, thus its name, Roaring Thunder. Even with a trait shift, wall to protect Nina-chan's ears, the bone-rattling boom numbed my body. The shockwave crushed the oncoming actors, reducing the tin toys to black mist. But some survived, dodging with luck. For them, I unleashed an amplified splitting thunder. Everything was exorcised, the park filling with black mist. In that haze, I turned to Marionette, hovering above. Where are the others from school? Having fun, of course. Despite the actors' defeat, Marionette's tone remained gleefully unchanged. Its mask spun as it continued. Dreaming in the ideal world you escaped from. Why? To smile, to have fun, kids should laugh, ha. Its flames danced in circles, mirroring its words. Dreaming, just as the actor said in my heart's depths. If their words held true, my classmates were trapped in dreams like I was. That made my task simple. Then if I exorcise you, everyone goes back to normal. I wove 5 threads of guidance, readying myself. Whoa, such bravado. 7th rank bravado, scary, Marionette laughed mockingly. But Itsuki-kun. As I reached to bind it, the flames around it swelled. If I devour you here, I'll become 7th rank. With a roar, the flames formed a dragon. I'd seen it in Nina-chan's past. Ifrit. The flame dragon roared, its wings scattering sparks like fireworks. The surviving toys cheered wildly. Dead things, make more, gone things, bring them back. The dragon dove straight at us. I redirected my spell to Ifrit, Aborzuki. A black moon materialized, pinning Ifrit's core. It sucked in the dragon's flames, dragging its massive form inside. In seconds, the great spirit was swallowed without resistance. Scary. A direct hit would have been the end. As I prepared another Aborzuki, Marionette plummeted. Falling faster than gravity allowed, it braked with threads of guidance, launching a spell from a distance. Its threads gleamed golden. I raised a wall with attribute alteration. Earth. The lightning-proof barrier blocked Marionette's strike. A familiar thunderclap exploded, shattering my wall into dust. Marionette laughed gleefully. What you call this one? Oh, right. Splitting thunder, my spell. No big deal, child's play, that's my world. Flame spears materialized around it. Combining attribute and trait shifts, it shaped flames into projectiles, firing them at sonic speed. Flame wasp. I countered with the same spell, matching its number. Our flame wasps collided midair, detonating. The shockwave, less intense than roaring thunder, hit us. The park's swing ride flew apart, the Ferris wheel swaying violently. Using my spell, Marionette continued. My world is mimicry, I always. Its masks peeled off. Use it to multiply myself. One mask detached, curling like clay midair, becoming a tin toy by the time it hit the ground. Hey, Itsuki-kun, we meet again. Actor, I growled, clenching my teeth. I blasted the newborn monster into black mist, but Marionette watched, spinning its masks. So that's how it worked. Unlike multi-lived monsters that turned to mist when exorcised, actors were 6th-rank spawns. Killing one meant nothing if the source remained. Solving one mystery, I spotted translucent threads approaching. The land of fairy tales needs more staff. Casting call, always open. I pushed Nina-chan aside, dodging. A high-pressure water stream shot past, my sky piercer copied. Decent power, good speed, but you'd see through your own spell, right? Marionette fired threads like a sniper. I activated body enhancement. Holding Nina-chan, I kicked the ground to evade the barrage. Bang, 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 bullet-like holes pierced the bricks where we'd stood. The water stream chased us, slicing everything like a laser. I leaped back, grabbing a coffee cup ride, spun by toys with a guiding thread, hurling it at Marionette. Ha ha, so forceful, such power, that's fun. The water stream sliced the spinning cup. I used the moment to close in, kicking the ground to prevent another Ifrit from interfering. I'd exorcise it up close. Using swing ride debris as a platform, I leaped skyward. Getting close, Itsuki-kun, then take this back, the sky darkened. A massive meteor descended, my own spell. I've already countered that. I shot a guiding thread into the ground. A giant tree sprouted, draining my magic power to grow rapidly. At 30 meters, it caught the meteor. The spell that blocked the ice-snow princess's ice, shelter tree. Impressive, Itsuki-kun. Brilliant, countering your own spell like that. The tree grew, blocking the roller coaster's path, stopping the toy-laden train. It reached the Ferris wheel, ensnaring gondolas, anchoring them midair. You're thinking, strategizing, how to beat your own spells. The translucent threads binding Marionette unraveled. Its body spread like black cloth. Even so, you can't dodge this. Instinct screamed danger. Before I could react, 5 threads tangled midair. Obscure moon, my mind went blank. A black sphere, swallowing everything, exerted immense gravity. I shot a guiding thread toward the shelter tree, but it disintegrated into particles. This is something else. Insane magic cost, but no problem for me. My body accelerated toward the black moon. One personality, one life. Trading life for magic is the oldest trick. My spells seal magic. Being swallowed meant death for anyone, anything, ground to dust. Itsuki, Nina-chan cried. She'd seen it before, knew its power. A 6th rank couldn't escape a direct hit. Absolute magic. She knew what awaited, closing her eyes tightly. It's okay, I said, stopping her. It's fine, Nina-chan. Of course it was, I knew my spell best. I'll handle it. I dove into the Aburazuki. My vision blacked out. Oh no, gone mad. Aburazuki swallows everything. I knew, it was my world. I steeled myself for the end. My arm disintegrated, my head shattered, my legs crumbled. I was vanishing helpless. Ha ha, even you, Itsuki-kun, can't win against your own spell. How did I know? Because I was watching myself dissolve. When I created Shelter Tree for Meteor, I sealed it, unsure of its use. But fighting the Ice-Snow Princess, catching her ice taught me to prepare for my own spells. So I planned for Aburazuki. It disables magic by chaotic wavelengths, combining 5 attributes to negate the target's power. Irina-san taught me about reverse phase magic in 1st grade when we were trapped in a magicless world. If Aburazuki negates magic, high phase magic could counter it. Irina-san had shown me how a year ago, we stood atop a Ferris wheel gondola. From there, I watched myself dissolve. Itsuki, that was, Nina-chan whispered, realizing. Swap, I answered. Aburazuki consumes 81 million times a normal spell's magic. Producing high-phase magic to counter it drained me, but as 7th rank, it was no issue. It worked as a countermeasure. I told Nina-chan, and Marionette's masks turned to us. No longer smug, it was bewildered. Why? How are you still alive? I prepared for that too. Countering my own spells was obvious. I knew their terror better than anyone. No, I'll devour you here. The ground quaked as Marionette muttered. The tremors grew, forcing me to kneel on the gondola. My world, the land of fairy tales, is eternal. I looked down. Countless stuffed toys charged, led by tin toys like sheepdogs. A horde far beyond the earlier actors overwhelmed the scene. The land of fairy tales has tons of kids. 5,332,200. Each one a life. Marionette shot countless threads of guidance at the toys. First, 30%, 1.62 million lives for you. The pierced toys laughed, turning to black mist. The mist swirled, gathering into Marionette. Go, go. Run, give your lives to the troop leader. The insignificant mists, amassed, formed a roaring tornado, enveloping Marionette. A typhoon-like storm swept up toys and tin figures. I anchored a guiding thread to my tree to stay grounded. Ha, flying in the sky, it's dark, can't see outside. The actors' bodies dissolved into magic power. At the tornado's core, Marionette glared down. Feel it, I'm more worthy of 7th rank. It wove 5 threads of guidance. I gripped the hand of the girl beside me. Nina-chan, I have a selfish request. Her hand, the hand of my friend for the past month. Lend me your strength. I can't, she said, trembling with fear and grief. I don't have any strength to give you. Head bowed, she forced out dry, emotionless words. I laughed. Papa died, the monster killed everyone, and I laughed. I laughed because people dying was funny. Her voice was brittle, like she'd locked away her feelings. I'm a bad kid. I laughed when everyone died. A kid like that can't be an exorcist. She looked up, her tear-soaked blue eyes filled with despair. I don't deserve to help you, Itsuki. Her tears brimmed, yet she held them back. You didn't laugh by choice, I wanted to say. But the sky darkened. A massive aburazuki filled it. Ha, this is impossible even for you, Itsuki-kun. Its voice was noisy, irrelevant. Our bodies lifted, defying gravity, pulled toward the black moon. That didn't matter. In midair, I spoke to Nina-chan. You don't need qualifications. No, qualifications weren't necessary. What you need is courage. We weren't alone. The park's rides, the toys that hadn't turned to mist, all floated upward. A tear fell from her eye. To stop more, I wiped her sadness away, pulling her close. I learned that from you, Nina-chan. The world inverted. Black magic raged, dragging us skyward, but that was trivial. I had to tell her what mattered. You're not bad. My voice cut through the chaos. You've done nothing wrong, Nina-chan. Itsuki. She looked at me. So, let's end this together. The massive moon loomed close. I kept speaking, hoping to spark her courage. It's okay. Together, it's not scary. Okay. Nodding, she gripped my hand tightly. I layered my hand over hers. Shadows spilled from her grasp. I wove 5 threads of guidance into her shadow fairy, triggering resonance. We reached out together, beyond a spell one couldn't reach alone. Drop it, shadow fairy. Swallow it, aburazuki. Our magic surged, and a rainbow light burst forth, dispelling the night. What's that spell? I don't know, I didn't see it. Marionette faltered, struck by the piercing light. Of course it didn't know. This was our spell. Blast it away. A radiant white light emerged, blending rainbow hues into a single force. Unlike aburazuki's absorption, it repelled everything infinitely. It shone like dawn breaking the night. White sun. We named it together. The blazing sun shot forward, piercing and shattering the aburazuki. It didn't stop. The white light obliterated 99% of Marionette's body, not swallowing but banishing it to infinity. I know, I'm splitting, torn apart. In the shadow world, magic inverts. I'd considered inverting aburazuki, but attribute alteration. Night seals magic, making it impossible. Until I recalled resonating with Aya-chan. Facing Izuno Haranaga, I used night magic with the Ice Snow Princess. So, resonating with Nina-chan, using my magic within her fairy, could invert the moon. That realization led to this spell. We had time to perfect it. Our unique magic. The white star pierced everything, blasting Marionette's black vortex far away. I saw it slice off its Venetian mask, desperate to escape. I didn't miss it. No escape. The massive aburazuki collapsed, freeing us from its pull. Landing with body enhancement, I dashed toward the Venetian mask. What a horrible thing. The mask, fallen to the ground, couldn't heal, muttering deliriously. This cruelty, unforgivable. My dream, the land of fairy tales. It can't end here, unforgivable. With only one mask, its voices were silent, eerily clear. A millennium, 1,000 years I longed for it, my homelands and my world. Marionette trembled then, hearing our footsteps, spoke. You're there, right, Itsuki-kun? Join me, become a king with me. King. Yes, not this tiny world. 7th rank can create a perfect one. Together, we could build a true utopia. Its mask quivered, shouting, and more. Together, we could kill other 7th ranks hiding in their worlds. Steal their worlds, ha, all worlds in our grasp, we'd be gods. Nah, I'm good. I dismissed it flatly. Not interested. Don't mock me, I was so close to being king. The park lay in ruins from the Aburazuki. Surviving toys watched from a distance. Marionette, reduced to a Venetian mask, screamed in frustration. Imitation begins, learning reaches its end. Its final struggle. Surpassing truth is fate's decree. Its voice echoed miserably across the park, like a broken speaker playing warped music. Heart's depths illuminate. Its voice faded. Nothing happened, it couldn't. You're out of magic power, aren't you? Marionette had overextended, using its full power on Aburazuki and converting actors to kill me. A 6th rank couldn't sustain that. It could gather more toys, but I wouldn't give it the chance. Marionette had nothing left. It realized this, stopping its chant. No, let's negotiate, Itsuki-kun. Talk. I can offer you something good. Anything you want, I'll free your classmates. Recall the bringers across the country. I'll leave this land. I won't touch you again. You think you're in a position to say that? I asked quietly. Exorcising, you freeze my classmates. I'll just exorcise the bringers too. Yes. I'll teach you magic, my splitting spell unique to me. You love learning magic, right? How about it? A reason to spare me. Nope. I cut it off, staring at Marionette. Its desperate clinging to life was almost pitiful. I exhaled. Why so shocked? Don't you love smiles, Marionette? No, Itsuki-kun. The arrogance from Nina-chan's past was gone. Guess not, I said, anger rising at its absence. So Marionette smile. It didn't respond, trembling silently. Can't smile, huh? A sigh, tinged with exasperation, escaped me. I had no desire to keep talking to this quivering monster, no point in further exchange. I wove 5 threads of guidance and unleashed them. Aburazuki. Marionette, with nowhere left to flee, couldn't escape my Aburazuki. It dissolved into black mist. As the mist formed, the amusement park's ground vanished. We were hurled into the sky. What the? Nina-chan gasped. I scanned our surroundings. Below us was the school courtyard, not the rooftop. Shock and confusion surged as I exhaled. We'd hit the ground at this rate, about 100 meters down. I reached for Nina-chan nearby. Pulling her close, I saw our schoolmates falling from the sky, their toy forms reverting to human. Hundreds of them. I wove threads of guidance midair, forming a net-like structure. Landing on it, I looked up. A massive crack scarred the sky. Beyond it, the broken amusement park lingered, its battle scars spilling our classmates downward. Among them, a small orb glimmered like a shooting star, red, white, and green magic intertwined. I recognized it instantly, a relic. I retrieved it, and we landed in the courtyard. Nina-chan, you okay? I looked at her in my arms, but she said nothing, silent. Puzzled, I glanced at my net. No more students fell from the crack, so I dismantled the net, gently lowering everyone to the ground. I spotted familiar faces, Renkun, Emma-chan, other classmates, all asleep or unconscious, eerily still despite the chaos. Got a contact corpse. A field of unconscious kids sprawled across the grounds. I wasn't sure if cleanup was possible, but this was too big to handle alone. I'd need the cleanup crew's help. As I turned toward the school building, Nina-chan gripped my shirt tightly. Nina-chan. Her head remained bowed. Her golden hair hid her face, but her trembling hand betrayed her. Instinctively, I tightened my embrace. What's wrong? I remembered everything, she said, her voice raspy, tear-choked. What you said earlier, it made me happy. But your kindness doesn't change that I'm broken. For the first time, she looked up. Tears streamed down her face, yet she smiled. You always come for me, Itsuki. When I'm hurting, you save me. So I don't need anything else. I didn't know if saying that's not true would reach her. She was seeking something else, words I couldn't grasp. I don't need magic, talent, or fairies. None of it. She clung to me fiercely. Because you're here for me. Her grip was so strong it hurt. Painful, constricting, like my bones might snap. But pushing her away felt like it would break her. Holding her tightly to keep her whole, she forced out her voice. You're all I need, Itsuki. She pulled back slowly, her eyes reflected only me. You're enough. She saw only me. Volume 4, For Whom the Utopia End. In Trolda 3, arrogance is a privilege reserved for geniuses. Privileges are for the special to wield, so I think anyone who doesn't use them is an idiot. Got it? All you do is stay behind me. That's it. Weekday evening in a nondescript apartment parking lot. Our supervisor left the car, so I made sure to drill the rules into my partner for this test. No magic, no stepping forward, no dying, clear. Yes. I won't get in your way, senpai. The girl, Tsumyugi, nodded like a trained puppy. In the car, she said she's in 6th grade. Yet she's barely shorter than me, a second-year middle schooler. Annoying. Fine, whatever, I sighed, checking my phone. The test details were there. Exorcise a second-rank demon with a younger girl in tow. To work as a full-fledged exorcist, you need to pass a test. With high death rates, they demand strength, talent, and the ability to protect someone. So my final test was to exorcise a demon with deadweight. That deadweight was Tsumyugi. Like me, her parents were killed by a demon. Like me, a girl aiming to be an exorcist, odd choice. Unlike me, she lacked magical talent. But that's a fair handicap. I'm 3rd rank, mastered cycle magic at 4, exorcised a demon at 6. Skipping grades to take this test early? That's because I'm a genius. I exhaled, heading to room 305. No elevator at the building's base. 3 floors of stairs. I clicked my tongue, Tsumyugi flinched. Irritating. Swearing I'd never live in a cheap dump like this, even after leaving the facility, I climbed. Then I figured I'd check my burden's resolve. Ever seen blood? Blood? Tsumyugi asked. Yeah, not yours, someone else's, gushing. My mom's. Then you're fine, don't cry. Okay. I'm aiming to be an exorcist too. Sure. I didn't say it was impossible. 2nd-rank exorcists can join the police or school staff to fight demons. Whether that's her ideal exorcist is another question. She'd be better off in corpse for cleanup, but if she wants to be an exorcist, she might be useful. What magic can you use? I can do basic attribute alteration, a little. Compound attributes or trait shift. I'm practicing. Then don't use magic. You'll get in my way. Attribute alterations are basic for exorcists, but alone, they're too slow against demons. You'd die. If her magic alerts the demon, it's worse than doing nothing. I drove the point home, stopping on the 3rd floor. Sunset filtered through Shinjuku's skyscrapers, casting long shadows on the open corridor. Silence. The other residents had fled after the incident. I got it. A family of 3 was killed, carved up alive, piece by piece, turned into pizza toppings, allegedly sold through a delivery service. Some people ate it unknowingly. I'd want to flee too if that happened on my floor. HMPH. I exhaled softly. Pity for the family, the neighbors, the unaware eaters. But my life's more pitiful. At room 305, I used the manager's key. Click, the heavy feel of an old apartment lock. Confirming it opened, I turned to Tsumyugi. Ready. Yes. Here we go. I pulled the door, it creaked. Eek. Tsumyugi squeaked as the door opened. At least she didn't make a worse mess. In the entryway was a man's upper body, maybe 40. No lower half, just blood trails from crawling. He didn't make it. His torso had holes, flesh shaved off. I glanced at it, stepping inside with my shoes on. Tsumyugi didn't follow, so I went back and smacked her backside. What are you doing? Senpai, he's dead. She trembled, slightly taller than me. Other exorcists take this test with baggage too, but I felt a grudging respect. Still, dealing with her was a hassle, so I turned back. Stay there if you don't want to come. And no, don't leave me. Then shut up and follow. Yes. Silencing her, I moved forward. The hallway led to a changing room. The bathroom's frosted glass door was closed, but it was stained black, easy to guess what happened. The dried blood meant time had passed. No demon in the entry or bathroom, just blood trails. It had to be in the living room or kitchen. I wove a guiding thread, preparing for the enemy. Entering the living room, I found it drenched in blood. No demon. Then the kitchen. As expected, a sound came from there. Tap, tap, rhythmic like a knife on a cutting board. It reminded me of my failing home ec grade from first term. Annoying, cooking's irrelevant nowadays. I pushed the thought aside, focusing. The demon making noise made it easy. Typical second-rank demon behavior, selfish, thoughtless. I whispered to Tsumugi, "I'm exorcising it." Before she nodded, I rushed the kitchen. Aiming at the sound, I launched a small pebble with a sonic speed attribute alteration. My specialty. It hit before I saw the target, knocking a handleless knife to the floor. Huh. Clang, the knife skidded. Nothing was there. No demon dodging my spell, no black mist from a dead one. The knife, moving on its own, now lay still. The room was empty from the start. Why? Was the demon hiding elsewhere? No way. The hallway and living room showed no signs of movement. It had to be the kitchen. I didn't get it. Fear crept in, and I readied a guiding thread. A ding sounded, as if waiting. Startled, I shot toward it. The microwave, silent before, had made the noise, just its timer. As I accepted that, the timer blared again. Beep, beep. I shot a pebble, breaking the timer and the fridge. Objects moved invisibly. An invisible demon? As I theorized, Tsumugi shouted, "S-senpai, the hallway." What? Don't interrupt me. B, but the hallway outside. Suppressing the urge to smack her trembling form, I looked. Zahi. An infinite hallway stretched out. Doors lined it, covered in childish scribbles. Thinking it was an illusion, I wove a lens with guiding thread. The scene didn't change. Not an illusion, spatial trait shift. A cold, hot shiver ran through me. Only a 4th rank, maybe 5th rank, demon could do this. A voice echoed, "Welcome to my kitchen." It resonated through the room, vibrating my body. I shuddered involuntarily. Honored guests, let's entertain them properly. Only a 5th rank or higher could spawn demons. My stomach clenched as if grabbed. Nausea surged, the stench overwhelming. I vomited despite myself. No messes, clean it up. A door opened, revealing a human with a wrung-out head like a rag. Straight, walk straight like pasta. Swaying, the demon approached. "Don't come closer." I fired. The pebble hit its head, bursting like a tomato, blood splattering. More doors opened. Giant human heads, larger than my body, rolled out, licking the bloodied hallway with massive tongues. Slurp, slurp. Zahi. Tsumugi gagged, but unlike me, nothing came up. She skipped lunch, didn't she? That annoyed me, but I forced myself to stay calm. This was beyond a test. We couldn't win. A 5th rank demon, we couldn't. Run, Tsumugi. Where? The kitchen. It had a window. From there, we could escape. 3rd floor, body enhancement would keep us safe. We had to flee before it killed us. I turned to the kitchen. But I froze, speechless. No way. An endless hallway stretched behind us too. "Senpai," behind the heads. Tsumugi's shout snapped at my pause. I looked back. The heads, done licking, rolled toward us. "Tsumugi, run." "In front of me." "Why, yes." Her magic was useless. I had to handle this, because I'm a genius. In the now linear hallway, I conjured a rock wall with attribute alteration, earth and trait shift for durability. A draining sensation hit as my magic poured out. A boom echoed, heads crashing into the wall, dust or debris rained from the ceiling. It was only a delay. I faced forward, running full speed. More doors opened ahead, demons pouring out like an avalanche. "Tsumugi, here." Grabbing her neck, I yanked open the nearest door. We dove inside, and I sealed it with threads of guidance, using my last magic to turn it to stone. Ha. Panting, I turned around to find a familiar kitchen. For a moment, I thought we'd returned, but there was no window. This was another place crafted by the demon. Thankfully, no demon was inside. "Will we make it out?" Tsumugi whispered. "How should I know?" I snapped. Her stupid question didn't deserve a serious answer. I spat the words, bitterness rising. "It's probably 5th rank. We're just 3rd rank and 2nd rank." The thought of surviving with such odds made me envy her naive optimism. As I sighed, a thud echoed, something struck the stone door. It quickly became a barrage boom, boom, multiple blows, trouble. They were breaking in. We've got to find a way out. "Tsumugi, don't you have a phone? To call the supervisor." "Why, yes, I have it," she stammered, rummaging through her bag to pull out a white smartphone. But the screen showed no signal. "And no connection." What do we do?" she panicked. "Shut up. If it's useless, we find another way. Is there Wi-Fi in this place?" "Nothing, look." She shoved her phone at me. "No signal, no Wi-Fi." "What about a landline?" "What's that?" "How do you not know?" I kicked her backside, searching the room. I hoped for a cordless phone, but the kitchen had nothing. The pounding on the door grew louder. The demons were gathering. Cracks spiderwebbed across my stone barrier. What do I do? How do we? I had to think. There had to be a way out. No, I don't want to die, Tsumugi whimpered. I don't want to die. My focus on survival shattered as the useless girl started crying. This was it, I had to handle this alone. There had to be a way to survive. I wasn't meant to die here. A rare third rank, training relentlessly since childhood, I couldn't die. I wouldn't. I'm not someone who dies. Think, keep thinking. I'm a genius. There's got to be a way. A timer blared, cutting through my thoughts. Beep, beep, beep. The unprogrammed timer screeched like it was possessed. Out of magic to stop it, I felt my nerves fray as I forced myself to think. The door pounding intensified. Tsumugi's sobs echoed, the timer's wail pierced through. Shut up, I muttered. Shut up, shut up, shut up. This wasn't supposed to happen. I never imagined this. I was supposed to exorcise a second-rank demon and be done. Back at the facility, everyone would praise my genius like always. That's how it should have been. Why is this happening? My murmur was drowned by the noise. Then a chime cut through the silence. Ding-dong, a familiar, almost comical sound. The pounding stopped. Tsumugi's sobs paused. Only the timer kept screaming. But the silence lasted a moment before the chaos resumed. Noise, 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 blending into a deafening cacophony, threatening to burst my eardrums. Irritation surged, but there was no one to lash out at. Our lives hung by a thread, and I had to find a way out. The noise mocked me, a discordant symphony. This can't be. I didn't deserve this. It's a dream. A nightmare from the stress of the final Exorcist test. Wake up, wake up. I slammed my fists against my thighs, the pain reverberating to my bones. I winced, the sour taste of bile spreading in my mouth. Not a dream. The ear-splitting reality before me was real. No way. I didn't want to see it. This wasn't the exorcist I wanted to be. Failing the test, dying like this, it wasn't what I wanted. No, I screamed, teetering on madness. Swallowing the hysteria, tears spilled out. They wouldn't stop. This is wrong. Why do I have to go through this? Papa and Mama were killed. I was mocked for being a girl, told not to be an exorcist. Why do I have to suffer like this? I punched the kitchen table. No magic left to enhance my body, my fist throbbed. I'm done, I hate it all. Everyone just die, die. I screamed, reckless, desperate. If I shouted, maybe this would end, but another chime interrupted. Ding-dong. Not once, but repeatedly. Ding-dong, ding-dong, ding-dong. Unable to bear it, I screamed through tears. Shut up, the door's unlocked. Huh, oh, it is, a voice replied. The chime stopped. The door creaked open. A muffled boy's voice followed from afar. Then, a tremor. A shockwave rocked the apartment, shattering my stone barrier, reconnecting the kitchen to the hallway. A boy, maybe first or second grade, walked through. Human or demon? I couldn't tell. He ignored us, heading deeper into the hallway. Wiping my tears, I left Tsumugi and stepped out. The infinite hallway was a wreck, warped as if a meteor had struck, cracks everywhere. Black mist, the sign of a demon's demise, choked the air. No roughhousing in the shop. This is an apartment, the boy replied. I didn't understand. I'd never seen someone talk to a demon. Before I could process, he reached out, scooping the air. A headless creature with a gaping mouth on its stomach appeared, bound. The moment I saw it, I knew. That was the demon trapping us, and in that moment I understood. This boy was an ally. I heard 2 exorcists were here, he said. We can't disclose customer privacy. Then I'll find them myself. He clenched his hand, and the demon turned to black mist. W8, I stammered. Oh, there you are, he flinched, turning to me. He ran over, speaking quickly. There's another girl, right? She's in there. You should get out. This closed world is collapsing. Closed world. I didn't understand him, but he didn't wait, grabbing Tsumugi, bigger than him, and leaving the room. This way, he said, exiting through a nearby door. I followed. Passing through, cool air brushed my cheeks. A dark sky, Shinjuku's glowing skyscrapers, and behind me the old apartment door. We got out, Tsumugi murmured, still in his arms. My legs nearly gave out. The hopeless reality from moments ago vanished like a lie. Relief at surviving, doubt it was over, and this younger boy wielding superior magic, emotions churned chaotically. But I had to ask something, so I spoke. How'd you get here? I was hunting another monster. Met a guy in black downstairs. The supervisor. He said the test takers hadn't returned, so I came to check. He exhaled, visibly relieved. Genius? The word wavered in my mind. It swayed like that hallway. I'd heard rumors. A prodigy who exorcised a 6th rank at 5. A 7th rank born once in centuries. I'd laughed it off, thinking it was exaggerated. I'd hoped no such exorcist existed, but he stood before me. "You don't look hurt, you okay?" he asked Tsumugi. She nodded vigorously. "And you, Oni-san?" "I'm fine." "Good." He exhaled again, relieved, looking his age for once. Yet he'd single-handedly exorcised a 5th rank. I knew his name. Kisaragi Itsuki. "How do you know my name?" "You're famous, obviously." "Famous," he muttered, his face twisting in distaste. Why's he upset? I wondered, exhaling. Corpse would arrive soon. I had one more question. "Thanks for saving us, can I ask something?" "What?" "Why are you so strong?" He blinked, surprised, then thought briefly before answering, as if it were obvious. "So I don't die, I guess." Thanks." "No problem. Arrogance is a privilege for geniuses." That belief held firm. It had too, for balance. Geniuses who trample others can be justified in my mind. But what if someone wasn't like that? Someone who faced themselves? How do I reconcile that? I knew, I saw, I was forced to see. A true genius exists in this world. I'm not one. Moonlight spilled onto the open corridor. Under it, I felt impossibly small. Interlude 4. The World's Usurper. Japan is a nation woven from roughly 14,000 islands, of which only a scant 400 or so are inhabited. The rest, some 13,000 strong, are desolate, unpeopled specks of land. Of those uninhabited islands, about 40% fall under the sway of Kamurozuki. In the Seto Inland Sea, nestled between the Chugoku and Shikoku regions, Kamurozuki claims dominion over more than 300 islands. She stood on one such forsaken isle, a place shrouded in an unnatural gloom despite the midday hour. The sky above was slashed with a single, bold stroke of black, thick as ink drawn across a vast canvas. It blotted out the sun, casting the island into a darkness so deep it seemed night had swallowed it whole. The blackness wasn't confined to the sky. The sea, too, was stained as if ink had been spilled into its depths. The island's natural hues, its greenery, the abandoned homes and storehouses left to rot, had all been drained of color, reduced to a uniform, oppressive black. Amid that sea of darkness stood a silver-haired shrine maiden. Across from her stood a bald monk, his robes so dark they seemed dipped in the same ink that tainted the world around them. His skin, by contrast, was a sickly, bone-white pallor. His ears were gone, his eye sockets gaped empty, yet those hollows fixed unerringly on the shrine maiden. "Why do you still let me live? Got a few questions for you." The monk's name was Genbo Kokushi. Deep within the recesses of his mind, which he had laid bare, Akin flashed a crooked grin. "Taking advantage of this little mess, how many magi did your lot sneak in here?" "It is the will of the Buddha." Though sealed by Genbo Kokushi's hand, a rift to another world hung in the sky above, the very rift through which he had descended. He was no native of this realm. Magi of the 6th rank or higher could craft their own worlds, otherworldly domains that served as their strongholds. From there, they launched assaults on the world they'd left behind. Much like the fabled land of fairy tales. "You sent 8 of the 6th rank and 22 of the 5th. That sounds about right." It wasn't a question. It was a demand for confirmation. Genbo Kukushi couldn't move, could only rasp out a faint, broken sound. "Gotta work on your poker face, pal." Akin's grin widened as she flicked her wrist. The guiding threads she extended turned black, but before they could dissolve into ink, Genbo Kukushi's form vanished in a blink. The moment he disappeared, the single stroke of ink slashing the sky shattered. The blackened sea bled back to blue. The island's lost colors returned as the ink staining its every corner faded away. Having purged a 6th rank magi without leaving so much as a relic or a wisp of black mist, Akin tilted her head skyward. Where the ink had once obscured it, a massive crack in the world now lay exposed. Within that crack, a colossal eye peered down. Ignoring it, Akin extended her guiding threads once more. As they brushed the edges of the rift, she began to stitch it shut, as if sewing a wound in the fabric of the world. Her subordinate, clad in black, set foot on the island. "Akin-sama, is now a good time." "What's up?" "A message from Itsuki-sama." All right, let's hear it. The marionette has been purified. In the process, Nina-sama regained her memories. The man in black relayed Itsuki's brief report. A shadow of bitterness flickered across Akin's face, only to vanish as quickly as it came. Tell them to protect the children. Once I've sealed this, I'll head over. Understood. And make preparations for Senkyo. The kids'll need some healing after this. But the one residing there is currently dealing with an oni. If it's Itsuki, they'll pull through. Understood. Without pressing for details, the man in black bowed and sent the message off into the distance. As Akin resumed stitching the world's wound, she offered a quiet prayer. Stay safe, kids. It was the simple prayer of an elder. Your time's coming, after all. End of Volume 4.